Evidence by Patricia Cornwell. Copyright 1991 by Patricia D. Cornwell. This recording of the full-length reading of Body of Evidence was published by arrangement with Don Congdon Associates, Incorporated, and was produced in 1991 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape, Incorporated. This book is read by Donada Peters. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our regular rental customers, you may keep your book for 30 days from date of receipt by you. But after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, simply make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Unless you are at home during the day, you will probably find it more convenient to have tapes mailed to you at your business address rather than your home. Reason is that postmen cannot leave packages if no one is there to receive them. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. Body of Evidence by Patricia D. Cornwell. This book consists of 17 chapters and is 387 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. Someone is stalking Beryl Madison, someone who spies on her and makes threatening, obscene phone calls to the reclusive author. Terrified, Beryl flees to Key West, but eventually she must return to her Richmond home. The very night she arrives, Beryl inexplicably invites her killer in. Thus begins, for Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Kay Scarpetta, the investigation of a crime that is as convoluted as it is bizarre. Why would Beryl open the door to someone who brutally slashed and then nearly decapitated her? Did she know her killer? Adding to the intrigue is Beryl's enigmatic relationship with a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and the disappearance of Beryl's manuscript. Pressure from Beryl's agent and the Attorney General, as well as the mysterious reappearance of Scarpetta's former lover, lawyer Mark James, force her beyond the boundaries of forensic medicine. She must retrace Beryl's footsteps. An investigation that begins in the laboratory with microscopes and lasers leads Scarpetta deep into a nightmare that soon becomes her own. With this novel, Patricia D. Cornwell takes her rightful place as mistress of mystery. Finely crafted, rich in character and suspense, Body of Evidence is a stunning achievement from a superbly talented author. Patricia D. Cornwell's first novel, Post Mortem, received exceptional critical acclaim from coast to coast. A former award-winning crime reporter for the Charlotte Observer, she has worked for the last 6 years as a computer analyst in the Chief Medical Examiner's office in Virginia. She is a graduate of Davidson College in North Carolina, and she is also the author of A Time for Remembering, a biography of Ruth Bell Graham, wife of the evangelist, published by Harper & Row in 1983. She lives in Richmond, Virginia. The book's dedication reads, For Ed, Special Agent and Special Friend. Prologue. August 13, Key West. Dear M., 30 days have passed in measured shades of sunlit color and changes in the wind. I think too much and do not dream. Most afternoons I'm at Louie's, writing on the porch and looking out at the sea. The water is mottled emerald green over the mosaic of sandbars and aqua as it deepens. The sky goes on forever, clouds, white puffs always moving like smoke. A constant breeze washes out the sounds of people swimming and sailboats anchoring just beyond the reef. The porch is covered, and when a sudden storm whips up, as it often does late afternoon, I stay at my table, smelling the rain and watching it turn the water nappy, like fur rubbed the wrong way. Sometimes it pours and the sun shines at the same time. Nobody bothers me. By now I am part of the restaurant's family, like Zulu, the black lab who splashes after frisbees, and the stray cats who silently wander up to politely wait for scraps. Louis's four-legged wards eat better than any human. It is a comfort to watch the world treat its creatures kindly. I cannot complain about my days. It is the nights I dread. When my thoughts creep back into dark crevices and spin their fearful webs, I pitch myself into crowded old-town streets, drawn to noisy bars like a moth to light. Walt and P.J. have refined my nocturnal habits to an art. Walt returns to the rooming house first, at twilight, because his silver jewelry business in Mallory Square grinds to a halt after dark. We open bottles of beer and wait for P.J. Then out we go, bar to bar, usually ending up at Sloppy Joe's. We're becoming inseparable. I hope the two of them will always be inseparable. Their love no longer seems out of the ordinary to me. Nothing does, except the death I see. Men, emaciated and wan, their eyes windows through which I see tormented souls. AIDS is a holocaust consuming the offerings of this small island. Odd I should feel at home with the exiled and the dying. I may be survived by all of them. When I lie awake at night, listening to the whirring of the window fan, I'm seized by images of how it will happen. Every time I hear a telephone ring, I remember. Every time I hear someone walking behind me, I turn around. At night, I look in my closet, behind the curtain and under my bed, then prop a chair in front of the door. Dear God, I don't want to go home. Beryl. September 30, Key West. Dear M. Yesterday at Louis's, Brent came out to the porch and said the phone was for me. My heart raced as I went inside and was answered by long-distance static and the line going dead. The way that made me feel. I've been telling myself I'm too paranoid. He would have said something and delighted in my fear. It's impossible he knows where I am. Impossible he could have tracked me here. One of the waiters is named Stu. He recently broke off with a friend up north, then moved here. Maybe his friend called and the connection was bad. It sounded like he asked for straw instead of stew, and then when I answered he hung up. I wish I had never told anyone my nickname. I'm Beryl. I'm straw. I'm frightened. The book isn't finished, but I'm almost out of money and the weather has turned. This morning it's dark and there's a fierce wind. I've stayed in my room because if I tried to work at Louis's, the pages would blow out to sea. Streetlights have blinked on. Palm trees are struggling against the wind, fronds like inside-out umbrellas. The world moans outside my window like something wounded, and when the rain hits the glass it sounds as if a dark army has marched in and Key West is under siege. I must leave soon. I will miss the island. I will miss P.J. and Walt. They have made me feel cared for and safe. I don't know what I'll do when I get back to Richmond. Perhaps I should move right away, but I don't know where I will go. Beryl. Chapter 1. Returning the Key West letters to their manila folder, I got out a packet of surgical gloves, tucked it inside my black medical bag, and took the elevator down one floor to the morgue. The tile hallway was damp from being mopped, the autopsy suite locked and closed for business. Diagonally across from the elevator was the stainless steel refrigerator, and opening its massive door I was greeted by the familiar blast of cold, foul air. I located the gurney inside without bothering to check toe tags, recognizing the slender foot protruding from a white sheet. I knew every inch of Beryl Madison. Smoky blue eyes stared dully from slitted lids, her face slack and marred with pale, open cuts, most of them on the left side. Her neck was laid wide open to her spine, the strap muscle severed. Closely spaced over her left chest and breast were 9 stab wounds, spread open like large red buttonholes, and almost perfectly vertical. They had been inflicted in rapid succession, one right after the other, the force so violent there were hilt marks in her skin. Cuts to her forearms and hands ranged from 1/4 of an inch to 4½ inches in length. Counting 2 on her back, and excluding her stab wounds and cut throat, there were 27 cutting injuries, all of them inflicted while she was attempting to ward off the slashing of a wide, sharp blade. I would not need photographs or body diagrams. When I closed my eyes I could see Beryl Madison's face. I could see in sickening detail the violence inflicted upon her body. Her left lung was punctured 4 times, her carotid arteries were almost transected, her aortic arch, pulmonary artery, heart, and pericardial sac were penetrated. She was, for all practical purposes, dead by the time the madman almost decapitated her. I was trying to make sense of it. Someone had threatened to murder her. She fled to Key West. She was terrified beyond reason. She did not want to die. The night she returned to Richmond, it happened. Why did you let him into your house? Why in God's name did you? Rearranging the sheet, I returned the gurney to the others bearing bodies against the refrigerator's back wall. By this time tomorrow her body would be cremated, her ashes en route to California. Beryl Madison would have turned 34 next month. She had no living relatives, no one in this world, it seemed, except a half-sister in Fresno. The heavy door sucked shut. The tarmac of the parking lot behind the office of the chief medical examiner was warm and reassuring beneath my feet, and I could smell the creosote of nearby railroad trestles baking in the unseasonably warm sun. It was Halloween. The bay door was open wide, one of my morgue assistants hosing off the concrete. He playfully arched water, slapping it close enough for me to feel mist around my ankles. "Hey, Dr. Scarpetta, you keeping banker's hours now?" he called out. It was a little past 4:30. I rarely left the office before 6. "Need a lift somewhere?" he added. "I've got a ride, thanks," I answered. I was born in Miami. I was no stranger to the part of the world where Beryl had hidden during the summer. When I closed my eyes I saw the colors of Key West. I saw bright greens and blues, and sunsets so gaudy only God can get away with them. Beryl Madison should never have come home. A brand-new LTD Crown Victoria, shining like black glass, slowly pulled into the lot. Expecting the familiar beat-up Plymouth, I was startled when the new Ford's window hummed open. "You waiting for the bus, or what?" Mirrored shades reflected my surprised face. Lieutenant Pete Marino was trying to look blasé as electronic locks opened with a firm click. "I'm impressed," I said, settling into the plush interior. "Went with my promotion." He revved the engine. "Not bad, huh?" After years of broken-down dray horses, Marino had finally gotten himself a stallion. I noticed the hole in the dash as I got out my cigarettes. "You been plugging in your bubble light, or just your electric razor?" "Oh, hell," he complained. "Some drone swiped my lighter. At the car wash. I mean, I'd only had the car a day, you believe it? I take her in, right? Was too busy bitching after the fact. The brushes broke off the antenna. Was giving the drones holy hell about that." Sometimes Marino reminded me of my mother. It wasn't until later I noticed the damn lighter gone. He paused, digging in his pocket as I rummaged through my purse for matches. "Yo, Chief, thought you was gonna quit smoking," he said, rather sarcastically, dropping a Bic lighter in my lap. "I am," I muttered. "Tomorrow." The night Beryl Madison was murdered, I was out enduring an overblown opera, followed by drinks in an overrated English pub, with a retired judge who became something less than honorable as the evening progressed. I wasn't wearing my pager. Unable to reach me, the police had summoned Fielding, my deputy chief, to the scene. This would be the first time I had been inside the slain author's house. Windsor Farms was not the sort of neighborhood where one would expect anything so hideous to happen. Homes were large and set back from the street on impeccably landscaped lots. Most had burglar alarm systems, and all featured central air, eliminating the need for opening windows. Money can't buy eternity, but it can buy a certain degree of security. I'd never had a homicide case from the farms. Obviously she had money from somewhere, I observed as Marino halted at a stop sign. A snowy-haired woman walking her snowy Maltese squinted at us as the dog sniffed a tuft of grass, which was followed by the inevitable. "What a worthless fuzzball," he said, staring disdainfully at the woman and the dog moving on. "Hate mutts like that. Yap their damn heads off and piss all over the place. Gonna have a dog ought to be something with teeth." "Some people simply want company," I said. "Yeah." He paused, then picked up on my earlier statement. "Beryl Madison had money, most of it tied up in her crib. Apparently, whatever savings she had, she blew the dough down there in Queer West. We're still sorting through her paperwork." "Had any of it been gone through?" "Don't look like it," he replied. "Found out she didn't do half bad as a writer, bucks-wise. I fear she used several pen names. Adair Wiles, Emily Stratton, Edith Montague." The mirrored shades turned my way again. None of the names were familiar except Stratton. I said, "Her middle name is Stratton." "Maybe accounting for her nickname, Straw." "That and her blonde hair," I remarked. Beryl's hair was honey blonde, streaked gold by the sun. She was petite, with even, refined features. She may have been striking in life. It was hard to say. The only photograph from life I had seen was the one on her driver's license. "When I talked to her half-sister," Marino was explaining, "I found out Beryl was called Straw by the people she was close to. Whoever she was writing down there in the Keys, this person was aware of her nickname. That's the impression I get." He adjusted the visor. "Can't figure why she Xeroxed those letters. Been chewing on that. I mean, how many people do you know who make photocopies of personal letters they write?" "You've indicated she was an inveterate record-keeper," I reminded him. "Right. That's bugging me, too. Supposedly the squirrel's been threatening her for months. What did he do? What did he say? Don't know because she didn't tape his calls or write nothing down. The lady makes photocopies of personal letters, but don't keep a record when someone's threatening to whack her. Tell me if that makes sense." "Not everybody thinks the way we do." "Well, some people don't think because they're in the middle of something they don't want nobody to know about," he argued. Pulling into a drive, he parked in front of the garage door. The grass was badly overgrown and spangled with tall dandelions swaying in the breeze, and there was a "For Sale" sign planted near the mailbox. Still tacked across the gray front door was a ribbon of yellow crime-scene tape. "Her ride's inside the garage," Marino said as we got out. "A nice black Honda Accord EX. Some details about it you might find interesting." We stood on the drive and looked around. The slanted rays of the sun were warm on the back of my shoulders and neck. The air was cool, the pervasive hum of autumn insects the only sound. I took a slow, deep breath. I was suddenly very tired. Her house was international style, modern and starkly simplistic, with a horizontal frontage of large windows supported by ground-floor piers bringing to mind a ship with an open lower deck. Built of fieldstone and gray-stained wood, it was the sort of house a wealthy young couple might build. Big rooms, high ceilings, a lot of expensive and wasted space. Wyndham Drive dead-ended at her lot, which explained why no one had heard or seen anything until it was too late. The house was cloistered by oaks and pines on two sides, drawing a curtain of foliage between Beryl and her nearest neighbors. In back, the yard sharply dropped off into a ravine of underbrush and boulders, leveling out into an expanse of virgin timber stretching as far as I could see. "Damn! Bet she had deer," Marino said as we wandered around back. "Something, huh? You look out your windows, think you got the world to yourself. Bet the view's something when it snows. Me, I'd love a crib like this. Build a nice fire in the winter, pour yourself a little bourbon, and just look out at the woods. Must be nice to be rich." "Especially if you're alive to enjoy it." "Ain't that the truth?" he said. Fall leaves crackled beneath our shoes as we rounded the west wing. The front door was level with the patio, and I noticed the peephole. It stared at me like a tiny, empty eye. Marino flicked a cigarette butt, sent it sailing into the grass, then dug in a pocket of his powder-blue trousers. His jacket was off, his big belly hanging over his belt, his short-sleeved white shirt open at the neck and wrinkled around his shoulder holster. He produced a key attached to a yellow evidence tag, and as I watched him open the deadbolt lock, I was startled anew by the size of his hands. Tan and tough, they reminded me of baseball mitts. He would never have made a musician or a dentist. Somewhere in his early 50s, with thinning grey hair and a face as shop-worn as his suits, he was still formidable enough to give most people pause. Big cops like him rarely get in fights. The street punks take one look and sit on their bravado. We stood in a rectangle of sunlight inside the foyer and worked on pairs of gloves. The house smelled stale and dusty, the way houses smell when they have been shut up for a while. Though the Richmond Police Department's identification unit, or ID, had thoroughly processed the scene, nothing had been moved. Marino had assured me the house would look exactly as it had when Beryl's body was found 2 nights earlier. He shut the door and flipped on a light. "As you can see," his voice echoed, "she had to have let the guy in. No sign of forcible entry, and the joint's got a AAA burglar alarm." He directed my attention to the panel of buttons by the door, adding, "Deactivated at the moment, but it was in working order when we got here, screaming bloody murder, which is why we found her so fast to begin with." He went on to remind me the homicide was originally called in as an audible alarm. At shortly after 11 p.m., one of Beryl's neighbors dialed 911 after the alarm had been going for nearly 30 minutes. A patrol unit responded, and the officer found the front door ajar. Minutes later, he was on his radio requesting backups. The living room was in a shambles, the glass coffee table on its side, magazines, a crystal ashtray, several Art Deco bowls, and a flower vase were strewn over the dory rug. A pale blue leather wing chair was overturned, a cushion from the matching sectional sofa nearby. On the whitewashed wall left of a door leading into a hallway were dark spatters of dried blood. "Does her alarm have a time delay?" I asked. "Oh, yeah. You open the door and the alarm hums about 15 seconds, long enough for you to punch in your code before it goes off." "Then she must have opened the door, deactivated the alarm, let the person in, and then reset the alarm while he was still here. Otherwise it would never have gone off later when he left." "Interesting." "Yeah," Marino replied. "Interesting as shit." We were inside the living room, standing near the overturned coffee table. It was sooty with dusting powder. The magazines on the floor were news and literary publications, all of them several months old. "Did you find any recent newspapers or magazines?" I asked. "If she bought a paper locally, it could be important." "Anywhere she went after getting off the plane is worth checking." I saw his jaw muscles flex. Marino hated it when he assumed I was telling him how to do his job. He said, "There were a couple of things upstairs in her bedroom where her briefcase and bags was. Miami Herald and something called a Keynoter. Has mostly real estate listings for the Keys. Maybe she was thinking of moving down there. Both papers came out Monday. She must have bought them, maybe picked them up in the airport on her way back to Richmond." "I'd be interested in what her realtor has to say." "Nothing. That's what he has to say," he interrupted. "Has no idea where Beryl was, and only showed her house once while she was gone. Some young couple decided the price was too high. Beryl was asking 300 G's for the joint." He looked around, his face impervious. "Guess someone could get a deal now." "Beryl took a taxi home from the airport the night she got in." I doggedly pursued the details. He got out a cigarette and pointed with it. "Found the receipt in the foyer there on that little table by the door. Already checked out the driver, a guy named Woodrow Hunnell, dumb as a bag of hammers. Said he was waiting in the line of cabs at the airport. She flagged him down. This was close to 8. It was raining cats and dogs. He let her out here at the house maybe 40 minutes later. Said he carried her 2 suitcases to the door, then split. The fare was $26, including the tip. He was back at the airport about half an hour later, picking up another fare." "You're sure? Or is this what he told you?" "Sure as I'm damn standing here." He tapped the cigarette on his knuckle and began fingering the filtered tip with his thumb. "We checked out the story. Hunnell was shooting straight with us. He didn't touch the lady. There wasn't time." I followed his eyes to the dark spatters near the doorway. The killer's clothing would have been bloody. It wasn't likely a cab driver with bloody clothes was going to be picking up fares. She hadn't been home long, I said. Got in around 9, and a neighbor calls in her alarm at 11. It had been going for a half hour, meaning the killer was gone by around 10:30. Yeah, he added. That's the hardest part to figure. Based on those letters, she was scared shitless. So she sneaks back to the city, locks herself inside her house, even has her 380 on the kitchen counter. Show you that when we get there. Then, boom, the doorbell rings or what? Next thing you know, she's let the squirrel in and reset the burglar alarm behind him. Had to be somebody she knew. I wouldn't rule out a stranger, I said. If the person is very smooth, she may have trusted him, let him in for some other reason. At that hour? His eyes flicked me as they went around the room. What, he's selling magazine subscriptions, good humor bars at 10 o'clock at night? I didn't reply. I didn't know. We stopped at the open doorway leading into a hallway. This is the first blood, Marino said, looking at the dried spatters on the wall. She got cut right here, the first cut. I figure she's running like hell and he's slashing. I envisioned the cuts on Beryl's face, arms, and hands. My guess, he went on, is he cut her left arm or back or face at this point. The blood on the wall here is cast off from blood slinging off the blade. He'd already cut her at least once. The blade was bloody, and when he swung again, drops flew off and hit the wall. The stains were elliptical, about 6 millimeters in diameter, and became increasingly elongated the farther they arched left of the door frame. The spread of drops spanned at least 10 feet. The assailant had been swinging with the vigor of a hard-hitting squash player. I felt the emotion of the crime. It wasn't anger, it was worse than that. Why did she let him in? Based on the location of this spatter, I'm thinking the drone was right about here, Marino said, positioning himself several yards back from the doorway and slightly to the left of it. He swings, cuts her again, and as the blade follows through, blood flies off and hits the wall. The pattern, as you can see, starts here. He gestured toward the highest drops, which were almost level with the top of his head, then sweeps down, stopping several inches from the floor. He paused, his eyes challenging me. You examined her. What do you think? He's right-handed or left-handed? The cops always wanted to know that. No matter how often I told them it was anybody's guess, they still asked. It's not possible to tell from this blood spatter, I said, the inside of my mouth dry and tasting like dust. It depends entirely on where he was standing in relation to her. As for the stab injuries to her chest, they're slightly angled from left to right. That might make him left-handed, but again, it depends on where he was in relation to her. I just think it's interesting. Almost all her defense injuries are located on the left side of her body. You know she's running. He's coming at her from the left instead of the right. Makes me suspicious he's left-handed. It all depends on the victim and assailant's positions in relation to each other, I repeated impatiently. Yo, he muttered shortly. Everything depends on something. Through the doorway was a hardwood floor. A runway had been chalked off to enclose drips of blood leading to a stairway some 10 feet to our left. Beryl had fled this way and up the stairs. Her shock and terror were greater than her pain. On the left wall, at almost every step, was a bloody smear made by her cut fingers reaching out for balance and dragging across the paneling. The black spots were on the floor, on the walls, on the ceiling. Beryl had run to the end of the upstairs hall, where she was momentarily cornered. In this area there was a great deal of blood. The chase resumed after she apparently fled from the end of the hall into her bedroom, where she may have eluded him by climbing over the queen-size bed as he came around it. At this point, either she threw her briefcase at him, or more likely it was on top of the bed and was knocked off. The police found it on the rug, open and upside down like a tent, papers scattered nearby, including the photocopies of the letters she had written from Key West. "What other papers did you find in here?" I asked. "Receipts, a couple tourist guides, including a brochure with a street map," Marino answered. "I'll make copies for you if you want." "Please," I said. "Also found a stack of typed pages on her dresser there," he pointed. "Probably what she was writing in the keys. A lot of notes scribbled in the margins in pencil. No prints worth nothing, a few smudges and a few partials that are hers." Her bed was stripped to the bare mattress. its blood-stained, quilted spread and sheets having been sent to the lab. She had been slowing down, losing motor control, getting weak. She had stumbled back out into the hall, where she had fallen over an oriental prayer rug I remembered from the scene photographs. There were bloody drag marks and handprints on the floor. Beryl had crawled into the guest bedroom beyond the bath, and it was here, finally, that she died. "Me?" Marino was saying. "I think it wasn't any fun unless he chased her. He could have grabbed her, killed her down there in the living room, but that would have ruined the sport. He was probably smiling the whole time, her bleeding and screaming and begging. When she finally makes it in here, she collapses. The gig's up, no fun any more. He ends it." The room was wintry, decorated in yellow as pale as January sunshine. The hardwood floor was black near the twin bed, and there were black streaks and splashes on the whitewashed wall. In the scene photographs, Beryl was on her back, her legs spread, her arms up around her head, her face turned toward the curtained window. She was nude. When I had first studied the photographs, I could not tell what she looked like, or even the color of her hair. All I saw was red. The police had found a pair of bloody khaki slacks near her body. Her blouse and undergarments were missing. "The cab driver you mentioned, Hunnell, or whatever his name was, did he remember what Beryl was wearing when he picked her up at the airport?" I asked. "It was dark," Marino replied. "He wasn't sure, but thought she was wearing pants and a jacket. We know she was wearing pants when she was attacked, the khaki ones we found in here. There was a matching jacket on a chair inside her bedroom. I don't think she changed clothes when she got home, just tossed her jacket on the chair. Whatever else she was wearing, her blouse, her underclothes, the killer took them." "A souvenir," I thought aloud. Marino was staring at the dark, stained floor where her body had been found. He said, "The way I'm seeing it, he has her down in here, takes her clothes off, rapes her, or tries to. Then he stabs her and nearly cuts her head off. A damn shame about her perk," he added, referring to her physical evidence recovery kit, swabs from which were negative for sperm. "Guess we can kiss DNA goodbye." "Unless some of the blood we're analyzing is his," I replied. "Otherwise, yes, forget DNA." "And no hairs," he said. "None, except a few consistent with hers." The house was so quiet, our voices were unnervingly loud. Everywhere I looked I saw the ugly stains. I saw the images in my mind, the stab wounds, the hilt marks, the savage wound in her neck gaping like a yawning red mouth. I went out into the hall. The dust was irritating my lungs. It was hard to breathe. I said, "Show me where you found her gun." When the police had arrived at the scene that night, they'd found Beryl's .380 automatic on the kitchen counter near the microwave oven. The gun was loaded, the safety on. The only partial prints the lab could identify were her own. "She kept the box of cartridges inside a table by her bed," Marino said. "Probably kept the gun there, too. I figure she carried her bags upstairs, unpacked and dumped most of her clothes in the bathroom hamper, and put her suitcases back in the bedroom closet. At some point during all this, she got out her piece. A sure sign she was antsy as hell. What do you want to bet she checked out every room with it before she started winding down?" "I know I would have," I commented. He looked around the kitchen. "So, maybe she came in here for a snack." "She may have thought about a snack, but she didn't eat one," I answered. "Her gastric contents were about 50 milliliters, or less than 2 ounces of dark brown fluid. Whatever she ate last was fully digested by the time she died, or, better put, by the time she was attacked. Digestion shuts down during acute stress or fear. If she'd just eaten a snack when the killer got to her, the food wouldn't have cleared her stomach." "Not much to munch on anyway," he said, as if this were an important point to make as he opened the refrigerator door. Inside we found a shriveled lemon, 2 sticks of butter, a block of mouldy Havarti cheese, condiments, and a bottle of tonic water. The freezer was a little more promising, but not much. There were a few packets of chicken breasts, le menus, and lean ground beef. Cooking, it appeared, was not a pleasure for Beryl, but a utilitarian exercise. I knew what my own kitchen was like. This one was depressingly sterile. Motes of dust were suspended in the pale light seeping through slits of the grey designer blinds in the window over the sink. The drain board and sink were empty and dry. The appliances were modern and looked unused. "The other thought is she came in here for a drink," Marino speculated. "Her stat alcohol was negative," I said. "Don't mean she didn't think about it." He opened a cabinet above the sink. There wasn't an inch to spare on 3 shelves. Jack Daniels, Chivas Regal, Tanqueray, liqueurs, and something else that caught my attention. In front of the cognac on the top shelf was a bottle of Haitian Barbancourt rum, aged 15 years and as expensive as unblended Scotch. Lifting it out with a gloved hand, I set it on the counter. There was no strip stamp, and the seal around the gold cap was unbroken. "I don't think she got this around here," I told Marino. "My guess is she got it in Miami, Key West." "So you're saying she brought it back from Florida?" "It's possible. Clearly she was a connoisseur of good booze. Barbancourt's wonderful." "Guess I should start calling you Dr. Connoisseur," he said. The bottle of Barbancourt wasn't dusty, even though many of the bottles near it were. "It might explain why she was in the kitchen," I went on. "Perhaps she came downstairs to put away the rum. She may have been contemplating a nightcap when someone arrived at her door." "Yeah, but what it don't explain is why she left her piece in here on the counter when she answered the door. She was supposed to be spooked, right? Still makes me think she was expecting company, knew the squirrel. Hey, she's got all this fancy booze, right? She drinks the stuff alone? Don't make sense. Makes more sense to think she did a little entertaining from time to time, had some guy in. Hell, maybe it's this M she was riding down there in the Keys. Maybe that's who she was expecting the night she was whacked." "You're entertaining the possibility M is the killer," I said. "Wouldn't you be?" He was getting combative, and his toying with the unlit cigarette was beginning to grate on my nerves. "I would entertain every possibility," I replied. "For example, I would also entertain the possibility she wasn't expecting company. She was in the kitchen putting away her rum and possibly thinking of pouring herself a drink. She was nervous, had her automatic nearby on the counter. She was startled when the doorbell rang or someone started knocking." "Right," he cut me off. "She's startled, jumpy. So why does she leave her piece here in the kitchen when she goes to the damn door?" "Did she practice?" "Practice?" he said as our eyes met. "Practice what?" "Shooting." "Hell, I don't know. If she didn't, it wasn't a natural reflex for her to arm herself, but a conscious deliberation. Women carry mace in their pocketbooks. They're assaulted, and the mace never enters their minds until after the fact because defending themselves isn't a reflex." "I don't know." I did know. I had a Ruger .38 revolver loaded with silver tips, one of the most destructive cartridges money could buy. The only reason it would occur to me to arm myself with a handgun was I practiced, took it down to the range inside my building several times a month. When I was home alone, I was more comfortable with the handgun than without it. There was something else. I thought of the living room, of the fireplace tools upright in their brass stand on the hearth. Beryl had struggled with her assailant in that room, and it never occurred to her to arm herself with the poker or the shovel. Defending herself was not a reflex. Her only reflex was to run, whether it was up the stairs or to Key West. I explained, "She may have been a stranger to the gun, Marino. The doorbell rings. She's unnerved, confused. She goes into the living room and looks through the peephole. Whoever it is, she trusts the person enough to open the door. The gun is forgotten." "Or else she was expecting her visitor," he said again. "That is entirely possible, providing somebody knew she was back in town." "So maybe he knew," he said. "And maybe he's M." I told him what he wanted to hear as I replaced the bottle of rum on the shelf. "Bingo! Making more sense now, isn't it?" I shut the cabinet door. "She was threatened, terrorized for months, Marino. I find it hard to believe it was a close friend and Beryl wasn't the least bit suspicious." He looked annoyed as he glanced at his watch and dug another key out of a pocket. It made no sense at all that Beryl would have opened the door to a stranger, but it made even less sense that someone she trusted could have done this to her. Why did she let him in? The question wouldn't stop nagging at me. A covered breezeway joined the house to the garage. The sun had dipped below the trees. "I'll tell you right off," Marino said, the lock clicking open. "I only went in here right before I called you. Could have busted down the door the night of her murder, but didn't see no point." He shrugged, lifting those massive shoulders of his as if to make sure I understood he really could tackle a door or a tree or a dumpster if he was so inclined. "She hadn't been in here since she left for Florida. Took us a while to find the friggin' key." It was the only panelled garage I had ever seen, the floor a gorgeous dragon skin of expensive red Italian tile. Was this really designed to be a garage, I asked. "It's got a garage door, don't it?" He was pulling several more keys out of a pocket. "Some place to keep you right out of the rain, huh?" The garage was airless and smelled dusty, but it was spotless. Other than a rake and a broom leaning against a corner, there was no sign of the usual tools, lawn-mowers, and other impedimenta one would expect to find. The garage looked more like a car dealership showroom, the black Honda parked in the center of the tile floor. The car was so clean and shiny it could have passed for new and never driven. Marino unlocked the driver's door and opened it. "Here, be my guest," he said. Momentarily I was settled back in the soft ivory leather seat, staring through the windshield at the panelled wall. Stepping back from the car, he added, "Just sit there, okay? Get the feel of it. Look around the interior. Tell me what comes to mind." "You want me to start it?" He handed me the key. "Then please open the garage door so we don't asphyxiate ourselves," I added. Frowning as he glanced around, he found the right button and cracked the door. The car turned over the first time, the engine dropping several octaves and purring throatily. The radio and air conditioning were on. The gas tank was a quarter full, the odometer registering less than 7,000 miles, the sunroof partially open. On the dash was a dry cleaning slip dated July 11th, a Thursday, when Beryl took in a skirt and a suit jacket, garment she obviously never picked up. On the passenger seat was a grocery receipt dated July 12th at 10:40 in the morning, when she bought 1 head of lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, ground beef, cheese, orange juice, and a roll of mints, the total $9.13 out of a 10 she gave the checkout clerk. Next to the receipt was a slender white bank envelope that was empty. Beside it, a pebbly tan Ray-Ban sunglasses case, also empty. In the back seat was a Wimbledon tennis racket and a rumpled white towel I reached over the seat to get. Stamped in small blue letters on a terrycloth border was Westwood Racket Club, the same name printed on a red vinyl tote bag I had noted upstairs in Beryl's closet. Marino had saved his theatrics for last. I knew he had looked over all of these items and wanted me to see them in situ. They weren't evidence. The killer had never gone inside the garage. Marino was baiting me. He had been baiting me since we had first stepped inside the house. It was a habit of his that irritated the hell out of me. Turning off the engine, I got out of the car, the door shutting with a muffled, solid thud. He looked speculatively at me. "A couple of questions," I said. "Shoot." "Westwood is an exclusive club. Was she a member?" A nod. "You checked out when she last reserved a court?" "Friday, July 12th, at 9 in the morning. She had a lesson with a pro. Took a lesson once a week. That was about the extent of her playing." As I recall, she flew out of Richmond early Saturday morning, July 13th, arriving in Miami shortly after noon. Another nod. "So she took her lesson, then went straight to the grocery store. After that, she may have gone to the bank. Whatever the case, at some point after she did her shopping, she suddenly decided to leave town. If she'd known she was leaving town the next day, she wouldn't have bothered going to the grocery store. She didn't have time to eat everything she bought, and she didn't leave the food in the refrigerator. Apparently she threw away everything except the ground beef, the cheese, and possibly the mince." "Sounds reasonable," he said, unemphatically. "She left her glasses case and other items on the seat," I continued. "Plus, the radio and air conditioning were left on, the sunroof partially open. Looks like she drove into the garage, cut the engine, and hurried into the house with her sunglasses on. Makes me wonder if something happened while she was out in the car driving home from tennis and her errands. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty damn sure it did. Walk around. Take a look at the other side, specifically at the passenger's door." I did. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Body of Evidence by Patricia D. Cornwell continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. Makes me wonder if something happened while she was out in the car driving home from tennis and her errands. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty damn sure it did. Walk around, take a look at the other side, specifically at the passenger's door. I did. What I saw scattered my thoughts like marbles. Gouged into the glossy black paint right below the door handle was the name Beryl enclosed in a heart. "Kind of gives you the creeps, don't it?" he said. If he did this while her car was parked at the club or the grocery store, I reasoned, it seems someone would have seen him. So maybe he did it earlier. He paused, casually perusing the graffiti. "When's the last time you looked at your passenger's door?" It could have been days. It could have been a week. "She went grocery shopping." He finally lit the damn cigarette. "Didn't buy much." He took a deep, hungry drag. "And it probably all fit inside one bag, right? When my wife's got just one or two bags, she always sticks 'em up front, on the floor mat, maybe on the seat. So maybe Beryl went around to the passenger's side to put the groceries in the car. That's when she noticed what was scratched into the paint. Maybe she knew it had to have been done that day, maybe she didn't, don't matter. Freaked her right out, pushed her over the edge. She makes tracks home, or maybe to the bank for cash, books the next flight out of Richmond and runs to Florida." I followed him out of the garage and back to his car. Night was falling fast, a chill in the air. He cranked the engine while I stared mutely out the side window at Beryl's house. Its sharp angles were deteriorating in the shadows, the windows dark. Suddenly the porch and living room lights blinked on. "Geez," Marino muttered. "Trick or treat." "A timer," I said. "No kidding." Chapter 2. There was a full moon over Richmond as I followed the long road home. Only the most tenacious trick-or-treaters were still making the rounds, their ghastly masks and menacing child-sized silhouettes lit up by my headlights. I wondered how many times my doorbell had gone unanswered. My house was a favorite because I was excessively generous with candy, not having children of my own to indulge. I would have 4 unopened bags of chocolate bars to dole out to my staff in the morning. The phone started ringing as I was climbing the stairs. Just before my answering machine intervened, I snatched up the receiver. The voice was unfamiliar at first, then recognition grasped my heart. "Kay, it's Mark. Thank God you're home." Mark James sounded as if he were talking from the bottom of an oil drum, and I could hear cars passing in the background. "Where are you?" I managed to ask, and I knew I sounded unnerved. "On 95, about 50 miles north of Richmond." I sat down on the edge of the bed. "At a phone booth," he went on to explain. "I need directions to your house." After another gust of traffic, he added, "I want to see you, Kay. I've been in D.C. all week, been trying to get to you since late afternoon. Finally took a chance and rented a car. Is it all right?" I didn't know what to say. "Thought we could have a drink, catch up," said this man who had once broken my heart. "I've got reservations at the Radisson downtown. Tomorrow morning, early, there's a flight out of Richmond back to Chicago. I just thought... Actually, there's something I want to discuss with you." I couldn't imagine what Mark and I could have to discuss. "Is it all right?" he asked again. No, it wasn't all right. What I said was, "Of course, Mark. It will be wonderful to see you." After giving him directions, I went into the bathroom to freshen up, pausing long enough to take inventory. More than 15 years had come and gone since our days together in law school. My hair was more ash than blonde, and it had been long when Mark and I had last seen each other. My eyes were hazier, not as blue as they used to be. The unbiased mirror went on to remind me rather coldly that I would never see 39 again, and there was such a thing as facelifts. In my memory, Mark had remained barely 24 when he became an object of passion and dependency that ultimately led to abject despair. After it was over, I did nothing but work. He still drove fast and liked fine automobiles. Less than 45 minutes later, I opened the front door and watched him get out of his rental Sterling. He was still the Mark I remembered, the same trim body and long-legged, confident walk. Briskly mounting the steps, he smiled a little. After a quick hug, we stood awkwardly in the foyer for a moment and couldn't think of a significant thing to say. "Still drinking scotch?" I finally asked. "That hasn't changed," he said, following me to the kitchen. Retrieving the Glenfiddich from the bar, I automatically fixed his drink exactly as I had so long ago, 2 jiggers, ice, and a splash of seltzer water. His eyes followed me as I moved about the kitchen and set our drinks on the table. Taking a sip, he stared into his glass and began slowly swirling ice the way he used to when he was tense. I took a good long look at him, at his refined features, high cheekbones, and clear gray eyes. His dark hair had begun to turn a little at the temples. I shifted my attention to the ice slowly spinning inside his glass. "You're with a firm in Chicago, I assume?" Leaning back in his chair, he looked up and said, "Doing strictly appeals, trial work only now and then. I run into Deasner occasionally. That's how I found out you were here in Richmond." Deasner was the chief medical examiner in Chicago. I saw him at meetings, and we were on several committees together. He had never mentioned he was acquainted with Mark James, and how he even knew I was once acquainted with Mark was a mystery. "I made the mistake of telling him I'd known you in law school. Think he brings you up from time to needle me," Mark explained, reading my thoughts. That I could believe. Deasner was as gruff as a billy goat, and he was none too fond of defense attorneys. Some of his battles and theatrics in court had become the stuff of legends. Mark was saying, "Like most forensic pathologists, he's pro-prosecution. I represent a convicted murderer, and I'm the bad guy. Deasner will make a point of looking for me, and, as a by-the-way, telling me about the latest journal article you published or some gruesome case you worked. Dr. Scarpetta, the famous Chief Scarpetta." He laughed, but his eyes didn't. "I don't think it's fair to say we're pro-prosecution," I answered. "It seems that way because if the evidence is pro-defendant, the case never sees a courtroom." "Kay, I know how it works," he said, in that give-it-a-rest tone of voice I remembered so well. "I know what you see, and if I were you, I'd want all the bastards to fry, too." "Yes, you know what I see, Mark," I started to say. It was the same old argument. I couldn't believe it. He had been here less than 15 minutes, and we were picking up right where we had left off. Some of our worst fights used to be over this very subject. I was already an M.D. and enrolled in law school at Georgetown when Mark and I met. I had seen the darker side, the cruelty, the random tragedies. I'd placed my gloved hands on the bloody spoils of suffering and death. Mark was the splendid Ivy Leaguer, whose idea of a felony was for someone to nick the paint on his Jaguar. He was going to be a lawyer because his father and grandfather were lawyers. I was Catholic, Mark was Protestant, I was Italian, he was as Anglo as Prince Charles. I was brought up poor, he was brought up in one of the wealthiest residential districts of Boston. I had once thought ours would be a marriage made in heaven. "You haven't changed, Kay," he said, "except maybe you radiate a certain resolve, a hardness. I bet you're a force to be reckoned with in court." "I wouldn't like to think I'm hard." "I don't mean it as a criticism. I'm saying you look terrific." He glanced around the kitchen. "And successful. You happy?" "I like Virginia," I answered, looking away from him. "My only complaint is the winters. But I suppose you have a bigger complaint in that department. How do you stand Chicago 6 months out of the year?" "Never gotten used to it, you want to know the truth. You'd hate it. A Miami hothouse flower like you wouldn't last a month." He sipped his drink. "You're not married?" "I was." He frowned as he thought. "Tony somebody. I recall you started seeing Tony Benedetti, right? The end of our 3rd year." Actually, I was surprised Mark would have noticed, much less remembered. "We're divorced. Have been for a long time," I said. "I'm sorry," he said softly. I reached for my drink. "Seeing anybody nice?" he asked. No one at the moment, nice or otherwise." Mark didn't laugh as much as he used to. He volunteered matter-of-factly, "I almost got married a couple of years ago, but it didn't work out. Or maybe I should be honest enough to say that at the last minute I panicked." It was hard for me to believe he had never been married. He must have read my mind again. "This was after Janet died." He hesitated. "I was married." "Janet?" He was swirling the ice in his glass again. "Met her in Pittsburgh after Georgetown. She was a tax lawyer in the firm." I was watching him closely, perplexed by what I saw. Mark had changed. The intensity that had once drawn me to him was different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was darker. "A car accident," he was explaining. "A Saturday night. She went out for popcorn. We were going to stay up, watch a late movie. A drunk driver crossed over into her lane. Didn't even have his headlights on." "God, Mark, I'm sorry," I said. "How awful." "That was 8 years ago." "No children?" I asked quietly. He shook his head. We fell silent. "My firm's opening an office in D.C.," he said, as our eyes met. I did not respond. "It's possible I may be relocated, moved to D.C. We've been expanding like crazy. Got 100-some lawyers and offices in New York, Atlanta, Houston." "When would you be moving?" I asked very calmly. "It could be by the first of the year, actually." "You're definitely going to do it?" "I'm sick to death of Chicago, Kay. Need a change. I wanted to let you know. That's why I'm here, at least the major reason. I didn't want to move to D.C. and have us run into each other at some point. I'll be living in Northern Virginia. You have an office in Northern Virginia. Odds are we would run into each other in a restaurant, at the theater, one of these days. I didn't want that." I imagined sitting inside the Kennedy Center and spotting Mark 3 rows ahead, whispering into the ear of his beautiful young date. I was reminded of the old pain, a pain once so intense it was physical. He'd had no competition. He had been my entire emotional focus. At first, a part of me had sensed it wasn't mutual. Later, I was sure of it. "This was my major reason," he repeated, now the lawyer making his opening statement. "But there's something else that really has nothing to do with us personally." I remained silent. "A woman was murdered here in Richmond a couple of nights ago. Beryl Madison." The look of astonishment on my face briefly stopped him. "Berger, the managing partner, told me about it when he called me at my hotel in D.C. I want to talk to you about it." "How does it concern you?" I asked. "Did you know her?" "Remotely. I met her once in New York last winter. Our office there dabbles in entertainment law. Beryl was having publishing problems, a contract dispute, and she retained Orndorff and Berger to set things straight. I happened to be in New York on the same day she was conferring with Sparacino, the lawyer who took her case. Sparacino ended up inviting me to join the two of them for lunch at the Algonquin." "If there's any possibility this dispute you mentioned could be connected with her murder, you need to be talking to the police, not to me," I said, getting angry. "Kay," he replied, "my firm doesn't even know I'm talking to you, okay? When Berger called yesterday, it was about something else, all right? He happened to mention Beryl Madison's murder in the course of the conversation, said for me to check the area papers, see what I could find out." "Right. Translated into see what you could find out from your ex—" I felt a flush creeping up my neck. "Ex what?" "It isn't like that." He glanced away. "I was thinking about you, thinking of calling you up before Berger called, before I even knew about Beryl. For 2 damn nights I actually had my hand on the phone, had already gotten your number from information. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. And maybe I never would have had Berger not told me what happened. Maybe Beryl gave me the excuse, I'll concede that much. But it's not the way you think." I didn't listen. It dismayed me that I wanted to believe him so much. "If your firm has an interest in her murder, tell me what it is exactly." He thought for a moment. "I'm not sure if we have an interest in her murder legitimately. Maybe it's personal, a sense of horror, a shock, for those of us who had any exposure to her while she was alive. I will also tell you that she was in the midst of a rather bitter dispute, was getting royally screwed because of a contract she signed 8 years ago. It's very complicated. It has to do with Carrie Harper." "The novelist?" I said, baffled. "That Carrie Harper?" "As you probably know," Mark said, "he doesn't live far from here, in some 18th century plantation called Cutler Grove. It's on the James River in Williamsburg." I was trying to remember what I had read about Harper, who produced one novel some 20 years ago that won a Pulitzer Prize. A legendary recluse, he lived with a sister, or was it an aunt? There had been much speculation about Harper's private life. The more he refused interviews and eluded reporters, the more the speculation grew. I lit a cigarette. "I was hoping you'd quit," he said. "It would take the removal of my frontal lobe." "Here's what little I know. Beryl had some sort of relationship with Harper when she was in her teens, early 20s. For a time she actually lived in the house with him and his sister. Beryl was the aspiring writer, the talented daughter Harper never had, his protégée. It was through his connection she got her first novel published when she was only 22, some sort of quasi-literary romance she published under the name Stratton. Harper even conceded to giving a comment for the book jacket, some quote about this exciting new writer he'd discovered. It raised a lot of eyebrows. Her novel was more a commercial book than literature, and no one had heard a word from Harper in years." "What does this have to do with her contract dispute?" Mark answered wryly. "Harper may be a sucker for a hero-worshipping young lady, but he's a cagey bastard. Before he got her published, he forced her to sign a contract prohibiting her from ever writing a word about him or anything relating to him as long as he and his sister are alive. Harper's only in his mid-50s, his sister a few years older. Basically, the contract trusts Beryl for life, prevented her from writing her memoirs, because how could she do that and leave out Harper?" "Maybe she could," I replied, "but minus Harper the book wouldn't sell." "Exactly." "Why did she resort to pen names? Was this part of her agreement with Harper?" "I think so. My guess is he wanted Beryl to remain his secret. He granted her literary success, but wanted her locked away from the world. The name Beryl Madison's not exactly well known, even though her novels have been financially successful. Am I to assume she was on the verge of violating this contract, and that's why she sought out Orndorff and Berger?" He sipped his drink. "Let me remind you that she wasn't my client, so I don't know all of the details. But my impression is that she was burned out, wanted to write something of significance. And this is the part that you probably already know about. Apparently she was having problems. Somebody was threatening her, harassing her." "When?" "Last winter, about the time I met her at lunch. I guess it was late February." "Go on," I said, intrigued. "She had no idea who was threatening her. Whether this began before she decided to write what she was currently working on or afterward, I can't say with certainty." "How was she going to get away with violating her contract?" "I'm not sure she would have, not entirely," Mark replied. "But the direction Sparacino was going was to inform Harper he had a choice. He could cooperate, and the finished product would be fairly harmless. In other words, Harper would have limited powers of censorship. Or else he could be a son of a bitch, and Sparacino would give the newspapers 60 Minutes a crack at it. Harper was in a bind. Sure, he could sue Beryl, but she didn't have that much cash, a drop in the bucket compared to what he's worth. A suit would only make everybody run out to buy Beryl's book. Harper really couldn't win." "Couldn't he have gotten an injunction to stop the publication?" I asked. "More publicity, and to halt the presses would have run him into the millions." "Now she's dead." I watched my cigarette smoldering in the ashtray. "The book isn't finished, I presume. Harper doesn't have any worries. Is this what you're getting at, Mark, that Harper may be involved in her murder?" "I'm just giving you the background," he said. Those clear eyes were looking into mine. Sometimes they could be so incredibly unreachable, I remembered uncomfortably. "What do you think?" he was asking. I did not say what I really thought, which was that it struck me as very strange that Mark was telling me all this. It did not matter that Beryl was not his client. He was familiar with the canons of legal ethics, which make it quite clear that the knowledge of one member of a firm is imputed to all its members. He was just a shade away from impropriety, and this was as out of character for the scrupulous Mark James I remembered as if he had shown up at my house sporting a tattoo. "I think you'd better have a talk with Marino, the head of the investigation," I replied, "or else I'd better tell him what you just told me. In either event, he'll be looking up your firm, asking questions." "Fine. I don't have a problem with that." We fell silent for a moment. "What was she like?" I asked, clearing my throat. "As I said, I met her only once, but she was memorable, dynamic, witty, attractive, dressed in white, a fabulous winter white suit. I'd also describe her as rather distant. She kept a lot of secrets. There was a depth to her no one was ever going to reach. And she drank a lot, at least she did that day at lunch, had 3 cocktails, which struck me as rather excessive, considering it was the middle of the day. It may not have been in character, though. She was nervous, upset, tense. Her reason for coming to Orndorff and Berger wasn't a happy one. I'm sure all this business about Harper had to be upsetting her." "What did she drink?" "Pardon?" "The 3 cocktails. What were they?" I asked. He frowned, staring off across the kitchen. "Hell, I don't know, Kay. What difference does it make?" "I'm not sure it makes a difference," I said, recalling her liquor cabinet. "Did she talk about the threats she'd been getting? In your presence, I mean?" "Yes, and Sparacino's mentioned them. All I know is she started receiving phone calls that were very specific in nature. Always the same voice. Wasn't somebody she knew, or at least this is what she said. There were other strange events. I can't remember the details. It was a long time ago." "Was she keeping a record of these events?" I asked. "I don't know." "And she had no idea who was doing this or why?" "That's the impression she gave." He scooted back his chair. It was getting close to midnight. As I led him to the front door, something suddenly occurred to me. "Sparacino," I said. "What's his first name?" "Robert," he replied. "He doesn't go by the initial M, does he?" "No," he said, looking curiously at me. There was a tense pause. "Drive carefully." "Good night, Kay," he said, hesitating. Maybe it was my imagination, but for an instant I thought he was going to kiss me. Then he walked briskly down the steps, and I was back inside my house when I heard him drive off. The following morning was typically frantic. Fielding informed us in staff meeting that we had 5 autopsies, including a floater or decomposed body from the river, a prospect that never failed to make everybody groan. Richmond had sent in its 2 latest shootings, one of which I managed to post before dashing off to the John Marshall Courthouse to testify in another homicidal shooting, and afterwards to the medical college to have lunch with one of my student advisees. All the while I was working hard at pushing Mark's visit completely from my mind. The more I tried not to think about him, the more I thought about him. He was cautious. He was stubborn. It was out of character for him to contact me after more than a decade of silence. It wasn't until early afternoon that I gave in and called Marino. "Was just about to ring you up," he launched in before I had barely said 2 words. "On my way out. Can you meet at Benton's office in an hour, hour and a half?" "What's this about?" I hadn't even told him why I was calling. "Got my hands on Beryl's reports. Thought you'd want to be there." He hung up, as he always did, without saying good-bye. At the appointed time, I drove along East Grace Street and parked in the first metered space I could find within a reasonable walk of my destination. The modern 10-story office building was a lighthouse watching over a depressing shore of junk shops parading as antique stores and small ethnic restaurants whose specials weren't. Street people drifted along cracked sidewalks. Identifying myself at the guard station inside the lobby, I took the elevator to the 5th floor. At the end of the hall was an unmarked wooden door. The location of Richmond's FBI field office was one of the city's best-kept secrets, its presence as unannounced and unobtrusive as its plain-clothes agents. A young man sitting behind a counter that stretched halfway across the back wall glanced at me as he talked on the phone. Placing his hand over the mouthpiece, he raised his eyebrows in a "may I help you" expression. I explained my reason for being here, and he invited me to take a seat. The lobby was small and decidedly male, with furniture upholstered in sturdy dark blue leather, the coffee table stacked with various sports magazines. On panelled walls were a rogues gallery of past directors of the FBI, service awards, and a brass plaque engraved with the names of agents who had died in action. The outer door opened occasionally, and tall, fit men in sombre suits and sunglasses passed through without a glance in my direction. Benton Wesley could be as Prussian as the rest of them, but over the years he had won my respect. Beneath his bureau boilerplate was a human being worth knowing. He was brisk and energetic even when he was sitting, and he was typically dapper in his dark suit trousers and starched white shirt. His necktie was fashionably narrow and perfectly knotted, the black holster on his belt lonely for its 10mm, which he almost never wore indoors. I hadn't seen Wesley in a while, and he hadn't changed. He was fit and handsome in a hard way, with premature silver-gray hair that never failed to surprise me. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Kay," he said, smiling. His handshake was reassuringly firm and absent of any hint of macho. The grip of some cops and lawyers I know are a 30-pound squeeze on a 3-pound trigger that damn near breaks my fingers. "Marino's here," Wesley added. "I needed to go over a few more things with him before we brought you in." He held the door, and I followed him down an empty hallway. Steering me inside his small office, he left to get coffee. "The computer finally came up last night," Marino said. He was leaning back comfortably in his chair and examining a .357 revolver that looked brand new. Computer? What computer? Had I forgotten my cigarettes? No, on the bottom of my purse again. "At HQ. Goes down all the friggin' time. Anyway, I finally got hard copies of those offense reports. Interesting, at least I think so." "Beryl's?" I asked. "You got it." He set the handgun on Wesley's desk, adding, "Nice piece. The lucky bastard won it as a door prize at the police chief's convention in Tampa last week. Me, I can't even win $2 in the lottery." My attention drifted. Wesley's desk was cluttered with telephone messages, reports, videotapes, and thick manila envelopes containing details and photographs, I assumed, of various crimes police jurisdictions had brought to his attention. Behind panes of glass in the bookcase against one wall were macabre weapons, a sword, brass knuckles, a zip gun, an African spear, trophies from the hunt, gifts from grateful protégés. An outdated photograph showed William Webster shaking hands with Wesley before a backdrop of a Marine Corps helicopter at Quantico. There wasn't the faintest hint Wesley had a wife and 3 kids. FBI agents, like most cops, jealously guard their personal lives from the world, especially if they have gotten close enough to evil to feel its horror. Wesley was a suspect profiler. He knew what it was to review photographs of unthinkable slaughter and then visit penitentiaries and stare the Charles Mansons, the Ted Bundys, straight in the eye. Wesley was back with 2 styrofoam cups of coffee, one for Marino, one for me. Wesley always remembered I drink my coffee black and need an ashtray within easy reach. Marino collected a thin stack of photocopied police reports from his lap and began to go through them. "For starters," he said, "there's only 3 of them. 3 reports we got a record of. The first one's dated March 11th, 9:30 on a Monday morning. Beryl Madison dialed 911 the night before and requested that an officer come to her house to take a complaint. The call, unsurprisingly, was given a low priority because the street was hopping. A uniformed man didn't swing by until the next morning. Jim Reed, been with the department about 5 years. He glanced up at me. I shook my head. I didn't know Reed. Marino began skimming the report. Reed reported the complainant, Beryl Madison, was very agitated and stating she'd received a phone call of a threatening nature at 8:15 the night before, Sunday night. During this phone call, a voice she identified as male and possibly white said the following: "Bet you've been missing me, Beryl, but I'm always watching over you even though you can't see me. I can see you. You can run, but you can't hide." The complainant went on to report that this caller stated he'd observed Miss Madison buying a newspaper in front of a 7-Eleven earlier that morning. The subject described what she'd been wearing, a red warm-up suit and no bra. She confirmed she did drive to the 7-Eleven on Rosemount Avenue at approximately 10 o'clock Sunday morning, and that she was dressed in the described fashion. She parked in front of the 7-Eleven and bought a Washington Post from a vending machine and didn't go inside the store or notice anybody in the area. She was upset the caller knew these details and stated he must be following her. When asked if she was aware of anybody following her at any time, she stated she was not. Marino turned to the second page, the confidential section of the report, and resumed. Reed reports here Miss Madison was reluctant to divulge specific details pertaining to the actual threat communicated by the caller. When questioned at length, she finally stated the caller became obscene and said when he imagined what she looked like with her clothes off, it made him want to kill her. At this point, Miss Madison hung up the phone, she said. Marino placed the photocopy on the edge of Wesley's desk. What advice did Officer Reed give her? I asked. The usual, Marino said. Advised her to start keeping a log. When she got a call, to write down the date, time, and what occurred. He also advised her to keep her doors locked, her windows shut and locked, maybe to think about getting an alarm system installed, and if she noted any strange vehicles, to write down the plate numbers, call the police. I remembered what Mark had told me about his lunch with Beryl last February. Did she say that this threat, the one she reported on March 11th, was the first one she'd gotten? It was Wesley who replied as he reached for the report. Apparently not. He flipped a page. Reed mentioned she claimed to have been receiving harassing calls since the first of the year, but didn't notify the police until this occasion. It seems the previous calls were infrequent and not as specific as the one she received Sunday night, the night of March 10th. She was certain the previous calls were made by the same man? I asked Marino. She told Reed the voice sounded the same, he replied. A white male she described as soft-spoken and articulate. It wasn't the voice of anyone she knew, or at least this was what she claimed. Marino resumed, the second report in hand. Beryl called Officer Reed's pager number on a Tuesday evening at 7:18. She said she needed to see him, and he arrived at her house less than an hour later at shortly after 8. Again, according to his report, she was very upset, stating she'd got another threatening call right before she dialed Reed's pager number. It was the same voice, the same subject who'd called in the past, she said. In this instance, his message was similar to the March 10th call. Marino began reading the report word for word. I know you've been missing me, Beryl. I'll be coming for you soon. I know where you live, know everything about you. You can run, but you can't hide. He went on to state he knew she drove a new car, a black Honda, and he'd broken off the antenna the night before while it was parked in her driveway. The complainant confirmed that her car had been parked in her driveway the night before, and when she went out this same Tuesday morning, she did notice the antenna was broken. It was still attached to the car, but bent back at an extreme angle and too damaged to be operative. This officer did go out to look at the vehicle and found the antenna to be in the condition the complainant described. What action did Officer Reed take? I asked. Marino flipped to the second page and said, advised her to begin parking her car inside the garage. She stated she never used the garage, was planning to turn it into an office. He then suggested she ask her neighbors to begin watching out for strange vehicles in the area or anybody on her property at any time. He notes in this report she inquired as to whether she should get a handgun. That's all? I asked. What about the log Reed told her to keep? Any mention of that? Nope. He also made the following note in the confidential part of the report. Complainant's response to the damaged antenna seemed excessive. She became extremely upset and at one point was abusive to this officer. Marino looked up. Translated, Reed's implying he didn't believe her. Maybe she broke the antenna herself, was making up the shit about the threatening calls. Oh, Lord, I muttered in disgust. Hey, you got any idea how many Fruit Loops call in this kind of crap on a regular basis? Ladies call all the time. Got cuts on 'em, scratches, screaming rape. Some of 'em make it up. They got some screw loose that makes 'em need the attention. I knew all about fictitious illnesses and injuries, about Munchausen's and maladjustments and manias that will cause people to wish and even induce terrible sickness and violence upon themselves. I didn't need a lecture from Marino. Go on, I said. What happened next? He placed the second report on Wesley's desk and began reading the third one. Beryl called Reed again, this time on July 6th, the Saturday morning at 11:15. He responded to her house that afternoon at 4 o'clock and found the complainant hostile and upset. "I guess so," I said shortly. She'd been waiting 5 damn hours for him. On this occasion, Marino ignored me and read word for word. Miss Madison stated the same subject called her at 11 a.m. and communicated the following message. "Still missing me. Soon, Beryl, soon. I came by last night for you. You weren't home. Do you bleach your hair? I hope not." At this point, Miss Madison, who is blonde, said she tried to talk to him. She pleaded with him to leave her alone, asked him who he was and why he was doing this to her. She said he didn't respond and hung up. She did confirm she was out the night before when the caller claimed to have come by. When this officer asked her where she was, she became evasive and would state only that she was out of town. "And what did Officer Reed do this time to help the lady in distress?" I asked. Marino looked blandly at me. "He advised her to get a dog, and she stated she was allergic to dogs." Wesley opened a file folder. "Kay, you're looking at this in retrospect, in light of a terrible crime already committed, but Reed was coming at it from the other end. Look at it through his eyes. Here's this young woman who lives alone. She's getting hysterical. Reed does the best he can for her, even gives her his pager number. He responds quickly, at least at first, but she's evasive when asked pointed questions. She's got no evidence. Any officer would have been skeptical." "If it had been me," Marino concurred, "I know what I would have thought. I would have been suspicious the lady was lonely, wanted the attention, wanted to feel like someone gave a rat's ass about her. Or maybe she'd been burned by some guy and was setting the stage to pay him back." "Right," I said before I could stop myself. "And if it had been her husband or boyfriend threatening to kill her, you'd think the same thing, and Beryl would still turn up dead." "Maybe," Marino said testily. "But if it was her husband, saying she had one, at least I would have a damn suspect and could get a damn warrant, and the judge could slap the drone with a restraining order." "Restraining orders aren't worth the paper they're written on," I retorted, my anger nudging me closer to the limits of self-control. Not a year went by that I didn't autopsy half a dozen brutalized women whose husbands or boyfriends had been slapped with restraining orders. After a long silence, I asked Wesley, "Didn't Reed at any point suggest placing a trap on her line?" "Wouldn't have done any good," he answered. "Pin taps or traps aren't easy to get. The phone company needs a long list of calls, hard evidence the harassment is occurring." "She didn't have hard evidence?" Wesley slowly shook his head. "It would take more calls than she was getting, Kay, a lot of them. A pattern of when they were occurring, a solid record of them. Without all that, you can forget a trap." "By all appearances," Marino added, "Beryl was getting only 1 or 2 calls a month, and she wasn't keeping the damn log Reed told her to keep. Or if she was, we haven't found it. Apparently she didn't tape any of the calls either." "Good God," I muttered. "Someone threatens your life, and it takes a damn act of Congress to get anyone to take it seriously." Wesley didn't reply. Marino snorted. "It's like in your place, Doc. No such thing as preventive medicine. We're nothing but a damn clean-up crew. Can't do a damn thing until after the fact, when there's hard evidence, like a dead body." "Beryl's behavior ought to have been evidence enough," I answered. "Look over these reports. Everything Officer Reed suggested she did. He told her to get an alarm system, and she did. He told her to start parking her car in the garage, and she did, even though she was planning to turn the garage into an office. She asked him about a handgun, then went out and bought one. And whenever she called Reed, it was directly after the killer had called and threatened her. In other words, she didn't wait and call the police hours, days later." Wesley began spreading out the photocopies of Beryl's letters from Key West, the scene sketches and report, and a series of Polaroid photographs of her yard, the inside of her house, and finally of her body in the bedroom upstairs. He perused the items in silence, his face hard. He was sending the clear signal it was time to move on, and we had argued and complained enough. What the police did or didn't do wasn't important. Finding the killer was. "What's bothering me," Wesley began, "is there's an inconsistency in the M.O. The history of threats she was receiving are in keeping with a psychopathic mentality. Someone who stalked and threatened Beryl for months, someone who seemed to know her only from a distance. Unquestionably, he derived most of his pleasure from fantasy, the antecedent phase. He drew it out. He may have finally struck when he did because she'd frustrated him by leaving town. Maybe he feared she was going to move altogether, and he murdered her the moment she got back. She finally pissed him off big time, Marino interjected. Wesley continued looking at the photographs. I'm seeing a lot of rage, and this is where the inconsistency comes in. His rage seems personally directed at her, the mutilation of her face specifically. He tapped a photograph with an index finger. The face is the person. In the typical homicide committed by a sexual sadist, the victim's face isn't touched. She's depersonalized, a symbol. In a sense, she has no face to the killer because she's a nobody to him. Areas of the body he mutilates, if he's into mutilation, are the breasts, the genitalia. He paused, his eyes perplexed. There are personal elements in Beryl's murder. The cutting of her face, the overkill, fit with the killer's being someone she knew, perhaps even well, someone who had a private, intense obsession with her. But watching her from a distance, stalking her, don't fit with that at all. These are acts more in keeping with a stranger killer. Marino was toying with Wesley's .357 door prize again. Idly spinning the cylinder, he said, "Want my opinion? I think the squirrel's got a god complex. You know, as long as you play by his rules, he don't whack you. Beryl broke the rules by leaving town and sticking a for sale sign in her yard. No fun any more. You break the rules, you get punished." "How are you profiling him?" I asked Wesley. "White, mid-20s to mid-30s, bright, from a broken home in which he was deprived of a father figure. He may also have been abused as a child, physically, psychologically, or both. He's a loner. This doesn't mean he lives alone, however. He could be married because he's skilled at maintaining a public persona. He leads a double life. There is the one man the world sees, then this darker side. He's obsessive-compulsive, and he's a voyeur." "Yo," Marino muttered sardonically. "Sounds like half the drones I work with." Wesley shrugged. "Maybe I'm shooting blanks, Pete. I haven't sorted through it yet. He could be some loser still living at home with his mother. Could have priors, been in and out of institutions, prisons. Hell, he could work downtown in a big securities firm and have no criminal or psychiatric history at all. It seems he usually called Beryl at night. The one call we know about that he made during the day was on a Saturday. She worked out of her home, was there most of the time. He called when it was convenient for him versus when he was likely to find her in. I'm leaning toward thinking he has a regular 9-to-5 job and is off on the weekends." "Unless he was calling her while he was at work," Marino said. "There's always that possibility," Wesley conceded. "What about his age?" I asked. "You don't think it's possible he might be older than you just proposed?" "It would be unusual," Wesley said, "but anything's possible." Sipping my coffee, which was cool by now, I got around to telling them what Mark had told me about Beryl's contract conflicts and her enigmatic relationship with Carrie Harper. When I was finished, Wesley and Marino were staring curiously at me. For one thing, the Chicago lawyer's impromptu visit late at night did sound a little odd. For another, I had thrown them a curve. The thought probably had not occurred to Marino or Wesley, and before last night certainly not to me, that there actually might be a motive in Beryl's slaying. The most common motive in sexual homicides is no motive at all. The perpetrators do it because they enjoy it and because the opportunity is there. "A buddy of mine's a cop in Williamsburg," Marino commented. "Tells me Harper's a real squirrel, a hermit. Drives around in an old Rolls-Royce and never talks to nobody. Lives in this big mansion on the river, never has nobody in, nothing. And the guy's old, Doc." "Not so old," I disagreed, "in his mid-50s. But yes, he's reclusive. I think he lives with his sister." "He's a long shot," Wesley said, and he looked very tense. "But see how far you can run with it, Pete." This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. Body of Evidence by Patricia D. Cornwell continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. not so old, I disagreed, in his mid-50s. But yes, he's reclusive. I think he lives with his sister. He's a long shot, Wesley said, and he looked very tense. But see how far you can run with it, Pete. If nothing else, maybe Harper would have a few guesses about this M Beryl was writing. Obviously it was someone she knew well, a friend, a lover. Someone out there has got to know who it is. We find that out, we're getting somewhere. Marino didn't like it. I know what I've heard, he said. Harper ain't going to talk with me, and I don't got probable cause to force him into it. I also don't think he's the guy who whacked Beryl, even if he did have motive, maybe. Seems to me he would have done it and been done with it. Why draw it out for 9-10 months? And she'd recognize his voice if it was him calling. Harper could have hired somebody, Wesley said. Right, and we would have found her a week later with a nice, clean gunshot wound in the back of her head, Marino answered. Most hitmen don't stalk their victims, call 'em up, use a blade, rape 'em. Most of 'em don't, Wesley agreed, but we can't be sure rape occurred either. There was no seminal fluid. He glanced at me, and I nodded a confirmation. The guy may be dysfunctional. Then again, the crime could be staged, her body positioned to look like a sexual assault when it really wasn't. It all depends on who was hired, if this is the case, and what the plan was. For example, if Beryl turned up shot while she was in the middle of a dispute with Harper, the cops put him first on the list. But if her murder looks like the work of a sexual sadist, a psychopath, Harper doesn't enter anybody's mind. Marino was staring off at the bookcase, his meaty face flushed. Slowly, turning uneasy eyes on me, he said, "What else you know about this book she was writing?" "Only what I've said, that it was autobiographical and possibly threatening to Harper's reputation," I replied. "That's what she was working on down there in Key West?" "I would assume so. I can't be certain," I said. He hesitated. "Well, I hate to tell you, but we didn't find nothing like that inside her house." Even Wesley looked surprised. "The manuscript in her bedroom?" "Oh, yeah." Marino reached for his cigarettes. "I've glanced at it. Another novel with all this Civil War romance shit in it. Sure don't sound like this other thing the doc's describing." "Does it have a title or a date on it?" I asked. "Nope. Don't even look like it's all there, for that matter. About this thick." Marino measured off about an inch with his fingers. "Got a lot of notes written in the margins, about 10 more pages written in longhand." "We'd better take a second look through all of her papers, her computer disks. Make sure this autobiographical manuscript isn't there," Wesley said. "We also need to find out who her literary agent or editor is. Maybe she mailed the manuscript to someone before she left Key West. What we'd better make sure of is that she didn't return to Richmond with the thing. If she did, and now it's gone, that's significant, to say the least." Glancing at his watch, Wesley pushed back his chair as he announced apologetically, "I've got another appointment in 5 minutes." He escorted us out to the lobby. I couldn't get rid of Marino. He insisted on walking me to my car. "You got to keep your eyes open." He was at it again, giving me one of the street-smart lectures he had given me numerous times in the past. "A lot of women, they never think about that. I see 'em all the time, walking along and not having the foggiest idea who's looking at 'em, maybe following 'em. And when you get to your car, have your damn keys out and look under it, okay? Be surprised how many women don't think about that either. If you're driving along and realize someone's following you, what do?" I ignored him. "You head to the nearest fire station, okay? Why? Because there's always somebody there. Even at 2 a.m. on Christmas, that's the first place you head." Waiting for a break in traffic, I began digging for my keys. Glancing across the street, I noticed an ominous white rectangle under the wiper blade of my state car. Hadn't I put in enough change? Damn. "They're all over the place," Marino went on. "Just start looking for 'em on your way home or when you're running around doing your shopping." I shot him one of my looks, then hurried across the street. "Hey," he said when we got to my car, "don't get hot at me, all right? Maybe you should feel lucky I hover over you like a guardian angel." The meter had run out 15 minutes ago. Snatching the ticket off the windshield, I folded it and stuffed it in his shirt pocket. "When you hover back to headquarters," I said, "take care of this, please." He was scowling at me as I drove off. Chapter 3. 10 blocks away, I pulled into another metered space and dropped in my last 2 quarters. I kept a red medical examiner plate in plain view on the dash of my state car. Traffic cops never seemed to look. Several months ago, one of them had the nerve to write me up while I was downtown working a homicide scene the police had called me to in the middle of the day. Hurrying up cement steps, I pushed through a glass door and went inside the main branch of the public library, where people moved about noiselessly and wooden tables were stacked with books. The hushed ambiance inspired the same reverence in me as it had when I was a child. Locating a row of microfiche machines halfway across the room, I began pulling up an index of books written under Beryl Madison's various pen names and jotting down the titles. The most recent work, a historical novel set during the Civil War and published under the pen name Edith Montague, had come out a year and a half ago. Probably irrelevant, and Mark was right, I thought. Over the past 10 years, Beryl had published 6 novels. I had never heard of a single one of them. Next, I began a search of periodicals. Nothing. Beryl wrote books. Apparently she had not published anything, nor had there been any interviews of her in magazines. Newspaper clips should be more promising. There were a few book reviews published in the Richmond Times over the past few years, but they were useless because they referred to the author by pen name. Beryl's killer knew her by her real name. Screen after screen of hazy white type went by. Maberly, Macon, and finally Madison. There was one very short piece about Beryl published in the Times last November. Author to lecture. Novelist Beryl Stratton Madison will lecture to the Daughters of the American Revolution this Wednesday at the Jefferson Hotel at Main and Adams Streets. Miss Madison, protégée of Pulitzer Prize winner Carrie Harper, is most known for historical fiction set during the American Revolution and the Civil War. She will speak on the viability of legend as a vehicle for fact. Jotting down the pertinent information, I lingered long enough to locate several of Beryl's books and check them out. Back at the office, I busied myself with paperwork. My attention continually tugged toward the phone. It's none of your business. I was well aware of the boundaries separating my jurisdiction from that of the police. The elevator across the hall opened, and custodians began talking in loud voices as they went to the janitorial closet several doors down. They always arrived at around 6:30. Mrs. J.R. McTeague, listed in the paper as being in charge of reservations, wasn't going to answer anyway. The number I had copied was probably the DAR's business office, which would have closed at 5. The phone was picked up on the second ring. After a pause, I asked, "Is this Mrs. J.R. McTeague?" "Why, yes, I'm Mrs. McTeague." It was too late. There was no point in being anything other than direct. "Mrs. McTeague, this is Dr. Scarpetta." "Doctor who?" "Scarpetta," I repeated. "I'm the medical examiner investigating the death of Beryl Madison." "Oh, my! Yes, I read about that. Oh, my, oh, my. She was such a lovely young woman. I just couldn't believe it when I heard—" "I understand she spoke at the November DAR meeting," I said. "We were so thrilled when she agreed to come. You know she didn't do much of that sort of thing." Mrs. McTeague sounded quite elderly, and already I had the sinking feeling this had been the wrong move. Then she surprised me. "You see, Beryl did it as a favor. That's the only reason it happened. My late husband was a friend of Carrie Harper, the writer. I'm sure you've heard of him. Joe set it up, really. He knew it would mean so much to me. I've always loved Beryl's books." "Where do you live, Mrs. McTeague?" "The Gardens." Chamberlain Gardens was a retirement home not far from downtown. It was just one more grim landmark in my professional life. Over the past few years, I'd had several cases from the Gardens, and virtually every other retirement community or nursing home in the city. "I'm wondering if I could stop by for a few minutes on my way home," I said. "Would that be possible?" "I think so." "Why, yes, I suppose that would be fine. You're Dr. who?" I repeated my name slowly. "I'm in apartment 378. When you come into the lobby, take the elevator up to the third." I already knew a lot about Mrs. McTeague because of where she lived. Chamberlain Gardens catered to the elderly who did not have to rely on Social Security to survive. Deposits for its apartments were substantial, the monthly fee steeper than most people's mortgages. But the Gardens, like others of its kind, was a gilded cage. No matter how lovely it was, no one really wanted to be there. On the western fringes of downtown, it was a modern brick high-rise that looked like a depressing blend of a hotel and a hospital. Parking in a visitor slot, I headed toward a lighted portico that probably gleamed with Williamsburg reproductions, many of the pieces bearing arrangements of silk flowers in heavy cut crystal vases. On top of the wall-to-wall red carpet were machine-made oriental rugs, and overhead was a brass chandelier. An old man was perched on a couch, cane in hand, eyes vacant beneath the brim of a tweedy English cap. A decrepit woman was trekking across the rug with a walker. A young man looked bored behind a potted plant on the front desk and paid me no mind as I headed to the elevator. The doors eventually opened and took forever to close, as is common in places where people need plenty of time to ambulate. Riding up 3 floors alone, I stared abstractly at the bulletins taped to the paneled interior, reminders of field trips to area museums and plantations, of bridge clubs, arts and crafts, and a deadline for knitted items needed by the Jewish Community Center. Many of the announcements were outdated. Retirement homes with their cemetery names like Sunnyland or Sheltering Pines or Chamberlain Gardens always made me feel slightly queasy. I didn't know what I would do when my mother could no longer live alone. Last time I called her, she was talking about getting a hip replacement. Mrs. McTeague's apartment was halfway down on the left, and my knock was promptly answered by a wizened woman with scanty hair tightly curled and yellowed like old paper. Her face was dabbed with rouge, and she was bundled in an oversized white cardigan sweater. I smelled floral-scented toilet water and the aroma of baking cheese. "I'm Kay Scarpetta," I said. "Oh, it's so nice of you to come," she said, lightly patting my offered hand. "Will you have tea or something a little stronger? Whatever you like, I have it. I'm drinking port." All this as she led me into the small living room and showed me to a wing chair. Switching off the television, she turned on another lamp. The living room was as overwhelming as the set of the opera Aida. On every available space of the faded Persian rug were heavy pieces of mahogany furniture, chairs, drum tables, a curio table, crowded bookcases, corner cupboards jammed with boned china and stemware. Closely spaced on the walls were dark paintings, bell pulls, and several brass rubbings. She returned with a small silver tray bearing a Waterford decanter of port, 2 matching pieces of stemware, and a small plate arranged with homemade cheese biscuits. Filling our glasses, she offered me the plate and its lacy linen napkins that looked old and freshly ironed. It was a ritual that took quite a long time. Then she seated herself on a worn end of a sofa, where I suspected she sat most hours of the day while she was reading or watching television. She was pleased to have company, even if the reason for it was somewhat less than sociable. I wondered who, if anyone, ever came to see her. "As I mentioned earlier, I'm the medical examiner working Beryl Madison's case," I said. "At this point, there is very little those of us investigating her death know about her or the people who might have known her." Mrs. McTeague sipped her port, her face blank. I was so accustomed to going straight to the point with the police and attorneys, I sometimes forgot the rest of the world needs lubrication. The biscuit was buttery and really very good. I told her so. "Well, thank you," she smiled. "Please help yourself. There's plenty more." "Mrs. McTeague," I tried again, "were you acquainted with Beryl Madison before you invited her to speak to your group last fall?" "Oh, yes," she replied. "At least, I was indirectly, because I've been quite a fan of hers for years. Her books, you see, historical novels, are my favorite." "How did you know she wrote them?" I asked. "Her books were written under pen names. There is no mention of her real name on the jacket or in an author's note." I had glanced through several of Beryl's books on my way out of the library. "Very true. I suppose I'm one of the few people who knew her identity, because of Joe." "Your husband?" "He and Mr. Harper were friends," she answered. "Well, as much as anyone is really Mr. Harper's friend. They were connected through Joe's business. That's how it started." "What was your husband's business?" I asked, deciding that my hostess was much less confused than I had previously assumed. "Construction. When Mr. Harper bought Cutler Grove, the house was badly in need of restoration. Joe spent the better part of 2 years out there overseeing the work. I should have made the connection right away. McTeague Contractors and McTeague Lumber Company were the biggest construction companies in Richmond, with offices throughout the Commonwealth. This was well over 15 years ago, Mrs. McTeague went on, and it was during the time Joe was working at the Grove that he first met Beryl. She came to the site several times with Mr. Harper and soon moved into the house. She was very young. She paused. I remember Joe telling me back then that Mr. Harper had adopted a beautiful young girl who was a very talented writer. I think she was an orphan, something sad like that. This was all kept very quiet, of course. She carefully set down her glass and slowly made her way across the room to the secretary. Sliding open a drawer, she pulled out a legal-size creamy envelope. "Here," she said. Her hands trembled as she presented it to me. "It's the only picture of them I have." Inside the envelope was a blank sheet of heavy rag stationery, an old, slightly overexposed black and white photograph protected within its folds. On either side of a delicately pretty blonde teenage girl were 2 men, imposing and tan and dressed for outdoors. The 3 figures stood close to each other, squinting in the glare of a brilliant sun. "That's Joe," Mrs. McTeague said, pointing to the man standing to the left of a girl I was certain was the young Beryl Madison. The sleeves of his khaki shirt were rolled up to the elbows of his muscular arms, his eyes shielded by the brim of an International Harvester cap. To Beryl's right was a big white-haired man, who Mrs. McTeague went on to explain was Carrie Harper. "It was taken by the river," she said, "back then when Joe was working on the house. Mr. Harper had white hair even then. I expect you've heard the stories. Supposedly, his hair turned white while he was writing The Jagged Corner when he was barely in his 30s. "This was taken at Cutler Grove?" "Yes, at Cutler Grove," she answered. I was haunted by Beryl's face. It was a face too wise and knowing for one so young, a wistful face of longing and sadness that I associate with children who have been mistreated and abandoned. "Beryl was just a child then," Mrs. McTeague said. "I suppose she would have been 16, maybe 17? "Well, yes, that sounds about right," she replied, watching me fold the sheet of paper around the photograph and tuck both back inside the envelope. "I didn't find this until after Joe passed on. I expect one of the members of his crew must have taken it." She returned the envelope to its drawer, and when she had reseated herself, she added, "I think one of the reasons Joe got on so well with Mr. Harper is Joe was a one-way street when it came to other people's business. There was quite a lot I'm sure he never even told me." Smiling wanly, she stared off at the wall. "Apparently Mr. Harper told your husband about Beryl's books when they began to get published," I commented. She shifted her attention back to me and looked surprised. "You know, I'm not sure Joe ever told me how he knew that, Dr. Scarpetta. Such a lovely name. Spanish?" "Italian." "Oh, I'll bet you're quite a cook then." "It's something I enjoy," I said, sipping my port. "So apparently Mr. Harper told your husband about Beryl's books." "Oh, my!" She frowned. "How curious you should bring that up. It's something I never considered. But Mr. Harper must have told him at some point. Why, yes, I can't think of how else Joe would have known, but he did. When Flag of Honor first came out, he gave me a copy of it for Christmas." She got up again. Searching several bookshelves, she pulled out a thick volume and carried it over to me. "It's autographed," she added proudly. I opened it and looked at the generous signature of Emily Stratton, which had been penned in December 10 years before. "Her first book," I said. "Possibly one of the few she ever signed," Mrs. McTeague beamed. "I believe Joe got it through Mr. Harper. Of course, there's no other way he could have gotten it." "Do you have any other signed editions?" "Not of hers. Now, I have all of her books. I've read every one of them, most of them 2 or 3 times. She hesitated, her eyes widening. "Did it happen the way the papers depicted?" "Yes." I wasn't telling the whole truth. Beryl's death was much more brutal than anything reported by the news. She reached for another cheese biscuit, and for an instant seemed on the verge of tears. "Tell me about last November," I said. "It was almost a year ago when she came to speak to your group, Mrs. McTeague. This was for the Daughters of the American Revolution?" "It was our annual authors' luncheon, the highlight of the year, when we have in a special speaker, an author, usually someone quite well known. It was my turn to head the committee to work out the arrangements, find the speaker. I knew from the start I wanted Beryl, but immediately ran into obstacles. I had no idea how to locate her. She didn't have a listed telephone number, and I had no idea where she lived, had no earthly idea she lived right here in Richmond. Finally, I asked Joe to help me out." She hesitated, laughing uncomfortably. "You know, I expect I wanted to see if I could take care of the matter on my own, and Joe was so busy. Well, he called Mr. Harper one night, and the very next morning my telephone rang. I'll never forget my surprise. Why, I was almost speechless when she identified herself." Her telephone. It hadn't occurred to me that Beryl's number was unlisted. There was no mention of this detail in the reports Officer Reed had taken. Did Marino know? She accepted the invitation, much to my delight, then asked the usual questions. Mrs. McTeague said what size group we expected. I told her between 200 and 300, the time, how long she should talk, that sort of thing. She was most gracious, charming, not chatty, though, and it was unusual. She didn't care to bring books. Authors always want to bring books, don't you know? They sell them afterward, autograph them. Beryl said that wasn't her practice, and she refused the honorarium as well. It was quite out of the ordinary. She was very sweet and modest, I thought. "Was your group all women?" I asked. She tried to remember. "I think a few members did bring their husbands, but most of those who attended were women, almost always are." I expected as much. It was improbable Beryl's killer had been among her admirers that November day. "Did she accept invitations like yours very often?" I asked. "Oh, no," Mrs. McTeague was quick to say. "I know she didn't, at least not around here. I would have heard about something like that and been the first to sign up. She struck me as a very private young woman, someone who wrote for the joy of it and didn't really care for the attention, explaining why she used pen names. Writers who mask their identities the way she did rarely venture out in public, and I'm sure she wouldn't have made the exception in my case had it not been for Joe's connections with Mr. Harper." "Sounds like he would do most anything for Mr. Harper," I commented. "Why, yes, I expect that's so." "Have you ever met him?" "Yes." "What was your impression of him?" "I expect he may have been shy," she said, "but I sometimes thought he was an unhappy man, and perhaps considered himself a bit better than everybody else. I will say he cut an impressive figure." She was staring off again, and the light had gone out of her eyes. "Certainly my husband was devoted to him." "When was the last time you saw Mr. Harper?" I asked. "Joe passed away last spring." "You haven't seen Mr. Harper since your husband died?" She shook her head and left me for a private, bitter place I knew nothing of. I wondered what had really transpired between Carrie Harper and Mr. McTeague. Bad business deals? An influence on Mr. McTeague that eventually made him less than the man his wife had loved? Perhaps it was simply that Harper was egotistical and rude. "He has a sister, I understand." "Carrie Harper lives with his sister?" I said. Mrs. McTeague baffled me by pressing her lips together, her eyes tearing up. Setting my glass on an end table, I reached for my pocketbook. She followed me to the door. I persisted carefully. "Did Beryl ever write to you, or perhaps to your husband?" She shook her head. "Are you aware of any other friends she had? Did your husband ever mention anyone?" Again she shook her head. "What about anyone she may have referred to as M, the initial M?" Mrs. McTeague stared sadly into the empty hallway, her hand on the door. When she looked at me, her eyes were weepy and unfocused. "There's a P and an A in 2 of her novels. Union Spies, I believe. Oh, my, I don't think I turned the oven off." She blinked several times as if staring into sunlight. "You'll come see me again, I hope?" "That would be very nice." Kindly touching her arm, I thanked her and left. I called my mother as soon as I got home, and for once was relieved to receive the usual lectures and reminders, to hear that strong voice loving me in its no-nonsense way. "It's been in the 80s all week, and I saw on the news it's been dropping as low as 40 in Richmond," she said. "That's almost freezing. It hasn't snowed yet?" "No, Mother, it hasn't snowed. How's your hip?" "As well as can be expected. I'm crocheting a lap robe. Thought you could cover your legs with it while you work in your office. Lucy's been asking about you." I hadn't talked to my niece in weeks. "She's working on some science project at school right now," my mother went on. "A talking robot, of all things. Brought it over the other night and scared poor Sinbad under the bed." Sinbad was a sinful, bad, mean, nasty cat, a grey and black striped stray who had tenaciously begun following Mother while she was shopping in Miami Beach one morning. Whenever I came to visit, Sinbad's hospitality extended to his perching on top of the refrigerator like a vulture and giving me the fish-eye. "You'll never guess who I saw the other day," I began a little too breezily. The need to tell someone was overwhelming. My mother knew my past, or at least most of it. "Do you remember Mark James?" Silence. "He was in Washington and stopped by." "Of course I remember him." "He stopped by to discuss a case. You remember he's a lawyer? In Chicago." I was rapidly retreating. "He was on business in D.C." The more I said, the more her disapproving silence closed in on me. "Huh! What I remember is he nearly killed you, Katie." When she called me Katie, I was 10 years old again. Chapter 4. An obvious advantage of having the forensic science labs inside my building was I didn't have to wait for paper reports. Like me, the scientists often knew a lot before they began writing anything down. I had submitted Beryl Madison's trace evidence exactly 1 week ago. It would probably be several more weeks before the report was on my desk, but Joni Ham would already have her opinions and private interpretations. Having finished the morning cases, and in a mood to speculate, I keyed myself up to the 4th floor, a cup of coffee in hand. Joni's office was little more than an alcove, sandwiched between the trace and drug analysis labs at the end of the hall. When I walked in, she was sitting at a black countertop, peering into the ocular lens of a stereoscopic microscope, a spiral notebook at her elbow filled with neatly written notes. "A bad time?" I inquired. "No worse than any other time," she said, glancing around distractedly. I pulled up a chair. Joni was a petite young woman with short black hair and wide, dark eyes. A Ph.D. candidate taking classes at night and the mother of 2 young children, she always looked tired and a bit harried, but then most of the lab workers did, and in fact the same was often said of me. "Checking in on Beryl Madison," I said. "What have you found?" "More than you bargained for, I have a feeling." She turned back through pages in the notebook. "Beryl Madison's trace is a nightmare." I wasn't surprised. I had turned in a multitude of envelopes and evidence buttons. Beryl's body was so bloody it had picked up debris like flypaper. Fibers, in particular, were difficult to examine because they had to be cleaned before Joni could put them under the scope. This required placing each individual fiber inside a container of soapy solution, which in turn was placed inside an ultrasound bath. After blood and dirt were gently agitated free, the solution was strained through sterile filter paper, and each fiber was mounted on a glass slide. Joni was scanning her notes. "If I didn't know better," she went on, "I'd suspect Beryl Madison was murdered somewhere other than her house." "Not possible," I answered. "She was murdered upstairs, and she hadn't been dead long when the police got there." "I understand that. We'll start with fibers indigenous to her house. There were 3 collected from the bloody areas of her knees and palms. They're wool, 2 of them dark red, 1 gold." "Consistent with the Oriental prayer rug in the upstairs hallway?" I recalled from the scene photographs. "Yes," she said, "a very good match with the exemplars brought in by the police. If Beryl Madison were on her hands and knees and on the rug, it would explain the fibers you collected and their location. That's the easy part." Joni reached for a stack of stiff cardboard slide folders, sorting through them until she found what she was looking for. Opening the flaps, she perused rows of glass slides as she talked. "In addition to those fibers, there were a number of white cotton fibers. They're useless, could have come from anywhere, and possibly were transferred from the white sheet covering her body." I also looked at 10 other fibers collected from her hair, the bloody areas of her neck and chest, and her fingernail scrapings. Synthetics. She glanced up at me. And they aren't consistent with any of the exemplars the police sent in. They don't match up with her clothing or bed covers, I asked. Joni shook her head and said, Not at all. They appear foreign to the scene. And because they were adhering to blood or were under her nails, the likelihood is strong they're the result of a passive transfer from the assailant to her. This was an unexpected reward. When Deputy Chief Fielding finally got hold of me the night of Beryl's murder, I had instructed him to wait for me at the morgue. I got there shortly before 1 a.m., and we spent the next several hours examining Beryl's body under the laser and collecting every particle and fibre that lit up. I had just assumed most of what we found would prove worthless debris from Beryl's own clothing or house. The idea of finding 10 fibres deposited by the assailant was astonishing. In most cases I was lucky to find one unknown fibre, and considered myself blessed to find 2 or 3. I frequently had cases where I didn't find any. Fibres are hard to see even with a lens, and the slightest disturbance of the body or the faintest stirring of air can dislodge them long before the medical examiner arrives at the scene or the body is transported to the morgue. What sort of synthetics? I asked. Olefin, acrylic, nylon, polyethylene, and Dynel, with the majority of them being nylon, Joni replied. The colors vary. Red, blue, green, gold, orange. Microscopically, they're inconsistent with each other as well. She began placing one slide after another on the stereoscope stage and peering through the lens. She explained, Longitudinally, some are striated, some aren't. Most of them contain titanium dioxide in a variety of densities, meaning some are at semi-dull luster, others dull, a few bright. The diameters are all rather coarse, suggestive of carpet-type fibers, but on cross-section the shapes vary. 10 different origins? I asked. That's the way it looks at this point, she said. Definitely atypical. If these fibers were transferred by the assailant, he was carrying an unusual variety of fibers on his person. Obviously the coarser ones aren't from his clothing because they're carpet-type fibers, and they're not from any of the carpets inside her house. For him to have such a variety is peculiar for another reason. You pick up fibers all day long, but they don't stay with you. You sit somewhere and pick up fibers, and a little later they're brushed off when you sit somewhere else, or the air dislodges them. It got more perplexing. Joni turned another page in her notebook and said, I've also put the vacuumings under the scope, Dr. Scarpetta. The debris Marino vacuumed off the prayer rug, in particular, is a real hodgepodge. She skimmed a list. Tobacco ash, pinkish paper particles, consistent with a stamp on cigarette packs, glass beads, a couple bits of broken glass consistent with beer bottle and headlight glass. As usual, there are pieces and parts of bugs, vegetable debris, also one spherical metal ball, and a lot of salt. As in table salt? That's right, she said. All this was on her prayer rug? I asked. Also from the area of the floor where her body was found, she replied. And a lot of the same debris was on her body, in her nail scrapings and in her hair. Beryl didn't smoke. There was no reason for tobacco ash or particles from a cigarette pack stamp to be found inside her house. Salt is associated with food, and it didn't make sense for salt to be upstairs or on her body. Marino brought in 6 different vacuumings, all of them from carpets and areas of the floor where blood was found, Joni said. In addition, I've looked at the control sample vacuumings taken from areas of her house or carpets where there was no blood or evidence of a struggle, areas where the police think the killer didn't go. The vacuumings are significantly different. The debris I just listed was found only in those areas where the killer was thought to have been, suggesting that most of this material was transferred from him to the scene in her body. It may have been clinging to his shoes, his clothing, his hair. Everywhere he went, everything he brushed up against collected some of this debris. He must be a veritable pig-pen, I said. This stuff is almost invisible to the naked eye, the ever-serious Joni reminded me. He probably wouldn't have a clue he was carrying so much trace on his person. I studied her handwritten lists. There were only 2 types of cases from my past experience that might account for such an abundance of debris. One was when a body was dumped in a landfill or some other dirty place such as a road shoulder or gravel parking lot. The other when it was transported from one scene to another in the dirty trunk or on the dirty floor of a car. Neither scenario applied to Beryl. "Break it down for me by color," I said. "Which of these are likely to be carpet versus garment fibers?" "The 6 nylon fibers are red, dark red, blue, green, greenish yellow, and dark green. The greens may actually be black," she added. "Black doesn't look black under the scope. All of these are coarse, consistent with carpet-type fibers, and I'm suspicious some of them may be from vehicle versus household carpeting." "Why?" "Because of the debris I've found. For example, the glass beads are often associated with reflectorized paint, such as is used in street signs. The metal spheres I find quite often in car vacuumings. They're solder balls from the assembling of the vehicle's undercarriage. You don't see them, but they're there. Bits of broken glass is all over the place, especially along road shoulders and in parking lots. You pick it up on the bottom of your shoes and track it into your car. Same goes for the cigarette debris. Finally, we're left with salt, and that makes me most suspicious the origin of Beryl's trace is vehicular. People go to McDonald's. They eat French fries inside their cars. Probably every car in the city has salt in it." "Let's say you're right," I said. "Let's say these fibers are from car carpeting. That still doesn't explain why there would be possibly 6 different nylon carpet fibers. It's not likely this guy has 6 different types of carpet inside his vehicle." "No, that's not likely," Joni said, "but the fibers could have been transferred to the inside of his car. Maybe he works in a profession that exposes him to carpets. Maybe he has an occupation that puts him in and out of different cars throughout the day." "A car wash?" I asked, envisioning Beryl's car. It was spotless inside and out. Joni thought about this, her young face intense. "Could very well be something like that. If he works in one of these car washes where attendants clean the interiors, the trunks, he'd be exposed to a variety of carpet fibers all day long. It's inevitable he's going to pick up some of them. Another possibility is he works as a car mechanic." I reached for my coffee. "Okay, let's get to the other 4 fibers. What can you tell me about them?" She glanced over her paperwork. "One is acrylic, one olefin, one polyethylene, the other Dynel. Again, the first 3 are consistent with carpet-type fibers. The Dynel fiber is interesting because I don't see Dynel very often. It's generally associated with fake fur coats, fur-like rugs, wigs. But this Dynel fiber is rather fine, more consistent with garment material." "The only clothing fiber you found?" "I'm inclined that way," she answered. Beryl was thought to have been wearing a tannish pantsuit. "It's not Dynel," she said. "At least her slacks and jacket aren't. They're a cotton and polyester blend. It's possible her blouse was Dynel. No way to know since it hasn't turned up." She retrieved another slide from the file folder and mounted it on the stage. "As for the orange fiber I mentioned, the only acrylic one I found, it has a shape at cross-section I've never seen before." She drew a diagram to demonstrate. 3 circles joined in the center, bringing to mind a 3-leaf clover without a stem. "Fibers are manufactured by forcing a melted or dissolved polymer through the very fine holes of a spinneret. Cross-sectionally, the resulting filaments or fibers will be the same shape as the spinneret holes, just as a line of toothpaste will be the same cross-sectional shape as the opening in the tube it was squeezed through. I'd never seen the cloverleaf shape before, either. Most acrylics are a peanut, dog-bone, dumbbell, round, or mushroom shape at cross-section. "Here." Joni moved to one side, making room for me. I peered through the ocular lens. The fiber looked like a blotchy, twisted ribbon, its varying shades of bright orange lightly peppered with black particles of titanium dioxide. "As you can see," she explained, "the color is also a little awkward. The orange, uneven and moderately dense with delustering particles to dull the fiber's shine. All the same, the orange is garish, a real Halloween orange, which I find peculiar for clothing or carpet fibers. The diameter is moderately coarse." "Which would make it consistent with carpeting," I ventured, "despite the peculiar color." "Possibly." I began thinking about what materials I had come across that were bright orange. "What about traffic vests?" I asked. "They're bright orange, and a fiber from that would fit with the vehicle-type debris you've identified." "Unlikely," she replied. "Most traffic vests I've seen are nylon versus acrylic. usually a very coarse mesh that isn't likely to shed. In addition, windbreakers and jackets you might associate with road crews or traffic cops are smooth, also unlikely to shed, and they're usually nylon. She paused, adding thoughtfully, "It also seems to me you aren't likely to find much, if any, delustering particles. You wouldn't want a traffic vest to appear dull." I backed away from the stereoscope. Whatever the case, this fibre is so distinctive I suspect it's patented. Someone out there should recognize it, even if we don't have a known material for comparison. Good luck. I know, proprietary blackouts, I said. The textile industry is as secretive about their patents as people are about their assignations. Joni stretched her arms and massaged the back of her neck. It's always struck me as miraculous the feds were able to get so much cooperation in the Wayne Williams case, she said, referring to the grisly 22-month spree in Atlanta, in which it is believed that as many as 30 black children were murdered by the same serial killer. Fibrous debris recovered from 12 of the victims' bodies was linked to the residence and automobiles used by Williams. Maybe we should get Hannawell to take a look at these fibres, especially this orange one, I said. Roy Hannawell was an FBI special agent in the microscopic analysis unit in Quantico. He examined the fibres in the Williams case, and ever since had been inundated with other investigative agencies worldwide wanting him to look at everything from cashmere to cobwebs. "Good luck," Joni said again, just as drolly. "You'll call him?" I asked. "I doubt he'll be inclined to look at something that's already been examined," she said, adding, "You know how the feds are." "We'll both call him," I decided. When I returned to my office, there were half a dozen pink telephone messages. One jumped out at me. Written on it was a number with a New York City exchange, and the note, "Mark, please return call ASAP." There was only one reason I could think of for his being in New York. He was seeing Sparacino, Beryl's attorney. Why was Orndorff and Berger so intensely interested in Beryl Madison's murder? The telephone number, apparently, was Mark's direct line because he picked up on the first ring. "When's the last time you were in New York?" he asked casually. "I beg your pardon." "There's a flight leaving Richmond in exactly 4 hours. It's non-stop. Can you be on it?" "What is this about?" I asked quietly, my pulse quickening. "I don't think it wise to discuss the details over the phone, Kay," he said. "I don't think it wise for me to come to New York, Mark," I responded. "Please, it's important. You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't." "It's not possible." "I just spent the morning with Sparacino," he interrupted, as long-suppressed emotions wrestled with my resolve. "There's a couple of new developments having to do with Beryl Madison and your office." "My office?" I no longer sounded unmoved. "What could you possibly be discussing that has to do with my office?" "Please," he said again, "please come." I hesitated. "I'll meet you at LaGuardia." Mark's urgency cut off my attempts at retreat. "We'll find someplace quiet to talk. The reservation's already made. All you need to do is pick up your ticket at the check-in counter. I've booked a room for you, taken care of everything." Oh, God, I thought as I hung up. And then I was inside Rose's office. "I have to go to New York this afternoon," I explained in a tone that invited no questions. "It has to do with Beryl Madison's case, and I'll be out of the office at least through tomorrow." I evaded her eyes. Though my secretary knew nothing about Mark, I feared that my motivation was as obvious as a billboard. "Is there a number where you can be reached?" Rose asked. "No." Opening the calendar, she immediately began scanning for the appointment she would need to cancel. As she informed me, "The Times called earlier, something about doing a features article, a profile of you." "Forget it," I answered irritably. "They just want to corner me about Beryl Madison's case. It never fails." This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Body of Evidence by Patricia D. Cornwell continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. Opening the calendar, she immediately began scanning for the appointment she would need to cancel. As she informed me, "The Times called earlier, something about doing a features article, a profile of you." "Forget it," I answered irritably. "They just want to corner me about Beryl Madison's case. It never fails. Whenever there's a particularly brutal case I refuse to discuss, Suddenly every reporter in town wants to know where I went to college, if I have a dog, or ambivalence about capital punishment, and what my favorite color, food, movie, and mode of death are. "I'll decline," she muttered, reaching for the phone. I left the office in time to make it home, throw a few things into a suit bag, and beat the rush-hour traffic. As Mark promised, my ticket was waiting for me at the airport. He had booked me in first class, and within the hour I was settled in a row all to myself. For the next hour I sipped Chivas on the rocks and tried to read, as my thoughts shifted like the clouds in the darkening sky beyond my oval window. I wanted to see Mark. I realized it wasn't professional necessity, but a weakness that I had believed I had completely overcome. I was alternately thrilled and disgusted with myself. I did not trust him, but I wanted to, desperately. He's not the Mark you once knew, and even if he was, remember what he did to you. And no matter what my mind said, my emotions would not listen. I went through 20 pages of a novel written by Beryl Madison as Adair Wilds, and had no earthly idea what I had read. Historical romances are not my favorite, and this one, in truth, wouldn't win any prizes. Beryl wrote well, her prose sometimes breaking into song, but the story limped along on wooden feet. It was the sort of pulp that was written almost to formula, and I wondered if she might have succeeded at the literature she aspired to write had she lived. The pilot's voice suddenly announced we would be landing in 10 minutes. Below, the city was a dazzling circuit board with tiny lights moving along highways and tower lights winking red from the tops of skyscrapers. Minutes later, I pulled my suit bag out of the storage compartment and passed through the boarding bridge into the madness of LaGuardia. I turned, rather startled at the pressure of a hand on my elbow. Mark was behind me, smiling. "Thank God," I said with relief. "What, you thought I was a purse-snatcher?" he asked dryly. "If you had been, you wouldn't be standing," I said. "I don't doubt that." He began steering me through the terminal. "Your only bag?" "Yes." "Good." Out front we got a cab piloted by a bearded Sikh in a maroon turban whose name was Munjar, according to the ID clamped to his visor. He and Mark shouted at each other until Munjar appeared to understand our destination. "You haven't eaten, I hope," Mark said to me. "Nothing but smoked almonds." I fell against his shoulder as we screeched from lane to lane. "There's a good steakhouse not far from the hotel," Mark said loudly. "Figured we'd just eat there since I don't know a damn thing about getting around in this city." Just getting to the hotel would do, I thought, as Munjar began an unsolicited monologue about how he had come to this country to get married and had a December wedding planned even though he had no prospects for a wife at the moment. He went on to inform us that he had been driving a cab for only 3 weeks and had learned how to drive in the Punjab, where he had started driving a tractor at the age of 7. The traffic was bumper to bumper, with yellow cabs whirling dervishes in the dark. When we arrived in Midtown, we passed a steady flow of people in evening dress, adding to the long line outside Carnegie Hall. The bright lights and people in furs and black ties stirred old memories. Mark and I used to love the theatre, the symphony, the opera. The cab stopped at the Omni Park Central, an impressive tower of lights near the theatre district at the corner of 55th and 7th. Mark snatched up my bag, and I followed him inside the elegant lobby, where he checked me in and had my bag sent up to my room. Minutes later, we were walking through the sharp night air. I was grateful I had brought my overcoat. It felt cold enough to snow. In 3 blocks we were at Gallagher's, the nightmare of every cow and coronary artery and the fantasy of every red meat lover. The front window was a meat locker behind glass, an enormous display of every cut of meat imaginable. Inside was a shrine to celebrities, autographed photographs covering the walls. The din was loud, and the bartender mixed our drinks very strong. I lit a cigarette and took a quick survey. Tables were arranged close together, typical for New York restaurants. 2 businessmen were engrossed in conversation to our left, the table to our right empty, the one beyond that occupied by a strikingly handsome young man working on the New York Times and a beer. I took a long look at Mark, trying to read his face. He was tight around the eyes and playing with his scotch. "Why am I really here, Mark?" I asked. "Maybe I just wanted to take you out to dinner," he said. "Seriously." "I'm serious. You aren't enjoying yourself?" "How can I enjoy myself when I'm waiting for a bomb to drop?" I said. He unbuttoned his suit jacket. "We'll order first, then we'll talk." He used to do this to me all the time. He would get me going only to make me wait. Maybe it was the lawyer in him. It used to drive me crazy. It still did. "The prime rib comes highly recommended," he said as we looked over the menus. "That's what I'm going to have, and a spinach salad. Nothing fancy, but the steaks are supposed to be the best in town." "You've never been here?" I asked. "No, Sparacino has," he answered. "He recommended this place? And the hotel, too, I presume?" I asked, my paranoia kicking in. "Sure," he replied, interested in the wine list now. "It's SOP. Clients fly to town and stay in the Omni because it's convenient to the firm." "And your clients eat here, too?" "Sparacino's been here before, usually after the theater. That's how he knows about it," Mark said. "What else does Sparacino know about?" I asked. "Did you tell him you were meeting me?" He met my eyes and said, "No." "How is that possible, if your firm is putting me up and if Sparacino recommended the hotel and the restaurant?" "He recommended the hotel to me, Kay. I have to stay somewhere. I have to eat. Sparacino invited me to go out with a couple of other lawyers tonight. I declined, said I needed to look over some paperwork, and would probably just find a steak somewhere. What did he recommend?" and so on. It was beginning to dawn on me, and I wasn't sure if I felt embarrassed or unnerved. Probably it was both. Orndorff and Berger wasn't paying for this trip. Mark was. His firm knew nothing about it. The waiter was back, and Mark placed the order. I was fast losing my appetite. "I flew in last night," he resumed. "Sparacino got hold of me in Chicago yesterday morning, said he needed to see me right away. As you may have guessed, it's about Beryl Madison." He looked uncomfortable. "And?" I prodded him, my uneasiness increasing. He took a deep breath and said, "Sparacino knows about my connection, about you and me, our past." My stare stopped him. "Kay, you bastard!" I pushed back my chair and dropped my napkin on the table. "Kay!" Mark grabbed my arm, pulling me back into the seat. I angrily shook him off and sat rigidly in my chair, glaring at him. It was in a Georgetown restaurant many years ago that I had snatched off the heavy gold bracelet he had given me and dropped it into his clam chowder. It was a childish thing to do. It was one of the rare moments in my life when I had completely lost my composure and made a scene. "Look," he said, lowering his voice, "I don't blame you for what you're thinking, but it isn't like that. I'm not taking advantage of our past. Just listen for a minute, please. It's very involved, has to do with things you know nothing about. I have your best interests in mind, I swear. I'm not supposed to be talking to you. If Sparacino, if Berger knew, my ass would be nailed to the nearest tree." I didn't say anything. I was so upset I couldn't think. He leaned forward. "Start with this thought. Berger's after Sparacino, and right now Sparacino's after you." "After me?" I blurted out. "I've never met the man. How could he be after me?" "Again, it's all got to do with Beryl," he repeated. "The truth is, he's been her lawyer since the beginning of her career. He didn't join our firm until we opened the office here in New York. Before that, he was on his own. We needed an attorney who specialized in entertainment law. Sparacino's been in New York for 30-some years. He had all the connections. He brought over his clients, brought us a lot of business up front. You remember my mentioning when I first met Beryl, the lunch at the Algonquin?" I nodded, the fight in me fading. "That was a set-up, Kay. I wasn't there by accident. Berger sent me." "Why?" Glancing around the restaurant, he replied, "Because Berger's worried. The firm's just getting started in New York, and you've got to be aware how hard it is to break into this city, to build up a solid clientele, a good reputation. Last thing we need is an asshole like Sparacino driving the firm's name into the gutter." He fell silent as the waiter appeared with the salads and ceremoniously uncorked a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. Mark took the obligatory first sip and glasses. "Berger knew when he hired Sparacino. The guy's flamboyant, likes to play fast and loose," Mark resumed. "You think, well, it's just his style. Some lawyers are conservative, others like to make a lot of noise. Problem is, it wasn't until some months back that Berger and a few of us began to see just how far Sparacino was willing to go. You remember Christy Riggs?" It took a moment for the name to click. "The actress who married the quarterback?" Nodding, he said, Sparacino masterminded that one from soup to nuts. Christie's a struggling model, doing a few TV commercials here in the city. This was about 2 years ago. At the same time, Leon Jones was making the covers of all the magazines. The two of them meet at a party, and some photographer snaps a picture of them leaving together and getting inside Jones's Maserati. Next thing, Christie Riggs is sitting in the lobby of Orndorff and Berger. She's got an appointment with Sparacino. "Are you telling me Sparacino was behind what happened?" I asked in disbelief. Christie Riggs and Leon Jones had been married last year and divorced about 6 months later. Their tempestuous relationship and dirty divorce had entertained the world night after night on the news. "Yes." Mark sipped his wine. "Explain." "Sparacino fixes on Christie," he said. "She's gorgeous, smart, ambitious. But the real thing she's got going for her at the moment is she's dating Jones. Sparacino gives her the game plan. She wants to be a household name. She wants to be rich. All she's got to do is draw Jones into her web and later start crying in front of cameras about their lives behind shut doors. She accuses him of slapping her around, says he's a drunk, a psychopath, fooling around with cocaine, smashing up the furniture. Next thing you know, she and Jones are splitting, and she's signed a $1 million book contract." "Makes me have a little more sympathy for Jones," I muttered. "The worst part is, I think he really loved her and didn't have the smarts to know what he was up against. He started playing lousy ball, ended up in the Betty Ford Clinic. He's since dropped out of sight. One of America's greatest quarterbacks is washed up, ruined, and indirectly you can thank Sparacino for it. This kind of muckraking and slandering isn't our style. Orndorff and Berger is an old, distinguished firm, Kay. When Berger began to get a scent of what his entertainment lawyer was doing, Berger wasn't exactly happy." "Why doesn't your firm just get rid of him?" I asked, picking up my salad. "Because we can't prove anything, not at this point. Sparacino knows how to slide through without a snag. He's powerful, especially in New York. It's like grabbing hold of a snake. How the hell do you let go without getting bit?" And the list goes on. Mark's eyes were angry. When you start looking back through Sparacino's professional history and examine some of the cases he handled when he was a one-man show, it really makes you wonder. "What cases, for example?" I almost hated to ask. "A lot of suits. Some hatchet writer decides to do an unauthorized biography of Elvis, John Lennon, Sinatra, and when it comes pub time, the celebrity, his relatives, sue the biographer, and it makes the network talk shows, People magazine. The book comes out anyway with the benefit of incredible free publicity. Everybody's fighting over it because it's got to be juicy to have caused such a stink. We're suspicious Sparacino's method is to represent the writer, then go behind the scenes and offer the victim or victims money under the table to raise hell. It's all staged, works like a charm. Makes you wonder what to believe. In fact, I wondered that most of the time." The prime rib arrived. When the waiter was gone, I asked, "How in the world did Beryl Madison ever get hooked up with him?" "Through Carrie Harper," Mark said. "That's the irony. Sparacino represented Harper for a number of years. When Beryl was coming along, Harper sent her to him. Sparacino has been shepherding her since the beginning, a combination agent, lawyer, and godfather. I think Beryl was very vulnerable to older, powerful men, and her career was pretty bland until she decided to do this autobiographical work. My guess is Sparacino originally suggested it. Whatever the case, Harper hasn't published anything since his great American novel. He's history, only valuable to someone like Sparacino if there's a possibility for exploitation." I considered. Is it possible Sparacino was playing his game with them? In other words, Beryl decides to break her silence and break her contract with Harper, and Sparacino plays both sides, goes behind the scenes and goads Harper into causing a problem? He refilled our glasses and answered, "Yes, I think he was staging a dogfight, and neither Beryl nor Harper was aware of it. As I've said, it's Sparacino's style." We ate in silence for a moment. Gallagher's was living up to its reputation. You could cut the prime rib with a fork. Mark finally said, "What's so awful, at least for me, Kay?" He looked up at me, his face hard. "That day we had lunch at the Algonquin, when Beryl mentioned she was being threatened, that someone was threatening to kill her?" He hesitated. "To tell you the truth, knowing what I did about Sparacino—" "You didn't believe her?" I finished the sentence for him. No, he confessed, I didn't. Frankly, it struck me as another publicity stunt. I was suspicious Sparacino put her up to it, had her stage the whole thing to help sell her book. Not only does she have this battle with Harper, but now someone's threatening to kill her. I didn't give what she said much credence. He paused. And I was wrong. Sparacino wouldn't go that far, I dared to suggest. You're not implying... I really think it's more likely he might have agitated Harper to the point he freaked, got so enraged maybe he came to see her and lost it. Or Harper hired someone else to do it. If that's the case, I said quietly, he must have a lot to hide about what went on when Beryl lived with him. He might, Mark said, returning his attention to his meal. Even if he doesn't, he knows Sparacino, knows how he operates. Truth or fiction, it doesn't matter. When Sparacino wants to raise a stink, he does, and nobody remembers the outcome, only the accusations. And now he's after me? I asked dubiously. I don't understand. How do I fit in? Simple. Sparacino wants Beryl's manuscript, Kay. Now more than ever the book's a hot property because of what happened to the author. He looked up at me. He believes the manuscript was turned into your office as evidence. Now it's missing. I reached for the sour cream and was very calm when I asked, What makes you think it's missing? Sparacino somehow managed to get his hands on the police report, Mark said. You've seen it, I assume. It was fairly routine, I answered. He jogged my memory. On the back sheet's an itemized list of evidence collected, including papers found on her bedroom floor and a manuscript from her dresser. Oh, God, I thought. Marino had found a manuscript. It was simply that he had found the wrong one. He talked to the investigator this morning, Mark said, a lieutenant named Marino. He told Sparacino the cops don't have it, said all evidence was turned into the labs in your building. He suggested Sparacino called a medical examiner. You, in other words. It's pro forma, I said. The cops send everyone to me, and I send everyone back to them. Try telling Sparacino that. He's claiming it was turned into you, that it came in with Beryl's body, and now it's missing. He's holding your office responsible. That's ridiculous. Is it? Mark looked speculatively at me. I felt as if I were being cross-examined when he said, Isn't it true some evidence comes in with the body and you personally receipt it to the labs or store it in your evidence room? Of course it was true. Are you part of the chain of evidence in Beryl's case? He asked. Not in terms of what was found at the scene, such as in the instance of any personal papers, I said tensely. Those were receipted to the labs by the cops, not by me. In fact, most of the items collected from our house would be in the PD's property room. Again, he said, Try telling Sparacino that. I never saw the manuscript, I said flatly. My office doesn't have it, never had it. And as far as I know, it hasn't turned up, period. It hasn't turned up? You mean it wasn't in her house? The cops didn't find it? No. The manuscript they found isn't the one you're talking about. It's an old one, possibly from a book published years ago, and it's incomplete, just a couple 100 pages at most. It was in her bedroom on the dresser. Marino took it in, had fingerprints check in the event the killer might have touched it. He leaned back in his chair. If you didn't find it, he asked quietly, then where is it? I have no idea, I answered. I suppose it could be anywhere. Perhaps she mailed it to someone. She have a computer? Yes. You check out her hard disk? Her computer doesn't have a hard disk, just 2 floppy drives, I said. Marino's checking the floppies. I don't know what's on them. It doesn't make sense, he went on. Even if she did mail the manuscript to someone, it doesn't make sense she wouldn't have made a copy first, that there wasn't a copy somewhere inside her house. It doesn't make sense her godfather Sparacino wouldn't have a copy, I said pointedly. I can't believe he hasn't seen the book. In fact, I can't believe he doesn't have a draft somewhere, maybe even the latest version. He says he doesn't, and I'm inclined to believe him for one good reason. From what I've gathered about Beryl, she was very private when it came to her writing, didn't let anybody, including Sparacino, see what she was doing until it was finished. She'd kept him posted on her progress through telephone conversations, letters. According to him, the last time he heard from her was about a month ago. She supposedly told him she was busy revising and should have the book ready to submit for publication by the 1st of the year. A month ago? I asked warily. She wrote to him? Called him. From where? Hell, I don't know. Richmond, I guess. Is that what he told you? Mark thought for a moment. No, he didn't mention where she was calling from. He paused. Why? She'd been out of town for a while, I replied, as if it didn't matter. I'm just wondering if Sparacino knew where she was. The cops don't know where she was? There's a lot the cops don't know, I said. That's not an answer. A better answer is we really shouldn't be discussing her case, Mark. I've already said too much, and I'm not sure why you're so interested. And you're not sure my motives are pure, he said. You're not sure that I'm not trying to wine you and dine you because I want information. Yes, to be honest, I answered as our eyes met. I'm worried, Kay. I could tell by the tension in his face, the face that still had power over me, that he was. I could scarcely take my eyes off him. Sparacino's up to something, he said. I don't want you squeezed. He drained the last of the wine into our glasses. What's he going to do, Mark? I asked. Call me and demand a manuscript I don't have, so what? I have a feeling he knows you don't have it, he said. Problem is, it doesn't matter. Yes, he wants it, and he'll get it eventually. Has to, unless it's lost. He's the executor of her estate. That's cozy, I said. I just know he's up to something. He seemed to be talking to himself. Another one of his publicity schemes, I offered a bit too breezily. He sipped his wine. I can't imagine what, I went on. Not anything involving me. I can imagine it, he said seriously. Then please spell it out, I said. He did. Headline, Chief Medical Examiner refuses to release controversial manuscript. I laughed. That's ridiculous. He didn't smile. Think about it. A controversial autobiography written by a reclusive woman who ends up brutally murdered. Then the manuscript disappears and the medical examiner is accused of stealing it. The damn thing's disappeared from the morgue. Christ! When the book finally comes out, it will be a runaway bestseller, and Hollywood will be fighting over the movie rights. I'm not worried, I said unconvincingly. It's all so far-fetched I can't imagine it. Sparacino's a whiz at making something out of nothing, Kay, he warned. I just don't want you ending up like Leon Jones. He looked around for the waiter, his eyes freezing in the direction of the front door. Quickly looking down at his half-eaten prime rib, he mumbled, "Oh, shit." It took every bit of my self-restraint not to turn around. I didn't look up or act the least bit aware until the big man was at our table. "Well, hello, Mark. Thought I might find you here." He was a soft-spoken man in his late 50s or early 60s, with a fleshy face made hard by small eyes as blue as they were lacking in warmth. Flushed, he was breathing hard, as if the exertion of merely carrying his formidable weight strained every cell in his body. "On a whim, I decided to wander by and offer you a drink, old boy." Unbuttoning his cashmere coat, he turned to me, offering his hand in a smile. "I don't believe we've met. Robert Sparacino." "Kay Scarpetta," I said, with surprising poise. Chapter 5. Somehow we had managed to drink liqueur with Sparacino for an hour. It was awful. He acted as if I were a stranger, but he knew who I was, and I was sure the encounter hadn't been accidental. In a city the size of New York, how could it have been accidental? "You're sure there's no way he knew I was coming?" I asked. "I don't see how," Mark said. I could feel the urgency in his fingertips as he steered me right onto 55th Street. Carnegie Hall was empty, a few people strolling past on the sidewalk. It was getting close to 1 a.m., and my thoughts were floating in alcohol, nerves taut. Sparacino had gotten more animated and obsequious with each Grand Marnier until he was finally slurring his words. He doesn't miss a trick. You think he's soused and won't remember a thing in the morning. Hell, he's on red alert even when he's sound asleep. "You're not making me feel any better," I said. We headed straight for the elevator, where we rode up in self-conscious silence, watching the floor light blink from number to number. Our feet were quiet on the carpeted hallway. Hoping my bag was there, I was relieved to see it on the bed when I stepped inside my room. "Are you nearby?" I asked. "A couple doors down." His eyes were darting around. "You going to offer me a nightcap?" "I didn't bring anything." "There's a bar fully stocked, take my word for it," he said. We needed another drink like a hole in the head. "What's Sparacino going to do?" I asked. The bar was a small refrigerator filled with beer, wine, and jigger-sized bottles. "He sees us together," I added. "What's going to happen?" "Depends on what I tell him," Mark said. I handed him a plastic cup of scotch. "Let me ask it this way. What are you planning to tell him, Mark?" "A lie." I sat down on the edge of the bed. He pulled a chair close and began slowly swirling the amber liquor. Our knees were almost touching. "I'll tell him I was trying to find out what I could from you," he said, "trying to help him out." "That you were using me," I said, my thoughts breaking apart like a bad radio transmission, "that you were able to do that because of our past." "Yes." "And that's a lie?" I demanded. He laughed, and I had forgotten how much I loved the sound of his laugh. "I fail to see the humor," I protested. It was hot inside the room. I felt flushed from the scotch. "If that's a lie, Mark, then what's the truth?" "Kay," he said, still smiling, and his eyes wouldn't let me go, "I've already told you the truth." He was silent for a moment. Then he leaned over and touched my cheek, and I was frightened by how much I wanted him to kiss me. He leaned back in his chair. "Why don't you stay at least until tomorrow afternoon? Maybe we should both go talk to Sparacino in the morning." "No," I said, "that's exactly what he'd like me to do." "Whatever you say." Hours later, after Mark left, I lay awake, staring up into the darkness, aware of the cool emptiness of the other side of the bed. In the old days, Mark never stayed the night, and the next morning I would go around the apartment collecting various articles of clothing, dirty glasses, dishes, and wine bottles, and emptying the ashtrays. Both of us smoked then. We would sit up until 1, 2, 3 a.m., talking, laughing, touching, drinking, smoking. We also argued. I hated the debates, which all too often turned into vicious exchanges, blow for blow, tit for tat. Code section this for philosophical that. I was always waiting to hear him say he was in love with me. He never did. In the morning I had the same empty feeling I'd had as a child when Christmas was over, and I helped my mother gather up the discarded gift paper strewn under the tree. I didn't know what I wanted. Maybe I never had. The emotional distance was never worth the togetherness, and yet I didn't learn. Nothing had changed. Had he reached for me, I would have forgotten to behave sensibly. Desire has no reason, and the need for intimacy had never stopped. I had not conjured up the images in years, his lips on mine, his hands, the urgency of our hunger. Now I was tormented by the memories. I had forgotten to request a wake-up call and didn't bother with the clock by the bed. Setting my mental alarm for 6, I woke up exactly on time. I sat straight up and felt as bad as I looked. A hot shower and careful grooming did not hide the dark, puffy circles under my eyes or my wan complexion. The bathroom lighting was brutally honest. I called United Airlines and was tapping on Mark's door at 7. "Hi," he said, looking disgustingly fresh and chipper. "You changed your mind?" "Yes," I said. The familiar scent of his cologne rearranged my thoughts like bright shards of glass inside a kaleidoscope. "I knew you would," he said. "And how did you know that?" I asked. "Never knew you to duck a fight," he said, watching me in the dresser mirror as he resumed knotting his tie. Mark and I had agreed to meet at the Orndorff and Berger offices in the early afternoon. The firm's lobby was a heartless, deep space. Rising from black carpet was a massive black console beneath polished brass track lighting, with a solid block of brass serving as a table between 2 black acrylic chairs nearby. Remarkably, there was no other furniture, no plants or paintings, nothing else but a few pieces of twisted sculpture deposited like shrapnel to break the vast emptiness of the room. "May I help you?" The receptionist gave me a practised smile from the depths of her station. Before I could respond, a door, indistinguishable from the dark walls, silently opened, and Mark was taking my suit bag and ushering me inside a long, wide hallway. We passed doorway after doorway, opening onto spacious offices with plate-glass windows offering a grey vista of Manhattan. I didn't see a soul. I supposed everybody was at lunch. "Who in God's name designed your lobby?" I whispered. "The person we're going to see," Mark said. Sparacino's office was twice the size of the others I had passed. His desk a beautiful block of ebony, scattered with polished gemstone paperweights and surrounded by walls of books. No less intimidating than he had seemed last night, this lawyer to luminaries and the literati was dressed in what looked like an expensive John Gotti suit, the handkerchief in his breast pocket offering a contrasting touch of blood red. He did not budge from his casual repose when we walked in and helped ourselves to chairs. For a chilly moment he did not even look at us. "Understand you're on your way to lunch," he finally said, as cool blue eyes lifted up and thick fingers shut a file folder. "I promise not to hold you up long, Dr. Scarpetta. Mark and I have been reviewing a few details pertaining to the case of my client, Beryl Madison. As her attorney and the executor of her estate, I have some fairly clear needs, and I'm confident you can assist me in complying with her wishes." I said nothing, my search for an ashtray fruitless. "Robert needs her papers," Mark said unemphatically. "Specifically the manuscript of the book she was writing, Kay. I was explaining to him before you got here that the medical examiner's office is not the custodian of these personal effects, at least not in this instance." We had rehearsed this meeting over breakfast. Mark was supposed to handle Sparacino before I arrived. Already I was getting the feeling that I was the one being handled. I looked straight at Sparacino and said, "The items receipted to my office are of an evidentiary nature and do not include any papers you might need." "You're telling me you don't have the manuscript," he said. "That's correct." "You don't know where it is, either," he said. "I have no idea." "Well, now, I've got a few problems with what you're saying." His face was expressionless as he opened the file folder and produced a photocopy I recognized as Beryl's police report. "According to the police, a manuscript was recovered at the scene," he said. "Now I'm being told there isn't a manuscript. Can you help me make sense of that?" "Pages of a manuscript were recovered," I answered, "but I don't think they're what you're interested in, Mr. Sparacino. They do not appear to be part of a current work, and, more to the point, they were never receipted to me." "How many pages?" he asked. "I've not actually seen them," I said. "Who has?" "Lieutenant Marino. He's the one you really need to talk to," I said. "I already have, and he tells me he hand-delivered the manuscript to you." I did not believe Marino had actually said such a thing. "A miscommunication," I replied. "I think Marino must have been referring to his receipting a partial manuscript to the forensic labs, pages of which may be an earlier work. The Bureau of Forensic Science is a separate division. It happens to be located in my building." I glanced at Mark. His face was hard, and he was perspiring. Leather creaked as Sparacino shifted in the chair. "Stray with you, Dr. Scarpetta," he said. "I don't believe you." "I have no control over what you believe or don't believe," I replied very calmly. "I've been giving the matter a lot of thought," he said, just as calmly. "The fact is, the manuscript's a lot of worthless paper unless you realize its value to certain parties. I know of at least 2 people, not including publishers, who would pay a high price for the book she was working on when she died." "All of this is of no concern to me," I answered. "My office does not have the manuscript you've mentioned. Furthermore, we never had it." "Someone has it." He stared out the window. "I knew Beryl better than anyone did. Knew her habits, Dr. Scarpetta. She'd been out of town for quite a while, had been home only a few hours before she was murdered. I find it impossible to think she didn't have her manuscript close by, in her office, in her briefcase, in a suitcase." The small blue eyes fixed back on me. "She doesn't have a lockbox in a bank, no other place she might have kept it. Not that she would have, anyway. She had it with her while she was out of town, was working on it. Obviously, when she came back to Richmond, she would have had the manuscript with her." "She'd been out of town for quite a while," I repeated. "You're sure of that?" Mark wouldn't look at me. Sparacino leaned back in his chair and laced his fingers over his big belly. He said to me, I knew Beryl wasn't home. I had been trying to call her for weeks. Then she called me about a month ago. She wouldn't tell me where she was, but said she was, quote, safe, and proceeded to give me a progress report on her book, said she was hard at work on it. To make a long story short, I didn't pry. Beryl was running scared because of this psycho threatening her. It didn't really matter to me where she was, just that she was well and working hard at meeting her deadline. Might sound insensitive, but I had to be pragmatic. We don't know where Beryl was, Mark informed me. Apparently Marino wouldn't say. His choice of pronouns bit into me, we as in he and Sparacino. If you're asking me to answer that question, that's exactly what I'm asking, Sparacino cut in. It's going to come out eventually that for the past few months she was staying in North Carolina, Washington, Texas, hell, wherever it was. I need to know now. You're telling me your office doesn't have the manuscript. The police are telling me they don't have it. One sure way for me to get to the bottom of this is to find out where she was last, begin tracking the manuscript that way. Maybe someone drove her to the airport. Maybe she made friends wherever she was. Maybe someone has an inkling as to what happened to her book. For example, did she have it in hand when she boarded the plane? You'll have to get that information from Lieutenant Marino, I replied. I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of her case with you. I didn't expect you to be, Sparacino said. Probably because you know she had it with her when she got on that plane to come home to Richmond. Probably because it came into your office with her body, and now it's gone. He paused, his eyes cold on mine. How much did Carrie Harper or his sister or both pay you to turn it over to them? Mark was tuned out, his face without expression. How much? 10, 20, 50,000? I believe this terminates our conversation, Mr. Sparacino, I said, reaching for my pocketbook. No, I don't believe it does, Dr. Scarpetta, Sparacino answered. He casually shuffled through the file folder. Just as casually, he tossed several sheets of paper across the desk in my direction. I felt the blood drain from my face as I picked up what I recognized as photocopies of articles the Richmond newspapers had published more than a year ago. The story on top was depressingly familiar. Medical examiner accused of stealing from body. When Timothy Smathers was shot to death last month in front of his residence, he was wearing a gold wristwatch, a gold ring, and had $83 cash in his pants pockets, according to his wife, who was witness to the homicide allegedly committed by a disgruntled former employee. Police and members of the rescue squad responding to Smathers' residence after the shooting claimed that these valuables accompanied Smathers' body when it was sent in to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. There was more, and I didn't have to read on to know what the other clippings said. The Smathers case had precipitated some of the worst publicity my office had ever received. I passed the photocopies to Mark's outstretched hand. Sparacino had me on a hook, and I was determined not to squirm. As you'll note if you've read the stories, I said, there was a full investigation of that situation, and my office was cleared of any wrongdoing. Yes, indeed, Sparacino said. You personally receipted the valuables in question to the funeral home. It was after this that the items disappeared. The problem was proving it. Mrs. Smathers is still of the opinion the OCME stole her husband's jewelry and money. I've talked to her. Her office was cleared, Robert, Mark offered in a monotone as he looked over the articles. Even so, it says here that Mrs. Smathers was issued a check for an amount commensurate with what the items were worth. That's correct, I said coldly. There's no price tag on sentimental value, Sparacino remarked. You could have issued her a check for 10 times the amount, and she's going to be unhappy. That was definitely a joke. Mrs. Smathers, whom the police still suspected was behind her husband's murder, married a wealthy widower before the grass had even started growing on her husband's grave. And, as the news stories point out, Sparacino was saying, your office was unable to produce the evidence receipt that would verify you did indeed turn over Mr. Smathers' personal effects to the funeral home. Now, I know the details. The receipt was supposedly misplaced by your administrator, who has since gone to work elsewhere. It boiled down to your word against the funeral homes, and though the matter was never resolved, at least not to my satisfaction, by now nobody remembers or cares. "What's your point?" Mark asked in the same flat tone. Sparacino glanced at Mark, then returned his attention to me. "The Smathers situation, unfortunately, isn't the end of this sort of accusation. Last July, your office received the body of an elderly man named Henry Jackson, who died of natural causes. His body came into your office with $52 cash in a pocket. Again, it seems the money disappeared, and you were forced to issue a check to the dead man's son. The son complained to a local television news station. I've got a videotape of what went out over the air, if you'd like to see it." "Jackson came in with $52 cash in his pockets," I responded, about to lose my temper. "He was badly decomposed. The money's so putrid not even the most desperate thief would have touched it. I don't know what happened to it, but it seems likely the money inadvertently got incinerated along with Jackson's equally putrid and maggot-infested clothing." "Jesus," Mark muttered under his breath. "Your office has got a problem, Dr. Scarpetta." Sparacino smiled. "Every office has its problems," I snapped, getting up. "You want Beryl Madison's property? Deal with the police." "I'm sorry," Mark said when we were riding down on the elevator. "I had no idea the bastard was going to hit you with this shit. You could have told me, Kay." "Told you?" I stared incredulously at him. "Told you what?" "About the items missing, the bad publicity. It's just the sort of stink Sparacino thrives on. I didn't know, and I walked both of us into an ambush. Damn!" "I didn't tell you," I said, my voice rising, "because it isn't relevant to Beryl's case. The situations he mentioned were tempests in a teapot, the sort of housekeeping snafus that inevitably occur when bodies land on the doorstep in every possible condition, and where funeral homes and cops are in and out all day long to pick up personal effects. Please don't get angry with me. I'm not angry with you. Look, I've warned you about Sparacino. I'm trying to protect you from him." "Maybe. I'm not sure what you're trying to do, Mark." We continued to talk in heated voices as he cast about for a cab. The street was almost at a standstill. Horns were blaring, engines rumbling, and my nerves were to the point of snapping. A cab finally appeared, and Mark opened the back door, placing my suit bag on the floor. When he handed the driver a couple of bills after I got in, I realized what was happening. Mark wasn't joining me. He was sending me back to the airport alone and without lunch. Before I could roll down the window to talk to him, the cab jerked back out into traffic. I rode in silence to LaGuardia, and still had 3 hours to spare before my flight departed. I was angry, hurt, and bewildered. I couldn't stand parting like this. Finding an empty chair inside a bar, I ordered a drink and lit a cigarette. I watched blue smoke curl up and dissipate in the hazy air. Minutes later, I was feeding a quarter into a payphone. "Ondorfenberger," the businesslike female voice announced. I envisioned the black console as I said, "Mark James, please." After a pause, the woman replied, "I'm sorry, you must have the wrong number. He's with your Chicago office. He's visiting. In fact, I met him at your office earlier today," I said. "Can you hold?" This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. Body of Evidence by Patricia D. Cornwell, continued. Cassette 3, Side 1. "I'm sorry, you must have the wrong number. He's with your Chicago office. He's visiting. In fact, I met him at your office earlier today," I said. "Can you hold?" I was treated to a Muzak rendition of Jerry Rafferty's Baker Street for what must have been 2 minutes. "I'm sorry," the receptionist informed me when she returned. "There's no one here by that name, ma'am." "He and I met in your lobby less than 2 hours ago," I exclaimed impatiently. "I checked, ma'am. I'm sorry, but perhaps you have us confused with another firm." Cursing under my breath, I slammed down the receiver. Dialing directory assistance, I got the number for Orndorff&Berger's Chicago office and stabbed in my credit card number. I would leave a message for Mark, telling him to call me as soon as possible. My blood ran cold when the Chicago receptionist announced, "I'm sorry, ma'am, there is no Mark James at this firm." Chapter 6. Mark wasn't listed in the Chicago directory. There were 5 Mark Jameses and 3 M. Jameses, and after I got home I tried each number and either got a woman or some unfamiliar man on the line. I was so bewildered I couldn't sleep. It didn't occur to me until the next morning to call Diesner, the chief medical examiner in Chicago, whom Mark had claimed to run into. Deciding being direct was my best recourse, I said to Diesner after the usual pleasantries, "I'm trying to track down Mark James, a Chicago lawyer I believe you might know." "James," Diesner repeated thoughtfully. "Afraid the name's not familiar, Kay. You say he's a lawyer here in Chicago?" "Yes." My heart sank. "With Orndorff and Berger." "Now, I know Orndorff and Berger, a very well-respected firm, but I can't recall a Mark James." I heard a drawer opening and pages flipping. After a long moment, Diesner was saying, "Nope, don't see him listed in the yellow pages either." After I hung up, I poured myself another cup of black coffee and stared out the kitchen window at the empty bird feeder. The grey morning threatened rain. I had a desk downtown requiring a bulldozer. It was Saturday. Monday was a state holiday. The office would be deserted, my staff already enjoying the 3-day weekend. I should go in and take advantage of the peace and quiet. But I didn't care. I couldn't think of anything but Mark. It was as if he didn't exist, as if the man was imaginary, a dream. The more I tried to sort through it, the more tangled my thoughts became. What the hell was going on? To the point of desperation, I tried to get Robert Sparacino's home number from directory assistance, and was secretly relieved to find it was unlisted. It would be suicidal for me to call him. Mark had lied to me. He told me he worked for Orndorff and Berger, told me he lived in Chicago and knew Diesner. None of it was true. I kept hoping the phone would ring, hoping Mark would call. I straightened up the house, did the laundry and ironing, put on a pot of tomato sauce, made meatballs, and went through the mail. The phone didn't ring until 5 p.m. "Yo, Doc, Marino here," the familiar voice greeted me. "Don't mean to be bothering you on the weekend, but been trying to find you for 2 damn days. Wanted to make sure you was all right." Marino was playing Guardian Angel again. "Got a videotape I want you to see," he said. "Thought if you was going to be in, I'd just drop it by your house. You got a VCR?" He knew I did. He had dropped by videotapes before. "What sort of videotape?" I asked. "This drone I spent the entire morning with, interviewing him about Beryl Madison." He paused. I could tell he was pleased with himself. The longer I knew Marino, the more he had begun subjecting me to show and tell. In part, I attributed this phenomenon to his saving my life, a horrific event that had served to bond us into an unlikely pair. "You on duty?" I asked. "Hell, I'm always on duty," he grumbled. "Seriously. Not officially, okay? Knocked off at 4, but the wife's off in Jersey visiting her mother, and I got more loose ends to tie up than a damn rug maker." His wife was gone. His kids were grown. It was a grey, raw Saturday. Marino didn't want to go home to an empty house. I wasn't exactly feeling contented and cheery inside my empty house either. I stared at the pot of sauce simmering on the stove. "I'm not going anywhere," I said. "Drop by with your videotape and we'll watch it together. You like spaghetti?" He hesitated. "Well, with meatballs, and I'm getting ready to make the pasta now. You'll eat with me?" "Yeah," he said. "I guess I can do that." When Beryl Madison wanted a clean car, it was her habit to visit Master Wash on South Side. Marino had found this out by hitting every high-class car wash in the city. There weren't that many, a dozen at most, that offered to roll your driverless car automatically through an assembly line of hula skirts, gyrating over sudsy paint as spray jets fired needle streams of water. Following a quick hot air drying, the car was manned by a human being and driven to a bay where attendants vacuumed, waxed, buffed, dressed the bumpers, and all the rest of it. A Master Wash Super Deluxe, Marino informed me, was $15. "I was lucky as hell," Marino said as he guided spaghetti onto his fork with a soup spoon. "How do you track down something like that, huh? The drones wipe off, 70, 100 rides a day, and you think they're going to notice a black Honda? Hell no." He was the happy hunter. He had bagged the big one. I knew when I had given him the preliminary fiber report last week he would start hitting every car wash and body shop in the city. One thing about Marino, if there was one bush in the desert, he had to look behind it. "Hit pay dirt yesterday," he went on. buzzed by Master Wash. Was close to last on my list because of its location. Me, I figured Beryl would take her Honda to some West Endy joint, but she didn't. Took it south side. And the only reason I can figure for that is the place has a body and detail shop. Turns out she took her car in shortly after she bought it last December and had one of those $100 jobs done to seal the undercoating and paint. Next thing, she's opened an account there, made herself a member so she could get $2 knocked off each wash and the perk of the week thrown in free. That's how you found out about it, I asked. Because of this membership deal? Oh, yeah, he said. They don't have a computer. Had to look through all their damn receipts. But I found a copy of when she paid for a membership, and based on the condition of her car when we found it in her garage, I was guessing she had it washed not long before she ran off to Key West. Been rooting through her paperwork, too, looking at her charge card bills. Only one listing for Master Wash, and that's the $100 job I told you about. Apparently she paid cash when she had her ride cleaned after that. The car wash attendants, I said, what do they wear? Nothing orange that might fit with that oddball fiber you found. Most of them wear jeans, running shoes. All of them have on these blue shirts with Master Wash embroidered in white on the pocket. I looked over everything while I was there. Nothing hit me. Only other fabric-type shit I saw was the barrels of white towels they used to wipe down the cars. Doesn't sound very promising, I remarked, pushing away my plate. At least Marino had an appetite. My stomach was still knotted from New York, and I was debating whether to tell him what had happened. Maybe not, he said. But one guy I talked to made my antenna go up. I waited. Name's Al Hunt, 28, white. Zeroed in on him right away, so I'm standing out there supervising the busy beavers. Something clicked. He looked out of place. Clean cut, smart, like he ought to have been wearing a three-piece suit and carrying a briefcase. I start asking myself, what's a guy like him doing in a dead end like this? He paused to sop his plate with garlic bread. So I wander his way and start shooting the breeze. I ask him about Beryl, show him her picture from her driver's license, ask if maybe he remembers seeing her there, and boom, he starts getting antsy. I couldn't help but think I would start getting antsy, too, if Marino wandered my way. He probably ran over the poor man like a Mack truck. Then what? I asked. Then we go inside, get coffee, and get down to serious business, Marino replied. This Al Hunt's a first-class squirrel. To start with, the guy's been to graduate school, gets a master's degree in psychology, then goes to work as a male nurse at Metropolitan for a couple of years, if you can friggin' believe that. And when I ask him why he left the hospital for Master Wash, I find out his old man owns the damn place. Old man Hunt's got his fingers in pies all over the city. Master Wash is just one of his investments. He also owns a number of parking lots and is a slumlord for half of North Side. I'm supposed to automatically assume young Al's being groomed to move into his daddy's shoes, right? I was getting interested. Thing is, though, Al ain't wearing a suit, even if he looks like he should be, right? Translated, Al's a loser. The old man don't trust him in pinstripes and sitting behind a desk. I mean, the guy's standing out there in the lot telling drones how to wax cars and dress the bumpers. Tells me right away something's off up here. He pointed a greasy finger at his head. Maybe you should ask his father that, I said. Right. He's going to tell me his great white hope's a dumbass. How do you plan to follow up? Already did, he answered. Witnessed the videotape I brought Doc. Spent the entire morning with Al Hunt down at HQ. This guy will talk the wood off a door, and he's overly curious about what happened to Beryl. Said he read about it in the papers. How did he know who Beryl was? I interrupted. The papers and television stations didn't have any photographs of her. Did he recognize her name? Said he didn't. Had no idea it was the blonde lady he'd seen at the car wash until I showed him the picture on her driver's license. Then he put on the big act of being shocked, real tore up about it. He was hanging on my every word. Wanted to talk about it. Was real intense for someone who supposedly didn't know her from Adam's house cat. He placed his rumpled napkin on the table. Best thing's for you to hear it yourself. I put on a pot of coffee, gathered the dirty dishes, and we went into the living room and started the tape. The setting was familiar. I had seen it numerous times before. The police department's interrogation room was a small paneled cubicle with nothing but a bare table in the middle of the carpeted floor. Near the door was a light switch, and only an expert or the initiated would notice the top screw was missing. On the other side of the tiny black hole was a video room equipped with a special wide-angle camera. At a glance, Al Hunt didn't look frightening. He was fair, with receding light blonde hair and a pasty complexion. He wouldn't have been unattractive were it not for a weak chin that caused his face to disappear into his neck. He was wearing a maroon leather jacket and jeans, his tapered fingers nervously fidgeting with a can of 7-Up as he watched Marino, who was sitting directly across from him. "What was it about Beryl Madison exactly?" Marino asked. "What made you notice her? You get a lot of cars in your car wash every day. Do you remember all your clients?" "I remember more of them than you might think," Hunt replied. "Regular customers in particular. Maybe I don't remember their names, but I remember their faces, because most people generally stand out in the lot while the attendants are wiping down their cars. Many of the customers supervise, if you know what I mean. They keep an eye on their cars, make sure nothing is forgotten. Some of them will pick up one of the cloths and help out, especially if they're in a hurry, if they're the kind of people who can't stand still, have to be doing something." "Was Beryl that kind of person? Did she supervise?" "No, sir. We have a couple of benches out there. It was her habit to sit outside on a bench. Sometimes she read the paper, a book. She didn't really pay any attention to the attendants and wasn't what I would call friendly. Maybe that's why I noticed her." "What do you mean?" Marino asked. "I mean she sent out these signals. I picked up on them." "Signals?" "People send out all kinds of signals," Hunt explained. "I'm attuned to them, pick them up. I can tell a lot about a person by the signals he or she sends out." "Am I sending out signals, Al?" "Yes, sir. Everybody sends them." "What signals am I sending?" Hunt's face was very serious as he answered. "Pale red." "Huh?" Marino looked baffled. "I pick up signals as colors. Maybe you think that's strange, but it's not unique. There are some of us who sense colors radiating from others. These are the signals I'm referring to. The signals I pick up from you are a pale red, somewhat warm but also somewhat angry, like a warning signal. It draws you in but suggests a danger of some sort." Marino stopped the tape and smiled snidely at me. "Is the guy a squirrel or what?" he asked. "Actually, I think he's rather astute," I said. "You are sort of warm, angry, and dangerous." "Shit, Doc, the guy's goofy. To hear him talk, the whole friggin' population's a walking rainbow." "There's some psychological validity to what he's saying," I replied matter-of-factly. "Various emotions are associated with colors. It's a legitimate basis for color schemes chosen for public places, hotel rooms, institutions. Blue, for example, is associated with depression. You won't find many psychiatric hospital rooms decorated in blue. Red is angry, violent, passionate. Black is morbid, ominous, and so on. As I recall, you told me Hunt has a master's degree in psychology." Marino looked annoyed and restarted the tape. "I assume this may have to do with the role you're playing. You're a detective," Hunt was saying. "You need my cooperation at the moment, but you also don't trust me and could be dangerous to me if I have something to hide. That's the warning part of the pale red I sense. The warm part is your outgoing personality. You want people to feel close to you. Maybe you want to be close to people. You act tough, but you want people to like you." "All right," Marino interrupted. "What about Beryl Madison? You pick up colors from her, too?" "Oh, yes. That struck me right away about her. She was different. Really different." "How so?" Marino's chair creaked loudly as he leaned back and crossed his arms. "Very aloof," Hunt replied. "I picked up Arctic colors from her. Cool blue, pale yellow like weak sunlight, and white so cold it was hot like dry ice, as if she would burn you if you ever touched her. It's the white part that was different. I pick up the pastel shades from a lot of women, feminine shades that fit with the colors they wear, pink, yellow, light blues, and greens. The ladies passive, cool, fragile. Sometimes I'll see a woman who sends out dark, strong colors like navy or burgundy or red. She's a stronger type, usually aggressive, maybe a lawyer or doctor or businesswoman, and often wears suits in the colors I just described. They're the type who stand out by their cars, their hands on their hips as they supervise everything the attendants are doing. And they don't hesitate to point out streaks on the windshield or any spots of dirt." "Do you like that type of woman?" Marino asked. He hesitated. "No, sir, to be honest." Marino laughed, leaned forward, and said to him, "Hey, me, I don't like those types either. I like the pastel babes better." I gave the real Marino one of my looks. He ignored me as, on-screen, he said to Hunt, "Tell me some more about Beryl, about what you picked up." Hunt frowned, thinking hard. "The pastel shades she sent out weren't all that unusual, except I didn't interpret them as fragile exactly. Not passive, either. The shades were cooler, Arctic, as I've said, versus flower shades, as if she were telling the world to keep away from her, to give her a lot of space. Like maybe she was frigid? Hunt fidgeted with his 7-Up can again. No, sir, I don't think I can say that. In fact, I don't think I was picking up that. Distance is what came to mind. A vast distance one would have to travel to get to her. But if you did, if she ever let you get close, she would burn you with her intensity. That's where the white-hot signals came in, the thing that made her stand out to me. She was intense, very intense. I had the feeling she was very intelligent, very complicated. Even when she was off sitting alone on her bench and not paying anybody any attention, her mind was working. She was picking up on everything around her. She was distant and white-hot like a star. Did you notice she was single? She wasn't wearing a wedding ring, Hunt replied without pause. I assumed she was single. I didn't notice anything about her car to tell me otherwise. I don't get it. Marino looked confused. How could you tell from her car? I think it was the second time she brought it in. I was watching one of the guys clean out the interior, and there wasn't anything masculine inside. Her umbrella, for example, it was on the floor in back, and was one of these slender blue umbrellas women usually carry versus the black ones with big wooden handles men carry. Her dry cleaning was also in the back, and it looked like women's clothing in the bags, no men's garments. Most married ladies pick up their husband's clothing when they pick up their own. Also the trunk. No tools, jumper cables, nothing masculine. It's interesting, but when you see cars all day long, you start to notice these details and make assumptions about the drivers without really thinking about it. Sounds like you did think about it in her case, Marino said. Did it ever cross your mind to ask her out, Al? You sure you didn't know her name, didn't notice it on a dry cleaning slip, maybe on a piece of mail she left inside her car? Hunt shook his head. I didn't know her name. Maybe I didn't want to know it. Why not? I don't know. He became uneasy, confused. Come on, Al, you can tell me. Hey, maybe I would have wanted to ask her out, you know. She's a good-looking lady, interesting. Hey, I would have thought about it. Probably would have gotten her name on the sly, maybe even tried to ring her up. Well, I didn't. Hunt stared down at his hands. I didn't try any of that. Why not? Silence. Marino said, Maybe because you had a woman like her once and she burned you? Silence. Hey, it happens to all of us, Al. In college, Hunt replied, almost inaudibly. I went out with a girl for 2 years. She ended up with some guy in med school. Women like that, they look for certain types. You know, when they start thinking about settling down. They look for the big shots. Marino's voice was getting sharp around the edges. The lawyers, doctors, bankers, they don't look for guys working in car washes. Hunt's head jerked up. I wasn't working in a car wash then. Don't matter, Al. The blue-chip babes like Beryl Madison ain't likely to give you the time of day, right? That Beryl didn't even know you were alive, right? But she wouldn't have recognized you if you'd run into a damn car on a street somewhere. Don't say things like that. True or false? Hunt stared at his clenched fists. So, maybe you had a thing for Beryl, huh? Marino continued relentlessly. Maybe you was thinking about this white-hot lady all the time, fantasizing, wondering what it'd be like to get with her, date her, have sex with her. Maybe you just didn't have the guts to talk to her directly because you figured she'd consider you a lowlife beneath her. Stop it! You're picking on me! Stop it! Stop it! Hunt cried shrilly. Leave me alone! Marino stared unemotionally across the table at him. Sound just like your old man, don't I, Al? Marino lit up a cigarette and waved it as he talked. Old man Hunt, who thinks his only kid's a fucking fairy because you're not a mean-ass son of a bitch slumlord who don't give a shit about anybody's welfare or feelings. He exhaled a stream of smoke, then spoke gently. I know about the almighty old man Hunt. Also know he told all his buddies you was a pansy, was ashamed to have his blood in your veins when you went to work as a male nurse. Fact is, you came over to his damn car wash because he said if you didn't, you'd be disinherited. You know that? How did you know that? Hunt stammered. I know a lot of things. Also know, as a matter of fact, the people at Metropolitan said you was top flight, had a real gentle way with patients. They was sorry as hell to see you leave. Think the word they used to describe you was sensitive. Maybe too sensitive for your own good, huh, Al? Explaining why you don't date, don't have no ladies? You're scared. Beryl scared the shit out of you, didn't she? Hunt took a deep breath. That's why you didn't want to know her name? Then you wouldn't be tempted to call her, try anything? I just noticed her, Hunt responded nervously. There wasn't anything more to it than that. I didn't think about her in the manner you've suggested. I was just very aware of her. But I didn't cultivate it. I never even talked to her until the last time she came in. Marino hit the stop button again. He said, "This is the important part." He paused and looked closely at me. "Hey, you all right?" "Was it really necessary to be so brutal?" I answered emotionally. "You ain't been around me much if you think that was brutal," Marino said. "Sorry, I forgot I was sitting in my living room with Attila the Hun." "It's all acting," he said, hurt. "Remind me to nominate you for an Academy Award." "Come off it, Doc." "You absolutely demoralized him," I said. "It's a tool, okay? You know, a way to shake things loose, make people say things maybe they wouldn't have thought of otherwise." He turned back toward the set and added as he hit the play button, "The entire interview was worth what he tells me next." "When was this?" Marino asked Hunt. "The last time she came in was when?" "I'm not sure of the exact date," Hunt answered. "A couple months ago, but I do remember it was a Friday, late morning. The reason I remember is I was supposed to have lunch with my father that day. I always have lunch with him on Friday so we can discuss the business." He reached for his 7-Up. "I always dress a little better on Friday. I was wearing a tie that day." "So, Beryl comes in late morning on this Friday to have her car washed," Marino prompted him. "And on this occasion you talked to her?" "She actually talked to me first," Hunt replied, as if this was important. "Her car was coming out of the bay when she walked up to me, told me she spilled something on the carpet inside the trunk and wanted to know if we could get it out. She took me to her car, opened the trunk, and I saw the carpet was soaked. Apparently she had groceries in the trunk, and a half-gallon bottle of orange juice broke. I guess that's why she decided to drive her car in to be washed right away." "Was the groceries still in the trunk when she brought her car in?" "No," Hunt replied. "Do you remember what she was wearing that day?" Hunt hesitated. "Tennis clothes, sunglasses. It looked like she'd just played. I remember because I'd never seen her come in like that. In the past she was always in street clothes. I also remember a tennis racket and a few other things were in the trunk because she took these things out when we started shampooing. I remember she wiped them off and placed them in the back seat." Marino pulled a date book out of his breast pocket. Opening it and flipping back several pages, he said, "Is it possible this was the 2nd week of July, Friday the 12th? "It could have been." "Do you remember anything else? Did she say anything else?" "She was almost friendly," Hunt answered. "I remember that well. I assume it was because I was helping her out, making sure we took care of her trunk when I really didn't have to. I could have told her she'd have to take her car to the detail shop and pay $30 for a shampoo, but I wanted to help her. And I was hanging around while the guys worked when I happened to notice the passenger side of her car. The door was messed up. It was weird. It looked as if someone had taken his key and gouged a heart and some letters on the door right below the handle. When I asked her how it happened, she went around to the door and inspected the damage. She just stood there staring. I swear she turned white as a sheet. Apparently she hadn't noticed the damage until I pointed it out. I tried to calm her down, told her I didn't blame her for being upset. The Honda's brand new, not a scratch on it, about a $20,000 car. Then some jerk does something like that. Probably some kid with nothing better to do." "What else did she say, Al?" Marino asked. "Did she have any explanation for the damage?" "No, sir. She didn't say much of anything. It's like she got scared, was looking around, really upset. Then she asked me where the nearest phone was, and I told her there was a pay phone inside. By the time she came back out, the car was finished, and she left." Marino stopped the tape and popped it out of the VCR. Remembering coffee, I went into the kitchen and fixed 2 cups. "Looks like that answers one of our questions," I said when I returned. "Oh, yeah," Marino said, reaching for the cream and sugar. "The way I'm picturing it, Beryl probably used the payphone to call her bank, or maybe the airlines to make a reservation. Finding that little Valentine scratched in our door was the last straw. She freaked. From the car wash, she head straight to her bank. I've checked out where she had her account. On July 12th at 12:50 p.m., she withdrew almost $10,000 cash, cleaning out her account. Was a top-drawer customer, didn't get an argument." "Did she get traveler's checks?" "No, if you can believe it," he says. Tells me she was more scared of someone finding her than she was of being robbed. She pays cash for everything down there in the Keys. No one has to know her name if she's not using credit cards or traveler's checks." "She must have been terrified," I said quietly. "I can't imagine carrying that much cash. I'd have to be crazy or frightened to the point of utter desperation." He lit a cigarette. I did the same. Shaking out the match, I asked, "Do you think it's possible the heart was scratched on her car while it was being washed?" "I asked Hunt the same question to see how he reacted," Marino replied. "He swore it couldn't have been done at the car wash. Said someone would have seen the person doing it. I'm not so sure. Hell, you leave 50 cents in your change box at those joints and it's gone when you get your ride back. People steal like bandits. Change, umbrellas, checkbooks, you name it. And no one saw a thing when you ask. Hunt could have done it for all I know." "He is a little unusual," I conceded. "I find it peculiar he was so vividly aware of Beryl. She was one of a very large number of people through that place every day. She was coming in, once a month, maybe less?" He nodded. "But she stood out like a neon sign to him. Could be perfectly innocent, then again, maybe not." I recalled what Mark had said about Beryl's being memorable. Marino and I sipped our coffees in silence, darkness settling over my thoughts again. Mark. There had to be some mistake, some logical explanation for why he wasn't listed with Orndorff and Berger. Perhaps his name had been left out of the directory, or the firm had recently become computerized and he was improperly coded, and his name didn't come up when the receptionist keyed it into her computer. Maybe both receptionists were new and didn't know many of the lawyers. But why wasn't he listed in Chicago at all? "You look like something's eating you," Marino finally said. "Been looking like that ever since I got here." "I'm just tired," I answered. "Bullshit." He sipped his coffee. I almost choked on mine when he said, "Rose told me you skipped town. You have a productive little chat with Sparacino in New York?" "When did Rose tell you that?" "Don't matter. And don't go getting hot at your secretary," he said. "She just said you had to go out of town, didn't say where, who, or what for. The rest of it I found out on my own." "How?" "You just told me, that's how," he said. "Didn't deny it, did you? So, what did you and Sparacino talk about?" "He said he talked to you. Maybe you should tell me about that conversation first," I answered. "Nothing to it." Marino retrieved his cigarette from the ashtray. "He calls me the other night at home. Don't ask me how the hell he got my name and number. He wants Beryl's papers, and I'm not about to hand them over. Maybe I would have been more inclined to be cooperative, but the guy's an asshole. Started giving orders, acting like King Tut. Said he's the executor of her estate. Started threatening." "And you did the honorable thing by sending the shark to my office," I said. Marino looked blankly at me. "No, I didn't even mention you." "You sure?" "Sure, I'm sure. The conversation lasted maybe 3 minutes. That was it. Your name didn't come up." "What about the manuscript you listed in the police report? Did Sparacino ask about it?" "He did," Marino said. "I didn't give him any details. Told him all our papers was being processed as evidence. Gave him the usual about not being at liberty to discuss her case." "You didn't tell him the manuscript you found was receipted to my office?" I asked. "Hell, no." He looked strangely at me. "Did I tell him that? It isn't true. I had Vanda check the thing for print, stood there while he did it, then I took it back out of the building with me. It's in the property room with all our other shit, even as we speak." He paused. "Why? What did Sparacino tell you?" I got up to refill our coffee cups. When I returned, I told Marino everything. When I was finished, he was staring at me in disbelief, and there was something else in his eyes that thoroughly unnerved me. I think it was the first time I had ever seen Marino scared. "What are you going to do if he calls?" he asked. "If Mark does?" "No, if the Seven Dwarfs does," Marino said sarcastically. "Ask him to explain. Ask him how he can work for Orndorff and Berger. Ask him how he can live in Chicago when there's no record of it." My frustration was mounting. "I don't know, but I'll try to find out what the hell is really going on." Marino looked away, his jaw muscles flexing. "You're wondering if Mark's involved, tied in with Sparacino, involved in illegal activities. Crime," I said, barely able to put into words this chilling suspicion. He angrily lit another cigarette. "What else am I supposed to think? You haven't seen your ex-Romeo for more than 15 years. Haven't even talked to him. Heard a word about his whereabouts. It's like he fell off the edge of the earth. Then he's suddenly on your doorstep. How do you know what he's really been doing all this time? You don't. You only know what he tells you. We both started at the clangor of the telephone. I instinctively glanced at my watch as I went to the kitchen. It was not quite 10, and my heart was tight with fear as I picked up the receiver. Kay? Mark? I swallowed hard. Where are you? Home. Flew back to Chicago. Just got in. I tried to get you in New York and Chicago at the office, I stammered. Called while I was at the airport. There was a pregnant pause. Listen, I don't have much time. I just wanted to call to tell you I'm sorry about how it went and to make sure you're all right. I'll be in touch. Where are you? I asked again. Mark? Mark! I was answered by a dial tone. Chapter 7. The next day, Sunday, I slept through the alarm. I slept through Mass. I slept through lunch and felt sluggish and unsettled when I finally climbed out of bed. I could not remember my dreams, but I knew they had been unpleasant. My telephone rang at a little past 7 p.m. as I was chopping onions and peppers for an omelette I wasn't destined to eat. Minutes later, I was speeding along a dark stretch of 64 East, a slip of paper on the dash scribbled with directions to Cutler Grove. My mind was like a computer program caught in a loop, thoughts going round and round, processing the same information. Carrie Harper had been murdered. An hour ago he drove home from a Williamsburg tavern and was attacked as he got out of his car. It happened very fast. The crime was very brutal. Like Beryl Madison, he'd had his throat cut. It was dark out, pockets of fog reflecting the low beams of my headlights back into my eyes. Visibility was reduced to almost zero, and the highway I had traveled countless times in the past suddenly seemed strange. I wasn't sure where I was. I was tensely lighting a cigarette when I realized headlights were gaining on me. A dark car I could not make out rushed alarmingly close, then gradually dropped back. The car maintained the same distance from me, mile after mile, whether I sped up or slowed down. When I finally found the exit I was looking for, I turned off, as did the car behind me. The unpaved road I turned onto next wasn't marked. The headlights remained fixed to my bumper. My .38 was at home. I had nothing but a small canister of chemical mace in my medical bag. I was so relieved I said, "Thank you, Lord," out loud when the great house appeared around a bend, its semicircular drive pulsing with emergency lights and lined with cars. I parked, and the car, still tailing me, rocked to a halt at my rear. I stared in amazement as Marino climbed out and flipped his coat collar up around his ears. "Good God!" I exclaimed irritably. "I can't believe it." "Ditto," he grumbled, his long strides bringing him to my side. "I can't believe it either." He scowled into the bright circle of light set up around an old white Rolls-Royce parked near the mansion's back entrance. "Shit. That's all I've got to say. Shit." Cops were all over the place. Their faces seemed unnaturally pale in the flood of artificial light. Engines rumbled loudly, and the static of fragmented sentences from radios drifted on the damp, frigid air. Crime scene tape tied to the back step railings sealed off the area in an ominous yellow rectangle. A plainclothes officer wearing an old brown leather jacket headed our way. "Dr. Scarpetta," he said. "I'm Detective Petit." I was opening my medical bag to get out a packet of surgical gloves and a flashlight. "No one's disturbed the body," Petit informed me. "I've done exactly what Doc Watts said to do." Dr. Watts was a general practitioner, one of my 500 appointed MEs statewide, and one of my top 10 pains in the ass. After the police called him earlier this evening, he immediately called me. It was SOP to notify the chief medical examiner whenever there was a suspicious or unexpected death of a well-known personage. It was also SOP for Watts to avoid any case he could, to pass it along or pass it by, because he couldn't be bothered with the inconvenience or the paperwork. He was notoriously bad about not responding to scenes, and I saw neither hide nor hair of him at this one. "Got here about the same time the squad did," Petit was explaining. "Made sure the guys didn't do nothing more than necessary, didn't turn him over or remove his clothes or nothing. He was DOA. "Thank you," I said abstractedly. "Looks like he was beaten about the head, cut, maybe shot, bird shot all over the place. You'll see in a minute. We ain't found a weapon.
'Pears he pulled in around 7:15, parked where his car is now. Best we can figure, he was attacked as he got out." He looked over at the white Rolls-Royce. The area around it was thick with shadows cast by boxwoods older and taller than he was. "Was the driver's door open when you got here?" I asked. "No, ma'am," Petite answered. "The car keys is on the ground, like he had 'em in his hand when he went down. Like I said, we ain't touched nothing. Was waiting till you got here or till the weather forced us to proceed. Gonna rain." He squinted up at the layer of dense clouds. "Could be snow. No sign of any disturbance inside the car. No sign of a struggle at all. We're figuring the assailant was waiting for him, hiding in the bushes, probably. All I can tell you is it happened mighty fast, Doc. His sister in there didn't hear a gun go off. Nothing, she says." I left him to talk to Marino as I ducked under the tape and approached the Rolls-Royce, my eyes instinctively probing everywhere I stepped. The car was parallel parked less than 10 feet from the back steps, the driver's door toward the house. Rounding the hood with its distinctive ornament, I stopped and got out my camera. Carrie Harper was on his back, his head just inches from the car's front tire. The white fender was speckled and streaked with blood, his beige fisherman's knit sweater almost solid red. Not far from his hips was a ring of keys. In the glare of floodlights, all I saw was glistening, sticky red. His white hair was matted with blood, his face and scalp laid open by lacerations caused when he was struck with severe force by a blunt instrument that had split the skin. His throat was cut from ear to ear, almost severing his head from his neck, and everywhere I directed the flashlight, bird shot glinted like tiny beads of pewter. There were hundreds of them on his body and around it, even a few scattered over the hood of the car. The bird shot had not been fired from any sort of gun. I moved around, taking photographs, then squatted and got out the long chemical thermometer, which I slid carefully under his sweater and wedged in the fold of his left arm. The temperature of the body was 92.4 degrees, the temperature of the air 31. The body was cooling at the rapid rate of approximately 3 degrees per hour because it was below freezing out, and Harper wasn't heavy-set or heavily dressed. Rigor had already started in the small muscles. I estimated he had been dead less than 2 hours. Next, I began looking for any trace evidence that might not survive the trip to the morgue. Fibers, hairs, or any other debris adhering to blood could wait. I was worried about anything loose, slowly scanning his body and the area directly around it, when the narrow beam licked over something not far from his neck. I leaned closer without touching, puzzling over a small greenish lump of what looked remarkably like Play-Doh. Embedded in it were several more pellets. I was carefully sealing this inside a plastic envelope when the back door opened, and I found myself staring directly up into the terrified eyes of a woman standing inside the foyer beside a police officer holding a metal clipboard. Approaching footsteps belonged to Marino and Petite. They ducked under the tape and were joined by the officer with the clipboard. The back door quietly shut. "Will there be someone to stay with her?" I asked. "Oh, yeah," the officer with the clipboard responded, his breath smoking out. "Miss Harper's got a friend coming, says she'll be okay. We'll have a couple units staked out nearby to make sure the guy doesn't come back for an encore." "What we're looking for?" Petite asked me. He slipped his hands in the pockets of his jacket and hunched his shoulders against the cold. Snowflakes as big as quarters were beginning to spiral down. "More than one weapon," I replied. "The injuries to his head and face are blunt force trauma." I pointed a bloody, gloved finger. Obviously, the injury to his neck was inflicted by a sharp instrument. As for the bird shot, the pellets aren't deformed, and it doesn't appear that any of them penetrated his body. Marino looked positively baffled as he stared at the pellets scattered everywhere. "That was my impression," Petite said, nodding. "Don't appear the shot was fired, but I couldn't be sure. Then we're probably not looking for a shotgun. A knife and maybe something like a tire tool?" "Possibly, but not necessarily," I answered. "All I can tell you with certainty right now is his neck was cut with something sharp, and he was beaten with something blunt and linear." "That could be a lot of things, Doc," Petite remarked, frowning. "Yes, it could be a lot of things," I agreed. Though I had my suspicions about the bird shot, I refrained from speculating, having learned the hard way from past experiences. Generalities often got interpreted literally, and at one crime scene the cops walked right past a bloody upholstery needle in the victim's living room because I had said that the weapon was consistent with an ice pick. "The squad can move him," I announced, peeling off my gloves. Harper was wrapped in a clean white sheet and zipped inside a body pouch. I stood next to Marino and watched the ambulance slowly head back down the dark, deserted drive. There were no lights or sirens, no need to rush when transporting the dead. The snow was coming down harder, and it was sticking. "You leaving?" Marino asked me. "What are you going to do, follow me again?" I wasn't smiling. He stared off at the old Rolls-Royce in the circle of milky light at the edge of the drive. Snowflakes melted as they hit the area of gravel stained with Harper's blood. "I wasn't following you," Marino said seriously. "Got the radio message when I was almost back to Richmond." "Almost back to Richmond," I interrupted. "Almost back from where?" "From here," he says, fishing in a pocket for his keys. "Found out Harper was a regular at Culpepper's Tavern. I decided to buttonhole him. Was with him maybe a half hour before he basically tells me to screw myself. Then he splits. So I head out, and maybe 15 miles from Richmond, when Poteet gets a dispatcher to raise me and tell me what's gone down. I'm hauling ass back in this direction when I recognize your ride, stay with you to make sure you don't get lost." "You're telling me you actually talked to Harper at the tavern tonight?" I asked in amazement. "Oh, yeah," he says. Then he leaves me and gets whacked about 5 minutes later. Agitated and restless, he started moving toward his car. "Gonna meet with Poteet, see what all I can find out. And I'll be by in the morning to look in on the post if you've got no objections." I watched him walk off, shaking snow out of his hair. He was gone by the time I turned the key in the Plymouth's ignition. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Body of Evidence by Patricia D. Cornwell, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. I watched him walk off, shaking snow out of his hair. He was gone by the time I turned the key in the Plymouth's ignition. The wipers pushed back a thin layer of snow, then stopped cold in the middle of the windshield. The engine of my state car made one last sick attempt before it became the second DOA of the night. The Harper Library was a warm, vibrant room of red Persian rugs and antiques crafted from the finest woods. I was fairly certain the sofa was a Chippendale, and I had never touched, much less sat on, a genuine Chippendale anything before. The high ceiling was ornamented in rococo molding, the walls lined with books, most of them leather-bound. Directly across from me was a marble fireplace, recently stoked with split logs. Leaning forward, I stretched my hands toward the flames and resumed studying the oil portrait over the mantel. The subject was a lovely young girl in white, seated on a small bench, her hair long and very blonde, her hands loosely curled around a silver hairbrush in her lap. She shimmered darkly in the rising heat, her eyes heavy-lidded, her moist lips parted, the deeply scooped neckline of her dress exposing a porcelain-white, undeveloped bosom. I was wondering why this peculiar portrait was so prominently displayed when Carrie Harper's sister came in and shut the door as quietly as she had opened it. "I thought this might warm you," she said, handing me a glass of wine. Setting the tray on the coffee table, she seated herself on the red velvet cushion of a Baroque side chair, tucking her feet to one side, the way proper ladies are taught to sit by their proper female elders. "Thank you," I said, and again I apologized. The battery in my state car was no longer in this world, and jumper cables were not going to bring it back. The police had radioed for a wrecker and had promised to give me a lift back to Richmond as soon as they finished processing the scene. There was no choice. I wasn't going to stand outside in the snow or sit for an hour inside a squad car, so I had knocked on Miss Harper's back door. She sipped her wine and stared vacantly into the fire. Like the expensive objects surrounding her, she was beautifully crafted, one of the most elegant women I thought I had ever seen. Silver-white hair softly framed her patrician face. Her cheekbones were high, her features refined, her figure lithe but shapely in a beige cowl-necked sweater and corduroy skirt. When I looked at Sterling Harper, the word spinster definitely did not enter my mind. She was silent. Snow coldly kissed the windows, and the wind moaned around the eaves. I could not imagine living alone in this house. "Do you have any other family?" I asked. "None living," she said. "I'm sorry, Miss Harper. Really, you must stop saying that, Dr. Scarpetta. A large cut emerald ring flashed in the firelight as she lifted her glass again, her eyes focused on me. I remembered the terror in those eyes when she opened the door while I was examining her brother. She was remarkably steady now. "Carrie knew better," she suddenly commented. "I suppose what surprises me most is the way it happened. I wouldn't have expected someone to be so bold as to wait for him at the house." "And you didn't hear anything?" I asked. "I heard him drive up. I heard nothing after that. When he didn't come inside the house, I opened the door to check. I immediately called 911. "Did he frequent any other places besides Culpepper's?" I asked. "No other place. He went to Culpepper's every night," she said, her eyes drifting away from me. "I warned him about going to that place, about the dangers in this day and age. He always carried cash, you see, and Carrie was quite skilled at offending people. He never stayed at the tavern long, an hour, at the most 2 hours. He used to tell me it was for inspiration, to mingle with the common man. Carrie had nothing else to say after the jagged corner." I had read the novel at Cornell and remembered only impressions, a Gothic South of violence, incest, and racism, as seen through the eyes of a young writer growing up on a Virginia farm. I remember it had depressed me. "My brother was one of these unfortunate talents who had but one book in him," Miss Harper added. "There have been other very fine writers like that," I said. "He lived only what he was forced to live when he was young," she went on in the same unnerving monotone. "After that he became the hollow man, the life of quiet desperation. His writing was a series of false starts that he would eventually toss into the fire, scowling as he watched the pages burn. Then he would roam about the house like an angry bull until he was ready to try again. That is the way it has been for more years than I care to recall." "You seem awfully hard on your brother," I remarked quietly. "I'm awfully hard on myself, Dr. Scarpetta," she said as our eyes met. "Carrie and I are cut from the same cloth. The difference between the two of us is I don't feel compelled to be analytical about what can't be altered. He was constantly excavating his nature, his past, the forces that shaped him. It won him a Pulitzer Prize. As for me, I have chosen not to fight what has always been so clear." "Which is?" "The Harper family is at the end of its line, overbred and barren. There will be no one after us," she said. The wine was an inexpensive domestic Burgundy, dry with a faint metallic bite. How much longer until the police finished? I thought I'd heard the rumble of a truck a while ago, the wrecker coming to tow away my car. "I accepted it as my lot in life to take care of my brother, to ease the family into extinction," Miss Harper said. "I will miss Carrie only because he was my brother. I'm not going to sit here and lie about how wonderful he was." She sipped her wine again. "I'm sure I must sound cold to you." Cold wasn't the word for it. "I appreciate your honesty," I said. "Carrie had imagination and volatile emotions. I have little of either, and were this not the case I couldn't have managed. Certainly I wouldn't have lived here." "Living in this house would be isolating." I suppose this was what Miss Harper meant. "It isn't the isolation I mind," she said. "What is it you mind, then, Miss Harper?" I queried, reaching for my cigarettes. "Would you like another glass of wine?" she asked, one side of her face obscured by the shadow of the fire. "No, thank you." "I wish we'd never moved here. Nothing good happens in this house," she said. "What will you do, Miss Harper?" The emptiness of her eyes chilled me. "Will you stay here?" "I have no place else to go, Dr. Scarpetta." "I would think selling Cutler Grove wouldn't be hard," I answered, my attention wandering back to the portrait over the mantel. The young girl in white smiled eerily in the firelight at secrets she would never tell. "It is hard to leave your iron lung, Dr. Scarpetta." "I beg your pardon?" "I'm too old for change," she explained. "I'm too old to pursue good health and new relationships. The past breathes for me. It is my life. You are young, Dr. Scarpetta. Some day you will see what it is like to look back. You will find it inescapable. You will find your personal history drawing you back into familiar rooms where, ironically, events occurred that set into motion your eventual estrangement from life. You will find the hard furniture of heartbreak more comfortable and the people who failed you friendlier with time. You will find yourself running back into the arms of the pain you once ran away from. It is easier. That's all I can say. It is easier. Do you have any idea who did this to your brother? I asked her directly, desperate to change the subject. She said nothing as she stared wide-eyed into the fire. What about Beryl? I persisted. I know she was being harassed months before it happened. Months before her death? I asked. Beryl and I were very close. You knew she was being harassed? Yes, the threat she was getting, she said. She told you she was being threatened, Miss Harper? Of course, she said. Marino had been through Beryl's phone bills. He hadn't found any long-distance calls made to Williamsburg, nor had he turned up any letters written to her by Miss Harper or her brother. Then you maintained close contact with her over the years, I said. Very close contact, she replied, at least as much as that was possible. Because of this book she was writing and a clear violation of her agreement with my brother, well, it all got very ugly. Carrie was enraged. How did he know what she was doing? Did she tell him what she was writing? Her lawyer did, she said. Sparacino? I don't know the details of what he told Carrie, she said, her face hard, but my brother was informed of Beryl's book. He knew enough to be extremely out of sorts. The lawyer agitated the matter behind the scenes, going from Beryl to Carrie back and forth, acting as if he were an ally with one or the other, depending on whom he was talking to. Do you know the status of her book now? I asked carefully. Does Sparacino have it? Is it in the process of being published? Several days ago he called Carrie. I overheard snatches of their conversation, enough to ascertain the manuscript has disappeared. Your office was mentioned. I heard Carrie say something about the medical examiner, you, I suppose, and at this point he was getting angry. I concluded Mr. Sparacino was trying to determine whether it was possible my brother might have the manuscript. Is that possible? I wanted to know. Beryl would never have turned it over to Carrie, she answered with emotion. It would make no sense for her to have relinquished her work to him. He was adamantly opposed to what she was doing. We were silent for a moment. Then I asked, Miss Harper, what was your brother so afraid of? Life. I waited, watching her closely. She was staring into the fire again. The more he feared it, the more he retreated from it, she said in a strange voice. Reclusiveness does peculiar things to one's mind, turns it inside out, puts a spin on the thoughts and ideas until they begin to bounce off-center and at crazy angles. I think Beryl was the only person my brother ever loved. He clung to her. He had an overwhelming need to possess her, to keep her wedded to him. When he thought she was betraying him, that he no longer had power over her, his madness became more extreme. I'm sure he began to imagine all sorts of nonsense she might divulge about him, about our situation here. When she reached for her wine again, her hand trembled. She was talking about her brother as if he had been dead for years. There was an edge to her voice when she spoke of him, the well of love for her brother lined with hard bricks of rage and pain. Carrie and I had no one left when Beryl came along, she continued. Our parents were dead. We had no one but each other. Carrie was difficult. A devil who wrote like an angel. He needed taking care of. I was willing to facilitate his desire to leave his mark on the world. Such sacrifices are often accompanied by resentment, I ventured. Silence. The light from the fire flickered on her exquisitely chiseled face. How did you find Beryl? I asked. She found us. She was living in Fresno at the time with her father and stepmother. She was writing, was obsessed with writing. Miss Harper continued, staring into the fire as she talked. One day Carrie got a letter from her through his publisher. Accompanying it was a short story written in longhand. I still remember it well. She showed promise, a germinal imagination that simply needed shepherding. Thus the correspondence began, and months later Carrie invited her to visit us, sent her a ticket. Not long after that he bought this house and began to restore it. He did it for her. A lovely young girl had brought magic into his world. And you? I asked. She did not reply at first. Wood shifted in the fireplace and sparks popped. "Life was not without its complications after she moved in with us, Dr. Scarpetta," she said. "I watched what went on between them. Between your brother and Beryl. I did not want to imprison her the way he did," she said. "In Carey's relentless attempts to hold on to Beryl and have her all to himself, he lost her." "You loved Beryl very much," I said. "It is impossible to explain," she said, her voice catching. "It was very difficult to manage." I continued to probe. "Your brother didn't want you to have contact with her?" "Especially during the past few months because of her book. Carey denounced and disowned her. Her name was not mentioned in this house. He forbade me to have any sort of contact with her." "But you did," I answered. "In a very limited way," she said with difficulty. "That must have been very painful for you, to be cut off from someone so dear to you." She looked away from me, interested in the fire again. "Miss Harper, when did you find out about Beryl's death?" She did not reply. "Did someone call you?" "I heard about it on the radio the next morning," she muttered. Dear God, I thought, how awful. She said nothing more. Her wounds were beyond my reach, and as much as I wanted to offer a word of comfort, there was nothing I could say. So we sat in silence for what seemed a very long time. When I finally stole a glance at my watch, I saw it was almost midnight. The house was very quiet. Too quiet, I realized with a start. After the warmth of the library, the entrance hall was as chilly as a cathedral. I opened the back door and gasped in surprise. Beneath the milky swirl of snow, the drive was a solid white blanket with barely perceptible tire tracks left when the damned cops had driven off without me. My state car had been towed long ago, and they had forgotten I was still inside the house. Damn! 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 When I returned to the library, Miss Harper was placing another log on the fire. "It appears my ride went off without me," I said, and I know I sounded upset. "I'll need to use a phone." "I'm afraid that won't be possible," she answered unemphatically. "The phones went out not long after the policeman left. It seems to happen quite often when the weather's bad." I watched her stab the burning logs. I watched ribbons of smoke curl out from under them as sparks swarmed up the chimney. I had forgotten. It hadn't occurred to me until now. "Your friend?" I said. She jabbed the log again. "The police said a friend was on her way, would be staying with you tonight." Miss Harper slowly straightened up and turned around, her face flushed from the heat. "Yes, Dr. Scarpetta," she said. "It was so kind of you to come." Chapter 8. Miss Harper returned with more wine as the tall case clock on the landing outside the library chimed 12 times. "The clock," she seemed compelled to explain. "It's 10 minutes slow, always has been." The mansion's phones really were out. I had checked. The walk to town was several miles through what was now at least 4 inches of snow. I wasn't going anywhere. Her brother was dead. Beryl was dead. Miss Harper was the only one left. I hoped it was a coincidence. I lit a cigarette and took a swallow of wine. Miss Harper didn't have the physical strength to have killed her brother and Beryl. What if the killer were after Miss Harper, too? What if he came back? My .38 was at home. The police would be staking out the area. In what? Snowmobiles? I realized Miss Harper was saying something else to me. "I'm sorry," I said, forcing a smile. "You look cold," she repeated. Her face was placid as she seated herself on the Baroque side chair and stared into the fire. The high flames sounded like a wind-whipped flag, and infrequent gusts of wind sent ashes blowing out on the hearth. But she appeared reassured by my company. Were I in her shoes, I wouldn't have wanted to be alone either. "I'm fine," I lied. I was cold. "I'll be glad to get you a sweater. Please don't trouble yourself. I'm comfortable, really." "It's quite impossible to heat this house," she went on. "The high ceilings, and it isn't insulated. You grow accustomed to it." I thought of my gas-heated modern house in Richmond. I thought of my queen-size bed with its firm mattress and electric blanket. I thought of the carton of cigarettes in the cupboard near the refrigerator and of the good Scotch in my bar. I thought of the draughty, dusty, dark upstairs of the Cutler Grove mansion. "I'll be fine down here, on the sofa," I said. "Nonsense. The fire will go out soon enough." She was fidgeting with a button on her sweater, her eyes not leaving the fire. "Miss Harper," I tried one last time, "do you have any idea who might have done this? To Beryl, to your brother? Or why?" "You think it's the same man?" She presented this as a statement of fact, not a question. "I have to consider it." "I wish I could tell you something that would help," she answered. "But perhaps it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, what's done is done." "Don't you want him punished?" "There has been enough punishment. It won't undo what has been done," she said. "Wouldn't Beryl want him caught?" She turned to me, her eyes wide. "I wish you had known her." "I think I did. I do know her in a way," I said gently. "I can't explain—" "You don't need to, Miss Harper. It could have been so nice." I saw her grief for an instant, her face contorted, then controlled again. She didn't need to finish the thought. It could have been so nice, now that there was no one to keep Beryl and Miss Harper apart. Companions, friends, life is so empty when you are alone, when there is no one to love. "I'm sorry," I said with feeling. "I'm so terribly sorry, Miss Harper." "It is the middle of November," she replied, looking away from me again. "Unusually early for snow. The thaw will come quickly, Dr. Scarpetta. You will be able to get out by late morning. Those who forgot you will remember by then. It really was so good of you to come."
She seemed to have known that I would be here. I had the uncanny impression that she had somehow planned it. Of course that wasn't possible.
"One thing I will ask you to do," she said. "What is that, Miss Harper?" "Come back in the spring. Come back when it is April," she said to the flames. "I would like that," I answered. "The forget-me-nots will be in bloom. The bowling green will be pale blue with them. It is so lovely, my favorite time of year. Beryl and I used to pick them. Have you ever studied them up close, or are you like most people who take them for granted, never give them a thought because they are so small? They are so beautiful if you hold them close, so beautiful, as if made of porcelain and painted by the perfect hand of God. We would wear them in our hair and put them in bowls of water in the house, Beryl and I. You must promise to come back in April. You will promise me that, won't you?" She turned to me, and the emotion in her eyes pained me. "Yes, yes, of course I will," I replied, and I meant it. "Is there anything special you eat for breakfast?" she asked as she got up. "Whatever you fix for yourself will be fine." "There's plenty in the refrigerator," she remarked oddly. "Bring your wine, and I'll show you to your room." Her hand trailed the banister as she led her guest up the magnificent carved stairway to the second floor. There were no overhead lights, just lamps to light our way, and the musty air was as cold as a cellar. "I'm on the other side of the hallway, 3 doors down, if you need anything," she told me, and she showed me inside a small bedroom. The furnishings were mahogany with satin-wood inlays, and on pale blue-papered walls were several oil paintings of loosely arranged flowers and a vista of the river. The canopied bed was turned down and piled high with comforters, and an open doorway led into the tiled bath. The air was stale and smelled of dust, as if windows were never opened, and nothing but memories ever stirred in here. I was sure that no one had slept in this room in many, many years. "In the top dresser drawer is a flannel gown. There are clean towels and other necessities in the bath," Miss Harper said. "Now then, if you're all set." "Yes, thank you," I smiled at her. "Good night." I shut the door and closed its feeble latch. The gown was the only garment inside the dresser, and tucked under it was a sachet that long ago had lost its scent. Every other drawer was empty. Inside the bath was a toothbrush still wrapped in cellophane, a tiny tube of toothpaste, a bar of lavender soap never used, and plenty of towels, as Miss Harper had promised. The sink was as dry as chalk, and when I turned the gold handles the water was liquid rust, It took forever to get clear and warm enough for me to dare to wash my face. The gown, old but clean, was the washed-out blue of forget-me-nots, I thought. Getting in bed, I pulled the musty-smelling comforters up to my chin before switching off the lamp. The pillow was plump, and I could feel the prickly twill of feathers as I pushed and shoved it into a more comfortable shape. Wide awake, my nose cold, I sat up in the darkness of a room I was certain had once been Beryl's, and I finished my wine. The house was so still I imagined I could hear the all-absorbing quiet of the snow falling beyond the window. I wasn't aware of dozing off, but when my eyelids flew open my heart was thudding violently, and I was afraid to move. I couldn't remember the nightmare. At first I wasn't sure where I was and if the noise I heard was real. The faucet in the bathroom was leaking, drops of water slowly clinking into the sink. Floorboards beyond my latched bedroom door creaked again, quietly. My mind raced through an obstacle course of possibilities. The dropping temperature was causing wood to creak. Mice. Someone was slowly making his way down the hall. I strained to hear, holding my breath, as slippered feet whispered past my shut door. Miss Harper, I concluded. It sounded as if she was going downstairs. I tossed and turned for what seemed like an hour. Eventually I switched on the lamp and got out of bed. It was 3:30, and there wasn't a hope I could go back to sleep. Shivering beneath my borrowed gown, I put on my overcoat, unlatched the door, and followed the pitch-black hallway until I recognized the shadowy shape of the curved banister at the top of the stairs. The chilly entrance hall was dimly illuminated by moonlight seeping through small windows on either side of the front door. The snow had stopped and stars were out, tree branches and shrubbery formless beneath white frosting. I crept into the library, lured by the promise of heat from its crackling fire. Miss Harper was sitting on the sofa, an afghan pulled around her. She was staring into the flames, her cheeks wet with tears she did not bother to brush away. Clearing my throat, I tentatively called her name, not wanting to startle her. She did not move. "Miss Harper," I said again louder, "I heard you come down." She was leaning against the serpentine-curved back of the sofa, her eyes unblinking as they stared dully into the fire. Her head fell limply to one side when I quickly sat next to her and pressed my fingers against her neck. She was very warm, but pulseless. Pulling her down to the rug, I went from her mouth to her sternum, desperately trying to breathe life into her lungs and force her heart to beat. I don't know how long this went on. When I finally gave up, my lips were numb, the muscles in my back and arms quivering. I was trembling all over. The telephones were still out. I could not call anyone. There was nothing I could do. I stood before the library window, parted the curtains, and looked out through tears at the incredible whiteness lit up by the moon. Beyond, the river was black, and I could not see across it. Somehow I managed to get her body back on the sofa, and I gently covered it with the afghan, while the fire burned down and the girl in the portrait receded into the shadows. Sterling Harper's death had caught me unawares and left me stunned. I sat on the rug in front of the sofa and watched the fire die. I could not keep that alive either. In fact, I didn't even try. I did not cry when my father died. He had been sick so many years I became expert at cauterizing my emotions. He was in bed most of my childhood. When he finally died one evening at home, my mother's terrible grief drove me to a higher ground of detachment, and it was from this seemingly safer vantage point that I honed to perfection the art of surveying the wreckage of my family. With what seemed unflappable reserve, I watched the anarchy that broke out between my mother and my younger sister Dorothy, who had been consummately narcissistic and irresponsible since the day she was born. I silently removed myself from the screaming matches and arguments, while inwardly I ran for my life. Absent without leave from the wars within my house, I spent increasing lengths of time engaging the tutelage of the grey nuns after class, or ensconcing myself in the library, where I began to realize the precocity of my mind and the rewards it would bring to me. I excelled in science and was intrigued by human biology. I was poring over Gray's Anatomy by the time I was 15, and it became the sine qua non of my self-education, the vessel of my epiphany. I was going to leave Miami for college. In an era when women were teachers, secretaries, and housewives, I was going to be a physician. In high school I made all A's and played tennis and read during the holidays and summers. while my family struggled on like wounded Confederate veterans in a world long since won by the North. I had little interest in dating and had few friends. Graduating at the top of my class, I went off to Cornell on a full scholarship. Then it was Johns Hopkins for medical school, law school at Georgetown after that, then back to Hopkins for my pathology residency. I was only vaguely aware of what I was doing. The career I had embarked upon would forever return me to the scene of the terrible crime of my father's death. I would take death apart and put it back together again 1,000 times. I would master its codes and take it to court. I would understand the nuts and bolts of it. But none of it brought my father back to life, and the child inside me never stopped grieving. Embers shifted on the hearth, and I dozed in fits and starts. Hours later, the details of my prison began to materialize in the chilled blue of dawn. Pain shot through my back and legs as I stiffly got to my feet and went to the window. The sun was a pale egg over the slate-grey river, tree trunks black against the white snow. The fire was cold, and 2 questions were tapping at the back of my feverish brain. Would Miss Harper have died had I not been here? How convenient for her to die while I was inside her house. Why did she come down to the library? I imagined her making her way down the stairs, stoking the fire and settling on the sofa. While she stared into the flames, her heart simply stopped. Or was it the portrait she had been looking at in the end? I switched on every lamp. Pulling a chair close to the hearth, I climbed up and lifted the unwieldy painting free of its hooks. The portrait did not seem so unsettling up close, the total effect disintegrating into subtle shades of color and delicate brushstrokes in heavy oil paint. Dust floated free of the canvas as I climbed down and laid the painting on the floor. There was no signature or date, nor was the portrait nearly as old as I had assumed. The colors had been deliberately muted to look old, and there wasn't the slightest bit of cracking evident in the paint. Turning it over, I examined the brown paper backing. Centered on it was a gold seal embossed with the name of a Williamsburg picture-framing shop. I made a note of it and climbed back up on the chair, returning the painting to its hooks. Then I squatted before the fireplace and delicately probed the debris with a pencil I had gotten out of my bag. On top of the charred chunks of wood was a peculiar layer of filmy white ash that wafted like cobwebs at the slightest stirring. Beneath this was a lump of what looked like melted plastic. "No offense, Doc," Marino said, backing his car out of the lot, "but you look like hell." "Thanks a lot," I muttered. "Like I said, no offense. Guess you didn't get much sleep." When I didn't show up to take care of Carrie Harper's autopsy in the morning, Marino wasted no time calling the Williamsburg police. Mid-morning, 2 sheepish officers showed up at the mansion, chains clanking and chewing tracks into the smooth, heavy snow. After the depressing rounds of questions about Sterling Harper's death, her body was loaded into an ambulance headed for Richmond, and the officers deposited me at headquarters in downtown Williamsburg, where I was plied with coffee and donuts until Marino picked me up. "No way I would have stayed in that house all night," Marino went on. "I don't care if it was 20 below. I'd freeze my ass off before I'd spend a night with a stiff." "Do you know where Princess Street is?" I interrupted. "What about it?" His mirrored shades turned toward me. The snow was white fire in the sun, the streets fast turning to slush. "I'm interested in a 507 Princess Street address," I replied, in a tone indicating I expected him to take me there. The address was at the edge of the historic district, tucked between other businesses in Merchant Square. In the recently plowed parking lot were no more than a dozen cars, their roofs thatched with snow. I was relieved to see that the village frame shop and gallery was open. Marino didn't ask questions as I got out. He probably sensed I wasn't in the mood to answer any at the moment. There was only one other customer inside the gallery, a young man in a black overcoat, casually riffling through a rack of prints, while a woman with long blonde hair worked an adding machine behind the counter. "May I help you?" the blonde woman inquired, blandly looking up at me. "That depends on how long you've worked here," I answered. The cool, dubious way she looked me over made me realize I probably did look like hell. I'd slept in my coat. My hair was a god-awful mess. Self-consciously reaching up to smooth down a cowlick, I realized I had somehow managed to lose an earring. I told the woman who I was and drove home the point by producing the thin black wallet containing my brass medical examiner's shield. "I've worked here 2 years," she said. "I'm interested in a painting your shop framed probably before your time," I told her. "A portrait Carrie Harper may have brought in." "Oh, God! I heard about it on the radio this morning, about what happened to him. Oh, God, how awful!" She was sputtering. "You'll need to speak to Mr. Hilgerman." She disappeared in back to fetch him. Mr. Hilgerman was a tweedy, distinguished-looking gentleman who stated in no uncertain terms, "Carrie Harper hasn't been in this shop in years, and no one here knew him well, at least not to my knowledge." "Mr. Hilgerman," I said, "over the fireplace mantel in Carrie Harper's library is a portrait of a blonde girl. It was framed in your shop possibly many years ago. Do you remember it?" There wasn't the faintest spark of recognition in the grey eyes peering at me over reading glasses. "It appears very old," I explained. "A good imitation, but a rather unusual treatment of the subject. The girl is 9, 10, at the most 12, but she's dressed more like a young woman, in white, and sitting on a small bench holding a silver hairbrush." I could have kicked myself for not taking a Polaroid photograph of the painting. My camera was inside my medical bag, and the thought had never occurred to me. I had been too distracted. "You know," Mr. Hilgerman said, his eyes lighting up, "I think I might remember what you're talking about. A very pretty girl, but unusual. Yes, rather suggestive, as I recall." I didn't prod him. "Must have been at least 15 years ago. Let me see." He touched an index finger to his lips. "No." He shook his head. "It wasn't me." "It wasn't you?" "What wasn't you?" I asked. "I didn't do the framing. That would have been Clara, an assistant who worked here then. I do believe, in fact, I'm certain Clara did the framing on that one. A rather expensive job, and not really worth it, if you must know. The painting wasn't terribly good. Actually," he added with a frown, "it was one of her least successful efforts." "Her?" I interrupted. "Do you mean Clara?" "I'm talking about Sterling Harper." He looked speculatively at me. "She's the artist." He paused. "That would have been years ago when she did a lot of painting. They had a studio in the house, as I understand it. I've never been there, of course. But she used to bring in a number of her works, most of them still lifes, landscapes. The painting you're interested in is the only portrait I recall." "How long ago did she paint it?" "At least 15 years ago, as I've said." "Did someone pose for it?" I asked. "I suppose it could have been done from a photograph." He frowned. "Actually, I really can't answer your question, but if someone posed for it, I don't know who that might have been." I didn't show my surprise. Beryl would have been 16 or 17 and living at Cutler Grove then. Was it possible, Mr. Hilgerman, the people in town didn't know this? "It's rather sad," he mused. "Such talented, intelligent people. No family, no children." "What about friends?" I asked. "I really don't know either of them personally," he said. "And you never will," I thought morbidly. Marino was wiping off his windshield with a chamois cloth when I went back out into the parking lot. The melted snow and salt left by road crews had splotched and dulled his beautiful black car. He didn't look happy about it. On the pavement beneath the driver's door was an untidy collection of cigarette butts he had unceremoniously dumped from his ashtray. "Two things," I began very seriously as we buckled up. "In the mansion's library is a portrait of a young blonde girl that Miss Harper apparently had framed in this shop approximately 15 years ago." "Beryl Madison?" He got out his lighter. "It may very well be a portrait of her," I replied, "but if so, it depicts her at an age much younger than she would have been when the Harpers met her, and the treatment of the subject is a little peculiar, Lolita-like." "Huh?" "Sexy," I said bluntly. "A little girl painted to look sensual." "Yo, so now you're going to tell me Carrie Harper was a closet pedophile?" "In the first place, his sister painted the portrait," I said. "Shit," he complained. "Secondly," I went on, "I got the distinct impression the owner of the framing shop has no idea Beryl ever lived with the Harpers. It makes me wonder if other people know. And if not, I wonder how that's possible. She lived in the mansion for years, Marino. It's just a couple of miles from town. This is a small town." He stared straight ahead as he drove and didn't say a word. Well, I decided it may all be idle speculation. They were reclusive. Perhaps Carrie Harper did his best to hide Beryl from the world. Whatever the case, the situation doesn't sound exactly healthy, but it may have nothing to do with their deaths. "Hell," he said shortly. "Healthy ain't the word for it. Reclusive or not, it don't make sense for no one to know she was there, not unless they had her locked up or chained to a bedpost. Damn perverts. I hate perverts. I hate people picking on kids, you know." He glanced over at me again. "I really do hate that. I'm getting that feeling again." "What feeling?" "That Mr. Pulitzer Prize took Beryl out," Marino said. "She's going to spill the beans in her book, and he freaks, comes to see her, and brings a knife." "Then who killed him?" I asked. "So maybe his batty sister did." Whoever murdered Carrie Harper was strong enough to inflict blows so forcefully he was rendered unconscious almost immediately, and cutting someone's throat didn't fit with a female assailant. In fact, I had never had a case in which a woman did such a thing. After a long silence, Marino asked, "Did old Lady Harper strike you as senile?" "Rather eccentric, but not senile," I said. "Crazy?" "No." "Based on how you've described things, it don't sound to me like her response to her brother getting whacked was exactly appropriate," he answered. "She was in shock, Marino. People who are in shock do not react appropriately to anything." "You think she committed suicide?" "Certainly that's possible," I replied. "You find any drugs at the scene?" "Some over-the-counter meds, none of them lethal," I said. "No injuries?" "None I could see." "So you know what the hell killed her?" he asked, looking over at me, his face hard. "No," I answered. "At the moment I have absolutely no idea." "I assume you're heading back to Cutler Grove," I said to Marino as he parked behind the OCME. "Real thrilled about it, too," he grumbled. "Go home and get some decent sleep." "Don't forget Carrie Harper's typewriter." Marino dug in a pocket for his lighter. "The make and model and any used ribbons," I reminded him. He lit a cigarette. "And any stationery or typing paper in the house. I suggest you collect the ashes in the fireplace yourself. It's going to be extremely difficult to preserve them. No offense, Doc, but you're beginning to sound like my mother or something." "Marino," I snapped, "I'm serious." "Yeah, you're serious, all right. Seriously in need of a good night's sleep," he said. Marino was as frustrated as I and probably needed sleep, too. The bay was locked and empty, the cement floor mottled with oil stains. Inside the morgue, I was aware of the tedious humming of electricity in generators I hardly noticed during business hours. The rush of foul-smelling air seemed unusually loud as I entered the refrigerator. Their bodies were on gurneys parked together against the left wall. Maybe it was because I was so tired, but when I pulled the sheet back from Sterling Harper, I went weak in the knees and dropped my medical bag to the floor. I recalled the keen beauty of her face, the terror in her eyes when the mansion's back door opened and she looked out as I attended to her dead brother, my gloved hands bright red with his blood. Brother and sister were present and accounted for. That was all I needed to know. I covered her gently, shrouding a face now as empty as a rubber mask. All around were tagged and protruding naked feet. I had vaguely noticed the yellow film box beneath Sterling Harper's gurney when I had first walked into the refrigerator, but it wasn't until I reached down to pick up my medical bag that I took a good look and realized the significance. Kodak, 35mm 24 exposure. The film on state contract for my office was Fuji, and we always ordered the 36 exposure. The paramedics who had transported Miss Harper's body would have been in and out many hours ago, and they wouldn't have taken any photographs. I went back out into the hallway. The light over the elevator caught my attention, and I realized it was stopped on the second floor. Someone else was in the building. It was probably just the security guard making his rounds. Then, as my scalp began to prickle, I thought of the empty film box again. Gripping the strap of my medical bag tightly, I decided to take the stairs. On the second-floor landing, I slowly opened the door and listened before stepping inside. The offices in the east wing were empty, the lights out. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1.
Body of Evidence by Patricia Cornwell continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. Then, as my scalp began to prickle, I thought of the empty film box again. Gripping the strap of my medical bag tightly, I decided to take the stairs. On the second-floor landing, I slowly opened the door and listened before stepping inside. The offices in the east wing were empty, the lights out. I turned right into the main hallway, passing the empty classroom, the library, and Fielding's office. I didn't hear or see anyone. Just to be sure, I decided as I turned into my office to call security. When I saw him, I stopped breathing. For a terrible moment, my mind wouldn't work. He was deftly and silently riffling through an open filing cabinet. The collar of a navy jacket was up around his ears, eyes masked by dark aviator glasses, hands sheathed in surgical gloves. Over a powerful shoulder was a leather strap attached to a camera. He looked as solid and hard as marble, and it wasn't possible for me to step out of sight fast enough. The gloved hands suddenly stilled. When he lunged, it was a reflex, my medical bag looping back like an Olympic hammer. Momentum propelled it with such force between his legs the impact jarred the sunglasses from his face. He fell forward, doubling over in agony, and knocked sufficiently off balance for me to send him sprawling with a kick to the ankles. He must not have felt any better when the hard metal lens of his camera was the only cushion between his ribs and the floor. Medical impedimenta scattered as I frantically dug out of my bag the small canister of mace I always carried, and he bellowed when the heavy stream hit him in the face. He clawed at his eyes, rolling around, screaming, while I grabbed the phone and called for help. I squirted him one more time for good measure just before the security guard hustled in. Then the cops arrived. My hysterical hostage begged to be taken to the hospital as an unsympathetic officer wrenched his arms behind his back, snapped on cuffs, and frisked him. According to his driver's license, the intruder's name was Jeb Price, age 34, address Washington, D.C. Wedged in the back of his corduroy trousers was a Smith & Wesson 9mm automatic with 14 rounds in the clip and 1 in the chamber. I don't remember going into the morgue office and getting the keys off the pegboard for the other state car leased by the OCME, but I must have because I was parking the dark blue station wagon in my driveway as night began to fall. Used to transport bodies, the car was oversized, the tailgate window discreetly covered with a screen, and in back was a removable plywood floor that required hosing down several times a week. The car was a cross between a family wagon and a hearse, and the only thing harder to parallel park, in my opinion, was the QE2. Like a zombie, I went straight upstairs without bothering to play back my telephone messages or turn off the answering machine. My right elbow and shoulder ached. The small bones in my hand hurt. Laying my clothes on a chair, I took a hot bath and numbly fell into bed. Deep, deep sleep. Sleep so deep it was like dying. Darkness was heavy, and I was trying to swim through it, my body like lead, as the ringing telephone by my bed was abruptly cut off by my answering machine. Don't know when I'll be able to call back, so listen. Please listen, Kay. I heard about Carrie Harper. My heart was pounding as my eyes opened, Mark's urgent voice pulling me out of my torpor. Please stay out of it. Don't get involved, please. I'll talk to you again as soon as I'm able. By the time I found the receiver, I was listening to a dial tone. Replaying his message, I slumped against pillows and began to cry. Chapter 9. The next morning, Marino arrived at the morgue as I was making a Y incision on Carrie Harper's body. I removed the breastplate of ribs and lifted the block of organs out of the chest cavity while Marino looked on mutely. Water drummed in sinks, surgical instruments clattered and clicked, and across the suite a long blade rasped against a whetstone as one of the morgue assistants sharpened a knife. We had 4 cases this morning, all of the stainless steel autopsy tables occupied. Since Marino didn't seem inclined to volunteer anything, I introduced the subject. What have you found out about Jeb Price? I asked. His record check didn't come up with squat, he replied, staring off and restless. No priors, no outstanding warrants, nothing. He ain't singing either. If he was, it'd probably be soprano after the number you done on him. I stopped by ID right before I came down here. They're developing the film in his camera. I'll bring by a set of prints as soon as they're ready. Have you taken a look? At the negatives, he answered. And, I asked. Pictures he took inside the fridge of the Harper's bodies, he said. I had expected as much. I don't suppose he's a journalist for some tabloid, I said in jest. Yo, dream on. I glanced up from what I was doing. Marino was not in a jovial mood. More disheveled than usual, he had nicked his jaw twice while shaving, and his eyes were bloodshot. Most reporters I know don't pack 9 mils loaded with glazes, he said. And they tend to whine when they get leaned on, ask for a quarter to call the paper's lawyer. This guy's not making a peep, a real pro. Must have picked a lock to get in. Makes his move on a Monday afternoon, a state holiday, when it's not likely anybody's going to be around. We found his ride parked about 3 blocks away in the Farm Fresh lot, a rental car with a cellular phone. Got enough ammo, clips, and magazines in the trunk to stop a small army, plus a MAC-10 machine pistol and a Kevlar vest. He ain't no reporter. I'm not so sure he's a pro, either, I commented, fitting a new blade in my scalpel. It was sloppy to leave an empty film box inside the refrigerator. And if he really wanted to play it safe, he should have broken it at 2 or 3 in the morning, not in broad daylight. You're right, the film box was sloppy, Marino agreed. But I can see why he broke in when he did. A funeral home or squad comes in to deliver a body while Price is inside the fridge, right? In the middle of the day, maybe he's smooth enough to make it appear he works here, has a legit reason for being inside. But let's say he's surprised at 2 a.m. No way in hell he's going to be able to explain himself at that hour. Whatever the case, I thought, Jeb Price meant business. Glazer's safety slugs were one of the worst things out. The cartridges packed with small shot that disperse on impact and tear through flesh and organs like a lead hailstorm. MAC-10s are a favorite occupational tool of terrorists and drug lords. The machine pistols a dime a dozen in Central America, the Middle East, and my hometown of Miami. You might consider putting a lock on the fridge, Marino added. I'd already alerted Buildings and Grounds, I said. It was a precaution I'd put off for years. Funeral homes and squads had to be able to get inside the refrigerator after hours. The security guards would have to be given keys. My local medical examiners on call would have to be given keys. There would be protests, there would be problems. Damn it, I was getting so tired of problems. Marino had turned his attention to Harper's body. It didn't require an autopsy or a genius to determine the cause of death. He has multiple fractures of the skull and lacerations of the brain, I explained. His throat was cut last, like in Beryl's case. The jugular veins and carotid arteries are transected, yet his organs aren't particularly pale, I answered. He would have hemorrhaged to death in a matter of minutes if he'd had a blood pressure. In other words, he didn't bleed out enough to account for his death. He was dead or dying from his head injuries by the time his throat was cut. What about defense injuries? Marino asked. None. I set down the scalpel to show him, one by one forcing open Harper's unwilling fingers. No broken nails, cuts, or contusions. He didn't attempt to ward off the blows of the weapon. Never knew what hit him, Marino commented. He drives in after dark, the drone's waiting for him, probably hiding in the bushes. Harper parks, gets out of his rolls. He's locking his door when the guy comes up behind him and hits him in the back of the head. He has 20% stenosis of his LAD, I thought out loud, looking for my pencil. Harper goes down like a shot and the squirrel keeps swinging, Marino went on. 30% of his right coronary. I scribbled notes on an empty glove packet. No scarring from old infarcts. Heart's healthy but mildly enlarged, and he's got calcification of his aorta, moderate atherosclerosis. Then the guy slashes Harper's throat, probably to make damn sure he's dead. I looked up. Whoever did it wanted to make sure Harper was dead, Marino repeated. I don't know that I'd attribute such rational thinking to the assailant, I replied. Look at him, Marino. I had deflected the scalp back from the skull, which was shattered like a hard-boiled egg. Pointing out the fracture lines, I explained, he was struck at least 7 times with such force that none of the injuries was survivable. Then his throat was cut. It's overkill, just as it was in Beryl's case. Okay, overkill, I'm not arguing, he replied. I'm just saying the killer wanted to make sure Beryl and Harper was dead. You nearly cut someone's damn head off, and you can walk away with the certainty your victim ain't going to be revived to tell the story. Marina made a face as I began emptying the stomach contents into a cardboard container. Don't bother. I can tell you what he ate. It was sitting right there. Beer nuts and 2 martinis, he said. The peanuts had barely begun clearing Harper's stomach when he died. There was nothing else but brownish fluid, and I could smell the alcohol. I asked Marino, what did you find out from him? Not a damn thing. I glanced at him as I labeled the container.
I'm in the tavern, drinking tonic and lime, he said. I guess this was about 1:15. Harper walks in at 5 on the nose.
How did you know it was him? The kidneys were finely granular. I set them in the scale and jotted down the weights. "Couldn't miss him with that mane of white hair," Marino replied. "He fit Petite's description. I knew the second he walked in. He takes the table to himself and don't say nothing to nobody, just orders as usual and eats beer nuts while he waits. I watch him for a while, then go over, pull up a chair, and introduce myself. He says he's got nothing he can help me out with, and he don't want to talk about it. I press him, tell him Beryl was being threatened for months, ask if he was aware of that. He looks annoyed, says he didn't know. Do you think he was telling the truth? I was also wondering what the truth was about Harper's drinking. He had a fatty liver. No way for me to know, Marino said, flicking a cigarette ash on the floor. Next I ask him where he was the night she was murdered, and he tells me he was in the tavern at his usual time, went home afterwards. When I ask if his sister can verify that, he tells me she wasn't home. I looked up in surprise, the scalpel poised mid-air. Where was she? Out of town, he said. He didn't tell you where? No. He said, and I quote, "That's her business. Don't ask me." Marino's eyes fixed disdainfully on the sections of liver I was cutting. He added, "My favorite food used to be liver and onions. You believe that? I don't know a single cop who's seen an autopsy and still eats liver." The striker saw drowned him out as I began work on the head. Marino gave up and backed away as bony dust drifted on the pungent air. Even when bodies are in good shape, they smell bad when opened up. The visual experience isn't exactly Mary Poppins either. I had to give Marino credit. No matter how awful the case, he always came to the morgue. Harper's brain was soft with numerous ragged lacerations. There was very little hemorrhage, verifying that he hadn't lived long after sustaining the injuries. At least his death was mercifully quick. Unlike Beryl, Harper had no time to register terror or pain or to beg for his life. His murder was different from hers in several other ways as well. He had received no threats, at least none that we knew about. There were no sexual overtones. He had been beaten versus stabbed to death, and no articles of his clothing were missing. I counted $168 in his wallet, I told Marino, and his wristwatch and signet ring are present and accounted for. "What about his necklace?" he asked. I had no idea what he was talking about. "He had on this thick gold chain with a medal on it, a shield, sort of like a coat of arms," he explained. "I noticed it at the tavern." "It didn't come in with him, and I don't recall seeing it on him at the scene." I started to say, "last night." It wasn't last night. Harper had died early Sunday night. It was Tuesday now. I had lost all sense of time. The last 2 days seemed unreal, and had I not replayed Mark's message again this morning, I would wonder if his call were real, too. "So maybe the squirrel took it. Another souvenir," Marino said. "That doesn't make sense," I answered. "I can understand the taking of a souvenir in Beryl's case, if her murder is the handiwork of a deranged individual who had an obsession with her. But why take something from Harper?" "Trophies, maybe," Marino suggested. "Pelts from the hunt. Could be some hired gun who likes to keep little reminders of his jobs." "I would think a hired gun would be too careful for that," I countered. "Yeah, you'd think so. Just like you'd think Jeb Price would be too careful to leave a film box in the fridge," he said ironically. Peeling off my gloves, I finished labeling test tubes and other specimens I had collected. I gathered my paperwork, and Marino followed me upstairs to my office. Rose had left the afternoon newspaper on my blotter. Harper's murder and his sister's sudden death were the front-page headline. The accompanying sidebar was what ruined my day. Chief medical examiner accused of losing controversial manuscript. The dateline was New York, an Associated Press release, and the lead was followed by an account of my incapacitating a man named Jeb Price after catching him ransacking my office yesterday afternoon. The allegations about the manuscript had to have come from Sparacino, I thought angrily. The bit about Jeb Price must have come from the police report. And as I shuffled through message slips, I noted that the majority of them were from reporters. "Did you ever check out her computer disks?" I asked, tossing the paper to Marino. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I've been through 'em." "And did you find this book everybody's in such a tizzy about?" Perusing the front page, he muttered, "Nope." "It's not there?" I broke out in frustration. "It's not on her disks? How can that be if she was writing it on her computer?" "Don't ask me," he said. "I'm just telling you I looked at maybe a dozen disks.
Nothing recent on 'em. Looks like old stuff, her novels. Nothing about herself, about Harper. Found a couple of old letters, including 2 business letters to Sparacino. They didn't excite me. Maybe she put the discs in a safe place before she left for Key West, I said. Maybe she did, but we ain't found 'em.
Just then Fielding walked in, his orangutan arms hanging out of the short sleeves of his surgical greens, his muscular hands lightly coated with the talc lining the latex gloves he had been wearing downstairs. Fielding was his own work of art. God knows how many hours each week he spent sculpting himself in some Nautilus room somewhere. It was my theory that his obsession with bodybuilding was inversely proportional to his obsession with his job. A competent deputy chief, he had been on board little more than a year and was already showing signs of burnout. The more disenchanted he got, the bigger he got. I gave him another 2 years before he retreated to the tidier, more lucrative world of hospital pathology or became the heir apparent to the Incredible Hulk. "I'm going to have to pen Sterling Harper," he said, hovering restlessly at the edge of my desk. "Her stat alcohol's only .03. Nothing in her gastric that tells me much. No bleeding, no unusual odors. The heart's good, no evidence of old infarcts. Her coronary's clear, brain's normal. But something was going on with her. The liver's enlarged, around 2,500 grams, and the spleen's about 1,000 with thickening of the capsule. Some involvement of the lymph nodes as well." "Any metastases?" I asked. "None on gross." "Put a rush on the micros," I told him. Fielding nodded and briskly left. Marino looked questioningly at me. "Could be a lot of things," I said. "Leukemia, lymphoma, or any one of a number of collagen diseases, some of which are benign and some of which aren't. The spleen and lymph nodes react as a component of the immune system. In other words, the spleen is almost always involved in any blood disease. As for the big liver, that doesn't help us much diagnostically. I won't know anything until I can look at the histologic changes under the scope." "You want to speak English for a change?" He lit a cigarette. "Tell me in simple terms what Dr. Schwarzenegger found." "Her immune system was reacting to something," I said. "She was sick." "Sick enough to account for her flaking out on the sofa?" "That suddenly?" I said. "I doubt it." "What about some sort of prescription drug?" he suggested. "You know, she takes all the pills and tosses the bottle in the fire, maybe explaining the melted plastic you found in the fireplace, and the fact we didn't find no pill bottles or nothing in the house, just over-the-counter crap." A drug overdose was certainly high on my list, and there wasn't any point in my worrying about it at the moment. Despite my pleading, despite promises that her case would be a top priority, the toxicology results would take days, possibly weeks. As for her brother, I had a theory. "I think Carrie Harper was struck with a homemade slapjack, Marino," I said. "Possibly a segment of metal pipe filled with birdshot for weight, the ends packed with something like Play-Doh to hold in the shot. After several blows, a wad of the Play-Doh flew out and the shot scattered." He thoughtfully tapped an ash. "Don't exactly fit with the soldier of fortune shit we found in Price's car. Not with anything old Lady Harper might have thought up either." "I assume you didn't find anything like Play-Doh, modeling clay, or birdshot inside her house?" He shook his head and said, "Hell no." My phone did not stop ringing the rest of the day. Accounts of my alleged role in the disappearance of a mysterious and valuable manuscript and exaggerated descriptions of my disabling an attacker who broke into my office had made the wire services. Other reporters were trying to cash in on the scoop, some of them prowling the OCME's parking lot or appearing in the lobby, their microphones and cameras ready like rifles. One particularly irreverent local DJ was sending out over the airwaves that I was the only woman chief in the country who wore golden gloves instead of rubber ones. The situation was quickly getting out of control, and I was beginning to take Mark's warnings a little more seriously. Sparacino was perfectly capable of making my life miserable. Whenever Thomas Etheridge IV had something on his mind, he dialed my direct line instead of going through Rose. I wasn't surprised when he called. I suppose I was relieved. It was late afternoon, and we were sitting inside his office. He was old enough to be my father, one of those men whose homeliness in youth is gradually transformed by age into a monument of character. Etheridge had a Winston Churchill face that belonged in Parliament or a cigar-smoke-filled drawing-room. We had always gotten along extremely well. "A publicity stunt? You think it likely anybody's going to believe that, Kay?" the Attorney General asked as he absently fingered the rose-gold watch chain looped over his vest. I get the feeling you don't believe me, I said. His response was to reach for a fat black Mont Blanc fountain pen and slowly unscrew the cap. I don't suppose anyone will get the chance to believe or disbelieve me, I added lamely. My suspicions aren't founded on anything concrete, Tom. I make an accusation of this nature to counter what Sparacino's doing, and he's going to have all the more fun. You're feeling very isolated, aren't you, Kay? Yes, because I am, Tom. Situations like this have a way of taking on a life of their own, he mused. The problem's going to be nipping this one in the bud without generating more attention. Rubbing his tired eyes behind horn-rimmed glasses, he turned to a fresh page in a legal pad and began making out one of his Nixonian lists, a line drawn down the center of the yellow page, advantages on one side, disadvantages on the other. Advantages or disadvantages to what? I had no idea. After filling half a page, one column dramatically longer than the other, he leaned back in his chair, looked up and frowned. Kay, he said, does it ever strike you that you seem to get more involved in your cases than your predecessors? I didn't know any of my predecessors, I replied. He smiled a little. That's not an answer to my question, Counselor. I honestly have never given the matter any thought, I said. Wouldn't expect you to, he surprised me by saying. Wouldn't expect that at all, because you're focused as hell, Kay, which is just one of several reasons I solidly backed your appointment. The good side is you don't miss anything. You're a damn good forensic pathologist in addition to being a fine administrator. The bad side is you tend to place yourself in jeopardy on occasion. Those strangling cases a year or so ago, for example, they might never have been solved and more women might have died were it not for you, but they almost cost you your life. Now this incident yesterday. He paused, then shook his head and laughed. Though I have to admit I'm rather impressed. Decked him, I believe I heard on the radio this morning. Did you really? Not exactly, I replied uncomfortably. Do you know who he is, what he was looking for? We're not sure, I said, but he went inside the morgue refrigerator and took photographs of Carrie and Sterling Harper's bodies. The files he was looking through when I walked in on him didn't tell me anything. Alphabetized? He was in the M through N drawer, I said. M as in Madison? Possibly, I replied, but her case is locked up in the front office. Nothing about her is in my filing cabinets. After a long silence, he tapped the legal pad with his index finger and said, I've been writing out what I know about these recent deaths. Beryl Madison, Carrie Harper, Sterling Harper. Has all the trappings of a mystery novel, doesn't it? And now this intrigue over a missing manuscript that allegedly involves the medical examiner's office. What I have to say to you are a couple of things, Kay. First, if anybody else calls about the manuscript, I think it will make life easier if you refer the interested parties to my office. I fully expect some trumped-up lawsuit to follow. I'll get my staff involved now, see if we can head off the posse at the pass. Second, and I've been giving this a lot of careful consideration, I want you to be like an iceberg. What exactly is that supposed to mean? I asked uneasily. What protrudes from the surface is but a fraction of what's really below, he answered. This is not to be confused with keeping a low profile, even though you will be keeping a low profile for all practical purposes. Minimal statements to the press, making yourself as much a non-issue as possible. He began fingering his watch chain again. Inversely proportional to your invisibility will be your level of activity, or involvement, if you will. My involvement? I protested. Is this your way of telling me to do my job, nothing but my job, and to keep the office out of the limelight? Yes and no. Yes to doing your job. As for keeping the medical examiner's office out of the limelight, I'm afraid that may be out of your control. He paused, folding his hands on top of his desk. I'm quite familiar with Robert Sparacino. You've met him? I asked. I had the distinct misfortune of making his acquaintance in law school, he said. I looked at him in disbelief. Columbia, class of 51, Etheridge went on, an obese, arrogant young man with a serious character defect. He was also very bright and might have graduated top of the class and gone on to clerk for the Chief Justice had I not gotten compulsive. He paused. I went to Washington and enjoyed the privilege of working for Hugo Black. Robert stayed in New York. Has he ever forgiven you? I asked, a cloud of suspicion gathering. I'm assuming there must have been a lot of rivalry. Has he ever forgiven you for beating him out, graduating at the top? He never fails to send me a Christmas card, Etheridge said dryly. Generated from a computer list, his signature stamped, my name misspelled, just impersonal enough to be insulting. It was beginning to make more sense why Etheridge wanted all battles with Sparacino routed through the AG's office. "You don't think it's possible he's causing this trouble with me to get to you?" I offered hesitantly. "What? That the missing manuscript is all a ruse and he knows it? That he's causing a stink in the Commonwealth to indirectly give me a black eye and a lot of headaches?" He smiled grimly. "I think it's unlikely this would be the whole of his motivation." "But it might be added incentive," I commented. "He would know that any legal snafus, any potential litigation involving my office would be handled by the state's attorney. What I hear you telling me is he's a vindictive man." Etheridge began slowly tapping his fingertips together as he stared off and said, "Let me tell you something I heard about Robert Sparacino when we were at Columbia. He's from a broken home and lived with his mother while his estranged father made a lot of money on Wall Street. Apparently the kid visited his father in New York several times a year, was precocious, a prolific reader, quite taken with the literary world. On one such visit he managed to persuade his father to take him to lunch at the Algonquin on a day that Dorothy Parker and her round table were supposed to be there. Robert, no more than 9 or 10 at the time, had it all planned according to the story, which he apparently told to several drinking buddies at Columbia. He would approach Dorothy Parker's table, offer his hand, and introduce himself by saying, 'Miss Parker, it's such a pleasure to meet you,' and so on. When he got to her table, what emerged instead was, 'Miss Parker, it's such a meat to pleasure you,' whereupon she quipped as only she could. So many men have said, though none quite as young as you. The laughter that followed mortified Sparacino, humiliated him. He never forgot it." The image of the little fatso offering his sweaty hand and saying such a thing was so pathetic I didn't laugh. Had I been that embarrassed by a childhood hero, I never would have forgotten it either. "I tell you this," Etheridge said, "to demonstrate a point that has been corroborated by now, Kay. When Sparacino told this story at Columbia, he was drunk and bitter and loudly promising he would get his revenge, show Dorothy Parker and the rest of the elitist world he's not to be laughed at. And what's happened?" He looked appraisingly at me. "He's one of the most powerful book lawyers in the country, mingles freely with editors, agents, writers, all of whom may privately hate him but find it unwise not to fear him. Supposedly he regularly lunches at the Algonquin and insists on signing all movie and book contracts there, while he no doubt inwardly smirks at Dorothy Parker's ghost." He paused. "Sound far-fetched?" "No, one doesn't need to be a psychologist to figure it out," I said. "Here's what I'm going to suggest," Etheridge said, his eyes fixed on mine. "Let me handle Sparacino. I want you to have no contact with him at all, if possible. You mustn't underestimate him, Kay. Even when you think you've told him very little, he's reading between the lines, is a master at making inferences that can be uncannily on the mark. I'm not sure what his involvement with Beryl Madison, the Harpers, really was, or what his real agenda is. Perhaps a mixture of unsavory things. But I don't want him knowing any more details about these deaths than he already knows." "He's already gotten a lot," I said. "Beryl Madison's police report, for example. Don't ask me how—" "He's very resourceful," Etheridge interrupted. "I advise you to keep all reports out of circulation. Send them only where you must. Tighten the lid on your office, beef up security, every file under lock and key. Make sure your staff releases no information about these cases to anyone, unless you're absolutely certain the person calling in the request is who he says he is. Every crumb Sparacino will use to his advantage. It's a game to him. Many people could be hurt, including you. Not to mention what could happen to the cases come court time. After one of his typical publicity blitzes, we'd have to change the damn venue to Antarctica." "He may have anticipated that you'll do this," I said quietly. "That I'd relegate myself to being the lightning rod, step into the ring instead of letting an assistant handle it?" I nodded. "Well, perhaps so," he answered. I was sure of it. I wasn't Sparacino's intended quarry. His old nemesis was. Sparacino couldn't pick on the Attorney General directly. He would never get past the watchdogs, the aides, the secretaries. So Sparacino picked on me instead and was being rewarded with a desired result. The idea of being used this way only made me angrier, and Mark suddenly came to mind. What was his role in this? "You're annoyed, and I don't blame you," Etheridge said. "And you're just going to have to swallow your pride, your emotions, Kay. I need your help." I just listened. The ticket that will get us out of Sparacino's amusement park, I strongly suspect, is this manuscript everyone's so interested in. Any possibility you might be able to track it down? I felt my face getting hot. It never came through my office, Tom. Kay, he said firmly, that's not my question. A lot of things never come through your office, and the medical examiner manages to track them down. Prescription drugs, a complaint of chest pain overheard at some point before the decedent suddenly dropped dead, suicidal ideations you somehow managed to get a family member to divulge. You have no power of enforcement, but you can investigate. And sometimes you're going to find out details no one is ever going to tell the police. I don't want to be an ordinary witness, Tom. You're an expert witness. Of course you don't want to be ordinary. It's a waste, he said. And the cops are usually better interrogators, I added. They don't expect people to tell the truth. Do you expect it? He asked. Your local friendly doctor usually expects it, expects people to tell the truth as they perceive it. They do the best they can. Most docs don't expect the patient to lie. Kay, you're speaking in generalities, he said. I don't want to be in the position... Kay, the code reads that the medical examiner shall make an investigation into the cause and manner of death and reduce his findings to writing. This is very broad. It gives you full investigative powers. The only thing you can't do is actually arrest somebody. You know that. The police are never going to find that manuscript. You're the only person who can find it. He looked levelly at me. It's more important to you, to your good name, than it is to them. There was nothing I could do. Etheridge had declared war on Sparacino, and I had been drafted. Find that manuscript, Kay. The Attorney General glanced at his watch. I know you. You put your mind to it, you'll find it, or at least discover what's become of it. 3 people are dead. One of them a Pulitzer Prize winner, whose book happens to be a favorite of mine. We need to get to the bottom. In addition, everything you turn up that relates to Sparacino, you report back to me. You'll try, won't you? Yes, sir, I replied. Of course I'll try. I began by badgering the scientists. Documents examination is one of very few scientific procedures that can supply answers right before your eyes. It is as concrete as paper and as tangible as ink. By late Wednesday afternoon, the section chief, whose name was Will, and Marino and I had been at it for hours. What we were discovering was a vivid reminder that not one of us is above being driven to drink. I wasn't sure what I was hoping. Maybe it would have been a simple solution had we determined right off that what Miss Harper had burned in her fireplace was Beryl's missing manuscript. Then we might conclude that Beryl had relegated it to the safekeeping of her friend. We might assume that the work contained indiscretions that Miss Harper chose not to share with the world. Most important, we could conclude that the manuscript really had not, after all, disappeared from the crime scene. But the amount and type of paper we were examining were not consistent with these possibilities. There were very few unburned fragments, none bigger than a dime, or worth placing under the infrared filter-covered lens of the video comparator. No technical aids or chemical tests were going to assist us in examining the remaining tissuey white curls of ash. They were so fragile we didn't dare remove them from the shallow cardboard box Marino had collected them in, and we had shut the door and vents of the documents lab to keep the room as airless as possible. What we were doing amounted to a frustrating, painstaking task of nudging weightless ashes aside with tweezers, picking here, picking there for a word. 20-pound rag paper imprinted with characters typed with a carbon ribbon. We could be sure of this for several reasons. Paper produced from wood pulp turns black when incinerated, while paper made from cotton is incredibly clean, its ashes wispy white like the ones in Miss Harper's fireplace. The few unburned fragments we looked at were consistent with 20-pound stock. Finally, carbon does not burn. The heat had shrunk the typed characters to what was comparable to fine print, or approximately 20 pitch. Some words were present in their entirety, standing out blackly against the filmy white ash. The rest were hopelessly fragmented and sullied, like sooty bits of tiny paper fortunes from Chinese cookies. A-R-R-I-V, Will spelled out, eyes bloodshot behind unstylish black-framed glasses, his young face weary. He was having to work at being patient. I added the partial word to the half-filled page of my notepad. Arrived, arriving, arrive, he added with a sigh. Can't think of what else it could be. Arrival, arriviste, I thought out loud. Arriviste? Marino asked sourly. What the hell is that? As in social climber, I replied. A little too esoteric for me, Will said, humorlessly. Probably a little too esoteric for most people, I conceded, wishing for the bottle of Advil downstairs in my pocketbook and blaming my persistent headache on eye strain. Jesus, Marino complained. Words, words, words. Never seen so many words in my damn life. Never heard of half of them, and not sorry about the fact either. He was leaning back in a swivel chair, his feet propped on a desk as he continued reading the transcription of writings Will had deciphered from the ribbon removed from Carrie Harper's typewriter. The ribbon wasn't carbon, meaning the pages Miss Harper burned could not have come from her brother's typewriter. It appeared that the novelist had been working in fits and starts on yet another book attempt. Most of what Marino was looking at didn't make much sense, and when I had perused it earlier, I had wondered if Harper's inspiration had been of the bottled variety. Wonder if you could sell this shit, Marino said. Will had fished another sentence fragment out of the god-awful sooty mess, and I was leaning close to inspect it. You know, Marino went on, they're always coming out with stuff after a famous writer dies. Most of it crap the poor guy never wanted published to begin with. Yes, they could call it table scraps from a literary banquet, I muttered. Huh? Never mind. There's not even 10 pages there, Marino, I said abstractedly. Rather hard to get a book out of that. Yeah, so it gets published in Esquire, maybe Playboy instead of a book. Probably still worth some bucks, Marino said. This word is definitely indicating a proper name of a place or company or something, Will mused, oblivious to the conversation around him. C-O is capitalized. I said, Interesting, very interesting. Marino got up to take a look. Be careful not to breathe, Will warned, the tweezers in his hand steady as a scalpel as he gingerly manipulated the wisp of white ash on which tiny black letters spelled out B-O-R, space, capital C-O. County, company, country, college, I suggested. My blood was beginning to flow again, waking me up. Yeah, but what would have bore in it? Marino puzzled. Ann Arbor, Will suggested. What about a county in Virginia? Marino asked. We couldn't come up with any county in Virginia that ended with the letters B-O-R. Harbor, I said. Okay, but followed by C-O, Will replied dubiously. Maybe something Harbor Company, Marino said. I looked in the telephone directory. There were 5 businesses with names beginning with Harbor: Harbor East, Harbor South, Harbor Village, Harbor Imports, and Harbor Square. Don't sound like we're in the right ballpark, Marino said. We didn't fare any better when I dialed directory assistance and asked for the names of any businesses in the Williamsburg area called Harbor this or Harbor that. Other than one apartment complex, there was nothing. Next, I called Detective Petit of the Williamsburg Police, and other than that same apartment complex, he couldn't think of anything either. Maybe we shouldn't get too hung up on this, Marino said testily. Will was engrossed in the box of ashes again. Marino looked over my shoulder at the list of words we had found so far. You, your, I, my, we, and well were common. Other complete words included the mortar of everyday sentence constructions, and, is, was, that, this, which, a, and an. Some words were a bit more specific, such as town, home, no, please, fear, work, think, and miss. As for incomplete words, we could only guess at what they had been in their former life. A derivation of terrible apparently was used numerous times, for lack of any other common word we could think of that began with terry or terrib. Nuance, of course, was forever lost on us. Did the person mean terrible as in, it is so terrible? Did the person mean terribly, as in, I'm terribly upset, or I miss you terribly? Or was it as benign as, it is terribly nice of you? Significantly, we found several remnants of the name Sterling, and just as many remnants of the name Carey. I'm fairly certain what she burned was personal letters, I decided. The type of paper, the words used, make me think that. Will agreed. Do you remember finding any stationery in Beryl Madison's house? I asked Marino. Computer paper, typing paper, that's about it. None of this high-dollar rag you're talking about, he said. Her printer uses ink ribbons, Will reminded us as he anchored an ash with tweezers and added, I think we may have another one. I took a look. This time all that was left was, or capital C.
Beryl had a linear computer and printer, I said to Marino. I think it might be a good idea to find out if that's what she always had. I went through her receipts, he said. For how many years, I asked. As many as she had. 5, 6, he answered. Same computer? No, he said, but same damn printer, Doc. Something called a 1600 with a daisy wheel. Always used the same kind of ribbons. Got no idea what she wrote with before that. I see. Yo, glad you do, Marino complained, kneading the small of his back. Me? I'm not seeing a goddamn thing. Chapter 10. The FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, is a brick and glass oasis in the midst of an artificial war. I would never forget my first stay there years ago. I went to bed and got up to the sound of semi-automatics going off, and when I took a wrong turn on the wooded fitness course one afternoon, I was almost flattened by a tank. It was Friday morning. Dent and Wesley had scheduled a meeting, and Marino perked up visibly as the Academy's fountain and flags came into view. I had to take 2 steps for his every one as I followed him inside the spacious, sunny lobby of a new building that looked enough like a fine hotel to have earned the nickname Quantico Hilton. Checking his handgun at the front desk, Marino signed us in, and we clipped on visitors' passes while a receptionist buzzed Wesley to affirm our privileged clearance. A maze of glass hyphens connects sections of offices, classrooms, and laboratories, and one can go from building to building without ever stepping outside. No matter how often I came here, I always got lost. Marino seemed to know